world. I'm gonna sing down under the water. Underwater world. I'm gonna sing and I'm gonna sing. Underwater world. I'm gonna sing down under the water. Underwater world. I'm gonna sing and I'm gonna sing. Underwater world. I'm gonna sing down under the water. Underwater world. I'm gonna sing and I'm gonna sing. Underwater world. I'm gonna sing down under the water. Underwater world. I'm gonna sing and I'm gonna sing. Underwater world. I'm gonna sing down under the water. Underwater world. I'm gonna sing and I'm gonna sing.
Good morning from Washington, D.C., and thank you for joining us for the second day of the Global Energy Forum, convened in coordination with Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week. The next 2 days will continue to feature events and discussions on energy and foreign policy issues across the world and the industry. This morning, we start in Southeast Asia with our partners in Singapore, and throughout the day, we will move to the Middle East, Europe, and back to the United States. Of note, we will take a break in our programming and live stream the inauguration of President-elect Joe Biden. We hope you will join us for this historical moment and a fast-thinking analysis directly following. Throughout the rest of the day, we will highlight conversations about the path to net zero, energy access, and innovation. Please stay tuned through the conference app or the Atlantic Council Twitter and YouTube channel. With that, I would like to shift to introduce our first panel of the day, Asia's role in the energy transition. We are pleased to host this discussion with Singapore International Energy Week. The Singapore International Energy Week, organized by the Energy Market Authority of Singapore, is an annual platform for energy professionals, policymakers, and commentators to discuss and share best practices and solutions within the global energy space. CU 2021 will be held from the 25th to the 29th of October at the Marina Bay Sands. We hope you mark your calendar and join us there. Our discussion today will begin with a keynote address from Director General for Electricity, Rita Mulyana, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources from the Republic of Indonesia. Director General, it's my pleasure to welcome you.
Thank you, Ms. Margaret. Thank you for introducing me and allow me to deliver my minister's speech in this event from His Excellency Mr. Arifin Tasrif. And for that, I shall start. Honorable Chairman and Speakers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon from Jakarta, Indonesia. To begin, please allow me to convey my highest appreciation to Atlantic Council and Minister of Energy and Infrastructure of United Arab Emirates for initiating and inviting me in this virtual meeting. It is indeed a great honor for me to be one of the key participants in this forum, and I sincerely hope that we can have an enlightening discussion on the 5th Atlantic Council Global Energy Forum, especially in the session on Asia energy transition to net zero. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, currently Indonesia is still dominated by fossil fuel or fossil energy. The dependence on fossil is one of a great challenge for the government in strengthening national energy security as well as in facing the national economic issues, especially imported energy such as crude oil, LPG, and fuel products. Energy is no longer viewed as a mere commodity, but it has now considered as the driver of economic growth. That is why the government of Indonesia has always been in the best effort to provide energy security to the people, as well as guarantee the availability, the accessibility, affordability, and acceptability. Thus, to assure energy stability and security in the long term, our challenge is to promote renewable energy and energy efficiency as a critical tool. Indonesia is blessed with enormous renewable energy sources. The potential of renewable energy for almost 420 gigawatt is spreading almost all over the area in Indonesia, while the utilization currently is as much as 10 gigawatt or approximately 2.5%. This means that the opportunity is vastly open for potential future developers. On the other hand, within these last 2 years, the realization of installed capacity tend to increase due to the decrease of solar and wind technology cost. We no longer view intermittency as a problem for technology supporting the renewable energy power plant could be a base load or bigger. We need to act and start early to maximize the implementation of renewable energy for the prosperity of the people to fulfill our energy need. We should use less fossil energy and start to use clean energy. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, for environmental measures, Indonesia committed to reduce greenhouse gas emission for 29% from business as usual by 2030 and 41% by conditional mitigation scenario. Renewable energy play an important role not only in combating climate change issues through mitigation action for greenhouse gas emission reduction, but also in encouraging economic recovery, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic, for sustainable economic development. Renewable energy development is the measure needed for undertaking the energy transition to a more sustainable future. The government is now having effort to achieve the renewable energy target of 23% by 25. As for the new share of renewable energy has only reached 11.3% of the total energy mix. In order to ensure the renewable energy target are attainable toward energy transition, the government continues to implement several programs. Among others, number one, increasing renewable energy installed capacity in electricity generation by focusing on solar power plant. Number two, substituting fossil fuel with biofuel for vehicle and industry. Indonesia has been implementing a national mandatory biodiesel or biodiesel for B30. In relation to this biofuel-related initiative, Indonesia is keen to moving forward by starting to develop green refineries to produce a variety of green fuel. Number three, biomass development program. We are preparing co-firing using waste-based pellet in existing coal-fired power plant and refuse derived fuel or RDF utilization. And number four, fossil primary energy conversion, diesel power plant or retiring age of coal-fired power plant shall be replaced by renewable energy power plants. And number five, non-electricity or non-biofuel utilization, such as briquette, agricultural product drying, and biogas. Number six, the acceleration of the battery-based electric motor vehicle program for road transportation. This program could reduce the dependency of on fuel import and increasing local energy use for power generation, especially renewable energy. And the seventh is providing incentive both fiscal and non-fiscal as well as simplifying the licensing process. To maintain the positive investment and business activity in the renewable energy sector, the government of Indonesia is currently preparing a new presidential regulation on renewable business, which incorporates competitive market mechanism and feed-in tariff implementation. The government is also on progress of drafting a grand strategy energy for the development of energy sector to achieve ideal target in terms of energy security, energy mix, emission reduction, and future economic impact. The grand strategy emphasizes the strategy to meet national energy demand, to improve the trade balance, and the developing energy infrastructure. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Asia is considered as the fastest-growing region. Its continued economic growth and rising standard of living saw impact to the increasing energy demand, while generally depend on fossil fuel import. However, during the COVID-19 pandemic, all economic sectors are experiencing tough situation, including energy. As we all have seen within the last month, global demand of energy is decreasing due to the isolation and lockdown. This hard situation we face today should be our momentum to promote energy transition to renewable energy and energy efficiency development. Renewable energy and energy efficiency shall play a key role of post-COVID-19 plan and assure energy security in the long term. A secure supply and assure energy security in the long term. A secure supply and energy and affordable energy access will help the global economic recovery. Asia countries need creating policy to improve and accelerate the energy transition movement, such as providing incentive for renewable energy investment, creating transparent pricing and other regulation that could encourage clean energy development. In this regard, support from other countries. In this regard, support from other countries that have well experience in the field of energy system, policy planning, capacity building, project support, including technical assistance and project finance, will be greatly beneficial in aiding Asia effort to strengthen renewable energy business as well as the economy. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, to implement energy transition is certainly not an easy job, but with commitment, consistency, and cooperation, I do believe that this target is not impossible to achieve. We are looking forward to strengthening partnership with all partner countries to utilize energy transition business opportunity in Indonesia. In the global situation pandemic, this is an excellent time to enhance global partnership among countries and international organizations for integrating cleaner energy transition in economic recovery program. Thank you, Minister of Energy and Environmental Resources Indonesia, Mr. Arifin Tasrif. Back to you, Margaret.
Thank you so much, Director General, for giving that speech on behalf of His Excellency. We do appreciate you joining us today. I think you set the stage for a great panel discussion talking about energy security and cooperation. As you mentioned, Asia is one of the most dynamic and vibrant areas of the world, home to the most populous nations and some of the largest economies. It's also a very diverse region with different energy demand needs. And today I'm delighted to introduce this distinguished panel of experts who have decades of experience in the energy industry, policy, and also finance. First, we have Mr. Allard Nooy, Chief Executive Officer of Infraco Asia Development, Mr. Benny Suryadi, Manager of Power, Fossil Fuels, Alternative Energy and Storage from the ASEAN Center for Energy, Mr. Toyoda Masakazu, Chairman and CEO, Institute of Energy Economics Japan, and Dr. Jai Yongping, Chief of the Energy Sector Group, Sustainable Development and Climate Change Department of the Asia Development Bank. It's my pleasure again to welcome you all to the Global Energy Forum. Before we start, I would just like to remind the audience that they can submit questions through the conference application Socio. I'd like to present the first question to Allard. We were just hearing from Director General about the specific situation in Indonesia, but I'd like to zoom out and ask you, because your company really works across the region and also South and Southeast Asia, could you give us a general overview of the energy situation and maybe perhaps talk about some of the risks to energy supplies and how partners again can work together to mitigate that?
Thank you, Margaret, and thank you for Sue and the Atlantic Council for having me as a panelist. I would like to request the technical support team for hosting the slides. I've got a couple of slides as part of the introductory remarks. Next slide, please. So this is part of the International Energy Week, and as well as the Atlantic Council Cooperation webinar, Asia's role in energy transition. Next slide, please. As the Director General of the Ministry of Energy in Indonesia just said, the ASEAN countries in particular are making great inroads in the development of renewable energy as part of their energy mix. And this slide shows you where those very asset subclasses are basically are being utilized in Indonesia. In Indonesia alone, 11% comes currently out of renewable energy. But they have set themselves very aggressive targets. The majority of that 11% currently comes out of hydro. And the same applies to various other countries across the region, a proportion of renewable energy in the total mix. Not surprisingly, hydro has been around as a technology for over 100 years, whereas solar and wind are more developed in the recent past. In terms of the energy consumption by sector, in Southeast Asia alone, the industry makes up about 40% of total energy consumption. And due to the pandemic and COVID-19, that has actually reduced. Residential consumption makes up about 31% of the total, whereas commercial and the service industry are consuming about 24%. If you look at the left-hand side on this slide, Eastern Asia and Southeast Asia are not doing too bad in comparison to other parts of the world, in particularly in comparison to Europe, and as well as in comparison to Northern America. Next slide, please. The ASEAN countries in particular have set some very aggressive targets for themselves as part of the overall ASEAN agreement to basically increase their total energy generation mix out of renewable energy. Remarkably, Indonesia has set themselves 23% by the year of 2025, whereas Thailand has set themselves an even more aggressive target by 2036, of which 40% will be coming out of the energy generation in terms of renewables. Vietnam has increasingly, over the last few years, with a legislative framework around feed-in tariffs, set themselves targets by 7%, which they've actually outperformed last year in terms of the total energy mix. And the next slide, please, and that's the end of the slides. Coming back to your initial question, Margaret, let me link climate change with the energy situation. Many Asian countries have a high vulnerability to heat waves, flooding, and sea level rise. Unless clear action is taken now to decarbonize our economies, 250 million people will be subject to coastal flooding by 2050. Mitigation of these risks depend very much on nations and businesses immediately starting to pursue decarbonization strategies. Many governments in this part of the world now recognize this. This can be clearly seen in a flurry of recent announcements to reach carbon neutrality, and investors are also increasingly focused on ESG performance, in particular the E as part of the ESG. Recent surveys indicate that around 75% would consider or walk away from investment based on climate risk. So what can Asian markets do to reduce the supply risk? The rising risk to future supply should be a catalyst for change. Power generation and transportation are key sectors. Power in Asia could see 1.5 trillion of investments over the next coming 10 years. Solar and wind will likely make up 2/3 of this. And for this to happen, investment sentiment must continue to swing away from the reliance on low-cost coal towards more sustainable and greener future. The rollout of electrification in the transport sector will also be critical. Electrical vehicles, e-bikes, through the longer term use of green hydrogen in trucking can also help reduce Asia's oil import dependency and will reduce air pollution and carbon emission. So what is required to see this happen? It's a combination of policy, innovation, and investment as far as I'm concerned. Asia needs to become a leader in new technology and not just a follower. Across the energy space, Asia has historically followed trends set elsewhere. Japan was an LNG pioneer, but overall gas penetration remains very low across Asia. Lastly, renewables' current share of Asia's power generation mix, as I highlighted in the previous slides, is still below the world average, but less than half the level in Europe. But countries setting themselves at aggressive targets. To be a leader in decarbonization, Asian governments and companies must achieve first mover advantage in nascent technologies. And we are seeing some steps towards this. Japan and South Korea are working to create future hydrogen societies, and China is aiming to be a world leader in carbon capture, uses, and storage. Rising investments in technologies for green manufacturing and recycling could establish a circular economy in Asia. Thank you.
Thank you very much again for giving us that broad overview. I do appreciate it. And we want to continue that and dive a little bit deeper on some of the things you brought up. So with that, Benny, I'd like to come over to you because I know you were one of the authors of the 6th ASEAN Energy Outlook. And perhaps you could elaborate on where Alderd left off in terms of what it really takes to bring these diverse countries together to agree on certain targets and certain goals. So if you could speak to the diversity of the region and how countries are cooperating and what that process looks like from your end, I think that would be really great for our audience to hear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margaret. Yeah, as a start, for any of you who are not familiar with the 6th ASEAN Energy Outlook, it's an official study by the ASEAN Center for Energy, which was endorsed at the 38th ASEAN Minister on Energy meeting, the highest level of the energy cooperation meeting in the Southeast Asia region, November last year. It was jointly developed with the official and energy expert from all of 10 countries in the region, as this reflect the country's desire to understand the current energy landscape and also to explore different opportunity and possibility as a nation, as well as part of the regional cooperation from today to 2040s. Southeast Asia region, or commonly referred as ASEAN, is home to almost 650 million peoples and have a combined GDP of more than 7 trillion US dollars. The region, which is shift from agriculture sector into industrialization, is becoming one of the global growth driver and important economic force in the world. It's a diverse group, but collectively a growing economic force. Even after accounting for the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the region GDP is still projected to nearly triple by 2040s. Fueling that growth will require significant amount of energy. This will lead to a significant rise in energy demand. Today, I mean, as DG from Indonesia mentioned that Indonesia is relying too heavily on the fossil fuels. Many countries in the region still depend heavily on the fossil fuels for their energy mix, in particular oil, natural gas, and coal. In all scenarios that we were modeled in the Outlook 6, until 2040, fossil fuels continue to provide the majority of the energy mix. So in this context, however, the countries in the region have made a commitment towards sustainable energy, both at national level and regional level, as Ala has already mentioned, on specific countries. Key choice will determine the size and makeup of the ASEAN future energy, because as the energy demand is evolving, policy choice can shape it further. Renewable energy is crucial because it can provide a significant share of electricity, but enabling measures are the key, and the integration and collaboration among the countries is crucial to harness this potential. Energy efficiency is also a tremendous topic focus for ASEAN. We surpassed our previous target and now sets to higher level and create further energy efficiency and conservation efforts. Yes, substantial investment is required and it needs to be covered by every country in the region. But from the finding, we also identified that it will provide multiplier benefit for the region, collectively create a benefit for all the country, be it creating jobs or reduce the social cost of energy. I stop there. Thank you very much, Maggie.
Thanks. You ended on the perfect note to turn it over to Dr. Dai. We've been talking about the fact that the pandemic has impacted finance flows, and a lot of that money is going again towards public health. So from your perspective at ADB, how are you helping drive the clean energy transition across the region and overcome some of these really seemingly insurmountable challenges to again shift away from a kind of path dependency on fossil fuels and create a new path for renewable energy and other low carbon sources?
Yeah, thank you, Margaret, for the question. I'm coming from Asian Development Bank. So first of all, we are a bank that provides financing. Last year in 2020, we provided $4.2 billion to the energy sector. If I look at this 4.2 billion, and about half of which are going to renewable energy. So we are supporting the green, even during the pandemic, we continue to support very strongly renewable energy. Now, the other half, basically, we are supporting transmission distribution system that would integrate the renewable energy. I just mentioned that, we have to make sure that the renewable energy is taken into the grid safely, and they can play a role. Actually, during the pandemic, the renewable energy we have seen in many countries is doing very well. The share of renewable energy has increased in spite of overall decline in the demand. So renewable energy is making a good case in many ways that during the pandemic. So we are very convinced that this should be continued. ADB should continue to support the green recovery along the same lines, because the portfolio I just mentioned actually corresponds to the two challenges the region is facing, as previous speakers have mentioned. One is access, energy access remain an issue. Electrification, we are close to 94% overall in Asia. That's good. But in terms of clean cooking and heating, we're only at the level of 50%. And this is a source of indoor pollution. And sometimes this health impact is actually worse than the COVID-19. The indoor pollution related to the use of traditional fuels in cooking, for cooking and heating in some countries. So when we talk about the recovery, green recovery, we want to make sure that the green recovery is green for sure, but also people focused. We have to make sure that our support in Asia should bring the people's living standard up and using more renewable energy that's clean, but also actually renewable energy is more labor intensive. It can create also jobs. So it's a good combination here. In terms of specific support to in fighting this COVID-19, of course, ADB as a bank overall provided budget support to many Asian countries, but in the energy sector specifically, we provided some financial support to some utilities that are suffering from cash flow problem, because some energy utilities suffered from actually loss of revenue because decline in demand, but also collection of revenue is an issue when the lockdown is in place. So ADB provided some emergency support to some utilities. That's one way. The other one, we have started a pilot experiment, actually a pilot project to make sure that looking at during the pandemic, the air conditioning system will not become a source of transmission, making sure that air conditioning system is safe in hygiene dimension, but also energy efficient. So we launched a pilot project in making sure that the air conditioner is safe and also efficient. And we also started looking at the cold chain, how renewable energy can support the cold chain that is necessary to send the vaccine to remote areas and rural areas. So these are some of the things we are doing during this pandemic. But overall, I think we should remain focused in meeting the dual challenges. One is energy access, particularly for clean cooking, and also for climate mitigation and adaptation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Those were really excellent examples, and I do appreciate you sharing that. And I will come back to you on some of the other finance questions. But first, I would like to go to Toyota-san. We've talked a lot about Southeast Asia and South Asia to a certain extent, and you're here from Tokyo, and Japan is one of the leaders, obviously, with the announcement of Prime Minister Suga for carbon neutrality. So perhaps you could speak about what that means both for Japan and the region. But because we've talked a lot about technology and the need for innovation, perhaps you could also talk about the need for how we could regional partners could cooperate around technology innovation and really drive them to scale and maybe do technology transfer and co-investment or whatever you propose. I would love to hear from you about that as well.
Margaret, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk about Japanese energy policy. It is through Prime Minister Suga declared to aim at carbon neutrality, net carbon neutrality by 2050. Japanese government under Abe government, they used to commit only 80% deduction by 2050. And now Prime Minister Suga declared to make it zero carbon by 2050. It's a very ambitious target. I don't think it's easy to realize, but with every effort of government and industry, I don't think it is impossible. And the question is how we could make it. You know, the METI Ministers Advisory Organ is going on their discussion. I'm a member of that committee. And so far, we have a very rough idea about how we can make it. First, we have to make the best use of existing zero carbon energy, so renewable energy, of which everybody talked about. We have to maximize the use of renewable energy, particularly solar and wind. In addition to that, we try to keep at least the nuclear energy, which is also zero carbon. But we don't think they are sufficient. And so we think you have to think about hydrogen ammonia, particularly from fossil fuel with CCS. Yes, green ammonia, green hydrogen is welcome, but so far it appears to be cheaper. I mean, hydrogen or ammonia from fossil fuel with CCS is cheaper, and the cheaper the better. I think that's the point. And so we have three kinds of zero carbon energy. In addition to renewable energy, nuclear, we have now decarbonized ammonia and hydrogen from fossil fuel. In addition to that, we have to clearly, on the demand side, we have to promote energy conservation, and also with respect to transportation sector, Prime Minister Suga also declared that we have to accelerate electrification, and by 2035, perhaps we have to make all the vehicle only with electrification. Electrification means not only EV, but hydrogen, automobile FCB. And so by that, we try to make our energy system zero carbon, but perhaps for industry, It is not easy. Again, they try to maximum use of hydrogen, but in addition to that, we are trying to develop somehow carbon recycling technology. It's you might not have heard so often, but one good example is CO2 absorbing type of cement. Cement is cement. It emits quite a lot of CO2, but we could reduce the CO2 by reducing the use of cement. But instead of cement, we could use something else, like clean coal, etc., clean coal ash, etc., etc. And also, cement can absorb CO2. And eventually, this could lead to negative emission cement. We are trying to develop such a technology, and so with those new technology developed, we are hoping that we could realize the zero carbon energy system by 2050. And Margaret-san, you pointed out the importance of collaboration, regional collaboration. Yes, Japanese companies have a lot of supply chain in Asia, and we are working together, and we are trying to technology transfer quite a lot, and we believe that we can create, produce zero carbon hydrogen ammonia here in Asia. Indonesia or Brunei, Malaysia, they produce gas quite a lot, and instead of gas, they could produce ammonia or hydrogen and export to Japan. And they have a lot of sites for CCS, and so Japanese industry is also developing the CCS technology, and so we can work together. Gas producing country, gas importing country can now be hydrogen producing country, hydrogen importing country, and also clearly in Asia still coal matters a lot, and coal-fired plant can be more eco-friendly by mixing with zero carbon ammonia, and so it's a co-burning. And so, et cetera, et cetera. We have a lot of new technology, and we can be happy to provide the technology, and we can work together and produce zero carbon energy, and we can import, export, and eventually we could have a more eco-friendly Asia, and particularly Northeast Asia, China, Korea, and Japan. We are trying to decarbonize the whole energy system by mid 21st century, and so hopefully we could enjoy our energy technology transfer to Asia country, and eventually at certain point we are hoping that we could decarbonize Asia. That's what we are thinking. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Toyota-san. And then I do want to kind of turn this question back to our other panelists, because I do think the challenge, as you laid out, is Japan is already a fairly developed country. Your emissions have really plateaued, but the rest of Asia, a lot of the rest of Asia is still dealing with growth, as Benny talked about. So how can some countries that are still heavily reliant on fossil fuels, that don't necessarily have the financial means that Japan might have, really work to decarbonize even some of those heavy industry sectors? Allard, I know you have some examples of renewable energy development that you've worked on. You also can talk about technology and innovation. So I think I would like to start with you and then go to Benny and then Dr. Jai about this, really answering this question. How can we rapidly scale these technologies to make sure that not only Japan can reach carbon neutrality by mid-century, but also other developing countries in the region?
Thank you, Maggie. Well, first and foremost, during the pandemic and the various lockdowns, we at Infraco Asia have faced some challenges in particularly further enlarging our portfolio in the renewables. And this has to do with basically delay in project approvals, mobilization of contractors, and issues around the supply chain. At Infraco Asia, and we are a donor-funded organization through our parent company, PIDG, the Private Infrastructure Development Group. We're operating in 12 countries in South and Southeast Asia. We're currently in 40 plus project joint ventures, but about 60% of our investments are actually in the renewable energy space. This is across various different subsectors. So it's run-of-river hydro, it's solar and wind. While we were in lockdown and in Myanmar specifically, for instance, we had a mini grid under construction in Makwe State. And although factories in China had reopened, the border restrictions and controls were causing delay in delivery of some of those components to site. In the same state, we're actually developing a utility scale wind power project, 260 megawatt, where we have already 5 test towers up and we prove to be commercially viable. If I turn to wind and solar technologies, we've seen a few important developments in the last few years. Solar and potential battery storage have become much cheaper and efficiency has also improved. And with hybrid solutions, in particularly solar and battery, the intermittency has also improved. The other complementary aspect between solar and wind is, and we've proven this in a number of countries in Southeast Asia where we have significant investments in the renewable energy space. The wind usually blows harder in the early morning and later in the evening, and that complements solar, which obviously relies on the sun during the day quite nicely. With regards to wind, let me give you an example. We developed 2 wind power projects, and these were the very first project-financed wind power projects in Sindh province in Pakistan. This is 100 megawatt, so ultimately it was built on 40 towers with 2.5 megawatt installed capacity turbines per tower. Became operational in 2015. If we would do that project today, we would probably install double the capacity per tower, so close to 5 megawatt, and at a much lower cost. And then lastly, in certain countries, renewable energy tariffs are now either on or close to par with thermal power generation, and that provides a great deal of opportunities.
Thank you so much. And again, I want to give Benny and Dr. Jai the chance to follow up here. We did have a question come in from the audience about coal finance, and just following up on the example that you gave, Allard, you're talking about how renewable energy is now essentially cost competitive, and that coal potentially could be a stranded asset in the next decade or so. So if you could start there, Benny, I think that would be an interesting question for our audience. And I know it's one of the biggest challenges your region faces.
Right. Thank you, Maggie. That's yeah, it's a good point. Starting with the coal financing is just to highlight that today's spectrum, that coal is a major part of energy mix, the power mix in many of the countries in the region. And it's most of it, I mean, we still see a young coal. I mean, it's going to be a fleet that will be expected to be there in the next 10 or 20 years ahead. So it's not an easy issue to be addressed by the region with the current situation. So the idea is how to really utilize it effectively on the existing asset that we have. Dr. Zay maybe will be able to address more on the financing issue, but in the context of ASEAN, we are a diverse region. We are 10 countries with its own complexity. The complexity of the situation is further heightening with the need to also achieve multiple policy aims at once on energy and other priorities. And the energy policy choice made by each country will not only determine the sustainability of this country's economy, but also have the implication for the region and for the world. So in addressing this issue, again, that's going to be the innovation. It's expected to be a central element in every area of, for us, in particular, 10 countries in the region are working together, in particular on the energy cooperation, driving this technology issue, the financial issue to support our development. So these two words are highlighted, the cooperation or working together and the innovation. These two words are perfectly translated under our recent regional blueprint document, the latest version that was launched at the ministerial meeting last November. The blueprint that covers the energy cooperation in ASEAN for the period 2021-2025 as part of the ASEAN Economic Community Blueprint. This ASEAN Energy Blueprint highlighting the sub-theme that accelerating the energy transition and strengthening the energy resilience through greater innovation and cooperation. So it frames the energy cooperation agenda through highlighting this innovation. One practical example on this innovation is like on the regional capability to produce a crucial renewable energy technology such as a solar PV. We have Malaysia, we have Thailand, we have Vietnam, we already acknowledged globally in the solar PV component production and assembly. So regional collaboration might enhance this kind of production and innovation. So in turn, it could encourage the development of mechanisms such as others issues on the virtual net energy mentoring or the peer-to-peers. But this innovation will assist ASEAN in embracing renewable technology faster. And on cooperation framework, I think one of it is the regional comprehensive economic partnership, which is just signed, may enhance the low carbon supply chain across the ASEAN countries. Regional capacity building and knowledge transfer through expert sharing will strengthen the research, financial mechanism, the development and innovation on low carbon technology. So this not only will ensure the sustainable development for the region, but will also enhance regional integration. I will stop there. Thank you very much, Margaret.
That's a great answer, and you covered a lot, and thank you for bringing up RCEP. I think that's a very important point. Dr. Jaya, I'd like to come back to you just on the financing of coal question, and also just ask about how ADB views financing of really fossil fuels in general. I know that there's a lot of efforts to create a natural gas market throughout the region, but we're seeing areas of the world like the European Union and European banks start to really look hard at financing of natural gas. What is ADB's perspective, and again, how do you see your role in driving the energy transition away from carbon resources?
Yes, thank you for the question. First of all, ADB has not financed any coal-fired power plant since 2013. So that's the first thing I want to mention. And talking about general, in answering your question, I would like to mention 3 dimensions. The first dimension is a policy dimension in line with the global commitment Paris Accord on climate change, climate mitigation, that would require us to reconsider any investment in coal, in fossil fuels. So there is a policy decision that has to be made. In that context, ADB is currently reviewing our energy policy. Our energy policy, current policy is dated 2009. So after 11 years, we need to update that policy. So a clear policy position would be spelled out during this process by end of this year. Hopefully before COP26, you will see a new version of energy policy that is clearly aligned with Paris Agreement. So that's first level. The second level, there is also a level of economic dimension. When we invest as a bank, when we invest in any project, that we look at the financial viability, economic viability. If we know coal is no longer viable, solar is cheaper, and nobody would actually invest and taking that risk to invest in coal. So the economic dimension is there for us to actually focusing more on renewable energy instead of power plant like coal. This is the second dimension. Then third dimension is the technology. If we don't do coal, what else? I think previous speakers have mentioned a few technology solutions. Mr. Toyota has mentioned some solutions for making coal cleaner or low carbon. So I think that in that sense, that technology is also important. ADB is supporting our member countries in studying the possibility of carbon capture and storage. So that's one way. The other technologies you ask natural gas. To be clear that actually there has been increasing demand toward ADB for financing natural gas project because natural gas is less carbon intensive, clearly 50% less than coal for sure, and natural gas is flexible that can be used to as peaking as base load depending on technologies so that we can support complement renewable energy. And natural gas actually for the moment is cheaper. It's cheap compared to 5-10 years ago. So there's some momentum for natural gas that ADB has supported a number of natural gas projects. That said, I think same principle I have mentioned, policy level and economic dimension has to be applied for natural gas. If in 5-10 years, we foresee that natural gas asset will become stranded, then we'll have, be careful to what extent, in which country we can support or not a natural gas project. So, that's what I want to offer at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And actually, you left us on a great point to go over back to Toyota-san. I'm sure you have quite a few comments based on the conversation, but we also had a question come in from the audience again about how the region can accelerate carbon capture projects and investment. So kind of again, building off of what Dr. Jai just mentioned, and how can you use CCUS in sectors where it's vital? Toyota-san, I know Japan is a leader in CCUS technology, but there are still some challenges in scaling and commercializing the technology. So maybe also in addition to your remarks, you can comment on CCUS.
Well, thank you, Margaret. And I think CCS technology is quite important with respect to hydrocarbon use. In Japan, we are developing the technology and CCS technology, and we try to deploy this technology to other countries, including in Asia. And in Japan, we do not have a very good sites. Sites is limited, but in Asia, there are many, and Australia a lot, and even United States a lot, and Middle East a lot. I think here are a lot of opportunity for us to utilize CCS technology. And then what we can do is the easiest way to produce hydrogen is from gas. And so first, perhaps from gas, we could do, produce hydrogen and ammonia. Why ammonia? It's easy to transport. And it's one way of carrier of hydrogen. And so we produce hydrogen and ammonia with CCS and then zero carbon hydrogen, and ammonia will be there. I think in Asia, in Indonesia, in Malaysia, in Brunei, there are quite a lot. And we have been working very closely with Brunei government, and we are trying to import zero carbon ammonia or hydrogen. And so in Asia, we could utilize this technology. I think Benny-san is right, and Zai-san is right. Technology matters, innovation matters, and even with respect to coal-fired plant, we could make it zero carbon. 3 steps approach. One, we have to improve the most efficient coal-fired plant, and at least better than ultra supercritical. And perhaps finance can be allowed only for those very efficient coal-fired plant. And then we could co-burn with ammonia. This is the second step. And so already 20% co-burning with ammonia is easy, and we could increase the share of ammonia. And if you could mix with 50% ammonia, zero carbon ammonia, then the emission from coal-fired plant is almost the same as gas-fired plant. And then the rest, the third step is we could take out CO2. We could utilize CO2 as a mineral or resources. And so this is what Japan is trying to develop this technology, and we could share this technology with Asian countries. If renewable energy is sufficient, if 100% renewable energy is possible, that's fine. But in Asia, unfortunately, solar is okay, but wind power is quite limited. And so I think, depending on a region, depending on a country's endowment of renewable energy differs. And so if we could utilize CCS technology as a sort of game changer, we could decarbonize the whole hydrocarbon, and then I think Asian countries can enjoy zero carbon society eventually. But that's what we can see.
I see.
Thank you
very much, Toyota-san, and I think you gave a very satisfactory answer to our audience's question. Benny, I'm going to give you the last question here, and I'm going to take the moderator's privilege in asking, because it's Inauguration Day here in the United States. We have a new Biden-Harris administration coming in. What are you expecting from them in terms of cooperation around energy in the ASEAN region? And if anyone else wants to comment, please do. But Benny, we can start with you. We're at only a few minutes, so you have to keep it short, please.
Right. Thank you very much, Margaret. With ASEAN, we just launched the updated work plan that we have to shaping the energy cooperation for ASEAN 2021 to 2025. This 5 years cooperation is not only really addressing the issue for the next 5 years, but also shaping the directive for the ASEAN, for the region until futures. And then what happened in ASEAN, as mentioned earlier, it's not only impacting the ASEAN, but it's also a global context. And to do this is with all the situation that we have, we look for the collaboration and support from all of the partners that we have, including US as one of the strong partners that we have on energy cooperation in ASEAN in various sectors. So we have a solid collaboration with US under our ASEAN-US framework collaboration. And when we look forward to escalate it, to move it faster than before, then we will be able to address the problem that we have today for the better futures. I'll stop that. Thank you, Margaret.
Thank you very much for ending us on that note. Unfortunately, we are out of time. I know we could continue for another hour, but I do want to say again a big thank you to Director General Miliana and all of the panelists here for this enlightening discussion. Really, thank you. And as I said earlier, the Atlantic Council is thrilled to work with our colleagues in Singapore, and we look forward to partnering again this fall during Singapore International Energy Week in October. We do hope you all will join us again later this year. Now it's my pleasure to turn over to Etna Traynor. She's the managing director at eTrainer Media, and she's joining us from our studio in the UAE. She's going to be anchoring our programs throughout this morning on Eastern Standard Time, and she's going to pick up where we left off on this conversation on the energy transition by focusing first on corporate net zero targets and how to make them a reality. Etna, welcome, and over to you.
Thank you so, Margaret. Thank you so much. And that was a fascinating opening there, talking about Asia and seeing what's going on there. Of course, so much focus on Asia in terms of what's happening now, what needs to happen, and the plans for the future. So well done. That was really, really interesting. So thank you so much. And we're going to now look directly and see what's going on here on the net zero pledges from vision to reality. We have a lot to cover here. Of course, when we look back on 2020, we really, this session, net zero pledges from vision to reality. Let me introduce to you our esteemed panel. We have a diverse panel who can really put it into perspective exactly what has been done for the last while. So quickly, I'd like to introduce to you from Repsol, we have the Deputy CEO and Executive MD of Energy Transition, Sustainability and Technology. Louis Cabra joins us now. Louis, thank you so much for being with us. From Siemens Energy, we have Tim Holt. He is a member of the Executive Board and Labour Director. So it's lovely to have you with us, Tim. From the Deputy Commission for International Affairs from the Agency of Natural Resources and Energy from the Ministry of Economy in Japan, we have Shinichi Kihara. So lovely to see you too. It's great to have you on board and see what's going on in Japan. John Pearson joins us from Petrofac. He is the Chief Operating Officer and Chief Corporate Development Officer. And we also have Andreas Scherenbeck from Uniper, the CEO. So Andreas, great to see you as well. So we have everybody on board. I'm delighted to have you back. Let me start, if I would, with you, Louis. And when we look at the pledge that Repsol has put in place, and this was a pledge you put in place back in 2019, really your commitment to net zero by 2050. Talk to us a little bit more about, and indeed, how do you build on that credibility when we look at the long-term goal, and what are you going to do to make sure that you get there?
Thank you, Edna. It's a very good question, because 2050 is far in time. So a long-term pledge needs to be built on something which is in between, and how you are going to do it. So basically what we have done in a very practical terms is to put a decarbonization pathway towards the net zero with interim targets. So we have targets specific for 2025, 2030, 2040, moving ahead towards the net zero. Again, it's difficult for the stakeholder to understand what decarbonization means. If I say by 2030 is going to be 25% decarbonization, I need to explain how we are going to do that in terms of business strategy, business decisions. So what we do is to engage very clearly with our stakeholders and explain to them how we are going to proceed. And the levers we have are a direct results of our vision of the future of energy. So electrification with renewables will be a driver for decarbonization. Second, we are convinced that low carbon liquids and gases, fuels, will be there also to complete the scene, and also that we are going to need carbon capture, use and storage, because it's not going to be enough. There will be always residual emissions that need to be captured from the point of emission or the atmosphere. So we have set specific targets within our energy portfolio, starting from oil and gas and moving towards building something like 15 gigawatts of electricity generation in 2030 in our portfolio, wind and solar. We are going to triple our production of biofuels. We are going to have more than 1 gigawatt of hydrogen production for use at our refineries, integrating renewable hydrogen with biofuels with our conventional fuels. And we are going to deploy carbon capture and storage in our projects. The first one will be in Indonesia. So definitely a very clear target, very clearly expressed, and very transparently communicated to our stakeholders. Maybe that could be my first point of introduction, and I would be happy to detail a little bit more as we speak.
Absolutely, thank you, Luis. And some very ambitious plans in place there, but already, as I said before, we're beginning to see some great action happening, and Repsol leading the way there. Thank you so much. We will indeed come back to talk to many of those, and perhaps you can share some examples in terms of how they're working with us. Tim, if I can come to you, and when we look at the energy transition that without a doubt is underway, but also it's not going to happen overnight. So talk to us about getting to those net zero goals, but also perhaps the concept that I think the general population also needs to understand, that when we talk about the energy transition, that is very much what it is. This is, we're going to be doing this for probably a while, and what needs to be done step by step.
Yeah, thank you, Edna. I mean, you're right. It's certainly something that we really also track closely. We see a lot of, net zero pledges from companies and, our customers. So it's important to see where the strategy of our customers goes. We have to products and solutions. And but we also look at it because we cannot shift overnight. This is really, as you said, step by step. And, it's going to be a gradual process. And why is it that way? I think, we really have to look at every region, every company differently, because there's a different starting point. And the way we look at it, we classified also what we call regional archetypes, because they face different challenges. They are the, energy hungry region, India, Brazil, China, comes to mind, where it's really all about, satisfying growing energy demand, energy must be available. We have low carbon leaders. I think, Germany, UK, you're really good, where it's all about, sustainable energy. So that's really the main focus. We get energy exporters. Russia comes in, where it's really about using the resources. And then we have very traditional companies, Poland, Mexico, where it's all about, affordable energy. So it shows you a bit the mix and what we're facing in terms of providing the right products and solutions. So it's all about, how do we go and find tailored solution and do it step by step. It can range from modernizing infrastructure. We take existing assets and improve the efficiency, reduce CO2, not completely eliminate it, but reduce. So that's one, but also then, use interim solutions to get there. Hybrid plants comes to mind. We still use fossil fuels, but you couple it with battery storage, for example, and then you go all the way to, CO-free to, energy production, use renewables, and so on. So as you can see, it's a bit a mix how we do it. But I think, for us, it's important we push the innovation on all these fronts and not just one, because, the challenges everybody faces is a bit different starting point. And, when we look at it, it's not just, energy generation, it's mobility, it's the industrial sectors. And then it really comes to, we have to look at sector coupling. How do all the sectors interact with each other? And that's probably a topic we're also going to talk about in this panel.
Indeed, and there is, it's a very complex discussion. The discussion is complex, but for you, the actual operators who are rolling this out, I mean, you have so many moving parts and so much dynamism to actually keep on track of all the time. And I know with Siemens really looking at different regions, and you have some great plans in place, but we'll talk a little bit more about that. Thank you so much. Let's move over to, and we just heard there at the opening session about what's been going on in Asia. And I'm really delighted now, of course, Shinichi Kihara joins me now here too, and talking about particularly what's happening in Japan. I know it's a bit of a wide question, but when we look at the, the Agency for Natural Resources, it sits within the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, where it needs to sit, obviously, because it's feeding out to not just consumers, but actually keeping the economy going. But how will the government of Japan actually achieve the net zero targets?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Trenna. And hello, everybody. I'm very happy to participate in this Global Energy Forum. And I thank UAE government and the Atlantic Council. Yes, talking about the carbon neutral. Yes, I agree to what my colleague just has said. Different country has different strategy because they have different condition. So today, more than 120 countries have made pledges towards carbon neutral by mid-century. And I'll simply explain about the case of Japan. In Japan, the carbon neutral by 2050 is the highest priority policy of the Prime Minister Suga's administration now. And since the announcement in October, there's a bipartisan support from the politicians. And surprisingly, all industry sectors are supporting the direction. And why is that? First, the carbon neutral goal is revolutionary change of approach in Japanese energy/environment policy. This is a move from a classical bottom-up or incremental approach to backcast approach. Under the bottom-up approach, policymakers and industries tend to make conservative steps and decisions. On the contrary, under backcast approach, with clear and ambitious long-term goal, everybody needs to make big jump to fill the gap. So you need technology innovation and unconventional policies and business models to make it happen. And second, the carbon neutral goal is not understood as the enemy to economy. It is Japan's new growth strategy. Carbon neutrality will lead to future corporate profits, creating a positive cycle of the economic growth and environmental protection. So as this session's title says, we are now refining the statement into actions in Japan. In December, very recently, our ministry launched the extensive green growth strategy. The strategy highlights 14 key technologies in energy, transport, and manufacturing, home and office. For example, hydrogen, storage battery, offshore wind, carbon recycle, and ammonia fuel, and others. So for each sector, the strategy specifies the current status, challenges, and future actions. So the strategy also includes support measures, including 2 trillion yen Green Innovation Fund, taxation, regulation, and standardization, mobilizing private finance in order to facilitate entities that make challenges towards ambitious targets. So Japan is now ready to move the vision into reality, and I'm very happy to discuss further in this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I love what you say there too, talking about unconventional business models. And I think not just in the private sector do we need to see that actually, but it's great to hear that coming from government as well, that they're actually looking wider and looking outside, you know, what sometimes can be rather maybe blinkered approach to this. So that's very, very encouraging to hear. Thank you so much. And of course, we will come back more on that. John Pearson from Petrofac, let's have a look at what's making a lot of this possible too. And it really, I would think, is the implementation and I suppose the acceleration of digitalization. This really has made a lot of difference, but also not just in terms of net zero, but I think in terms, talk to us about efficiency, because I think, you know, you talk about how efficiency has made such a big difference in this too. John.
Thanks, Etna. And look, I speak as a humble Scots engineer who likes a simple plan and keeping life straightforward. I'm very encouraged that all three previous speakers have stressed the need for a practical plan, because you don't get from where you are to where you want to be without a plan that's got tangible steps in it. And I echo that absolutely. And in that plan, you know, one of the most immediate things that we can all do is address efficiency. You know, like all the other companies, we're working on CCUS, on hydrogen, solar, even direct air capture. But in chronology, one thing that we must all not forget about is efficiency. And digital has revolutionized everything else so much that it would be amazing if digital didn't have a huge part to play in this. And in our experience, it does. And we haven't got time or space to go into all the ways that can touch the things that we all do. But with this lens of efficiency, and I would remember back to the early days where people used to have to explain that good safety is good business, I would echo that net zero and energy efficiency is also good business. This is not just a cost. It is a phenomenal opportunity for all of us, and it's a net positive as well as a net zero. So, you know, one little example of that, my own business, we're a
an energy supply contractor and a producer in small part. We've turned our business around in the last couple of years based on digital. You look at how you live your own life, we recognized that we had a massive thing that we could gain in our business context. One little example, we've been working with others on predictive analytics. It's not new news, but it's very powerful. And we have the ability now to look at plant and tell what's going to break before it breaks, which funnily enough is a much cheaper, more efficient way of sorting out that outage. And in a net zero context, we can do the same thing. We can analyze consumption patterns. We can look at where we use more, perhaps leak more, where we're less than efficient, and we can predict those things ahead of them happening, which is, you know, it's better for safety, it's better for efficiency, it costs less, and it's maybe not the largest overall contribution, but it's a very immediate and very tangible step along this road. And I think we as a closing thought, Edna, before I pass back, we all need to authentically bridge the rhetoric gap with our staff. We need to show them tangible, practical actions that, whilst I'm sure they believe we're working on the medium and longer term, I think they find it very, very engaging to be involved with and see practical near-term action. And we found that some of these efficiency and emissions reduction type measures fit very neatly into that category. Thank you.
And I know that's something you're very passionate about, and we'll come back and we'll talk about that specifically, because it is something that I think all of the companies, you have to have that buy-in from everybody. It's not just about leading from the top. It really is about getting everybody in place. We'll come back on that one for sure. Andreas, talk to me about, you know, when we look at any company, any hydrocarbon company, and when we look at the motivation, I suppose, in terms of making sure that you're looking at putting those objectives in place. And I know you put some net zero objectives in place last year too. Talk to me about that motivation. Is it just because it's, you know, the right thing to do? Is it good business? Give me a feel for what the motivation is.
Yeah, thanks, Edna, for the question. I think Uniper is a kind of special case in that meaning, because yes, we have roots which are going down nearly 100 years, being an energy business, trading and generation of energy. On the other hand, Uniper is a rather young company. It was created 2016 as a spun-off from a big German future, high carbon, into one company and set it free and put it on the stock exchange. So actually we got two choices: to accept that we're looking at a deteriorating business and we are going out of business over time, or we accept our fate to create our own strategy and use what we have to steer it, to run our business and accept the environment, which means we have to go for decarbonization. And actually, after we accepted that, we found out that actually we are not so bad positioned to run a decarbonization strategy. We closed all plants. We focused on stepping out of lignite. We have a plan to step out of hard coal. We are switching to gas, LNG, and natural gas. And we're looking how to decarbonize that further with our partners like Siemens Energy and GE, what we can do with our assets going into the future. Of course, this is not only a technical thing, it has to be run as a business. We have to create profits. We have to have a sustainable business model, which helps from one side. On the other hand, if you're switching off, you have to switch something on. And of course, I think that what John already mentioned, we have to look at our people as well. Traditionally, if you started your career in a generation station, coal-fired, normally you would retire as a worker before the station was retired. This is now changing. So we have a couple of thousand people which are affected by that, and we have to show them what is the way forward, what we are doing with these assets, how we continue to show them a future, how we maintain that. And that was actually the reason we put up a plan which is tangible, which you can achieve, where you can say, yes, it's a stretch, there's something where we wish for at the end, but it's a kind of stepwise approach year by year, what we are doing. It's digestible, it's acceptable, and it creates a path for a sustainable future. And I think that has worked out for us very well.
Thank you so much. Indeed, it is. It's about having that plan in place, and I think all of you have certainly done that. One area I'd like to talk about, and Louise, if you could perhaps kick this off, and I know many of you will have something to say about this too, is the introduction to hydrogen. And will hydrogen be, part of will it ultimately be the solution? It's certainly something everybody is talking about. Many people are working on it at the moment. And you talked about, using hydrogen at the refineries, Louise. Bring us up to date in terms of how you're, finding that shift that maybe will happen. And again, the different types of hydrogen that are there. Ultimately, we're all looking for green hydrogen, I guess, but we have to do that transition in the meantime. What do you think?
Well, definitely hydrogen will be one of the drivers of decarbonization, but we have an open view about the bunch of technologies, the bunch of levers that we are going to use to decarbonize. So we see hydrogen as one of them, together with electric vehicle, with decarbonization of our, let's say, oil and gas through carbon capture. Specifically to hydrogen, what we see, and always there is always a balance between short-term and long-term. The long-term view of hydrogen is very promising, and we may think on fuel cells, wide distribution of hydrogen, new infrastructure, etc. This is going to be long-term. But if we want hydrogen to be happening in the short term, we need to see which are today's uses of hydrogen that is produced from natural gas with carbon emissions, and how you can substitute that. The perfect example to us for our portfolio is the refineries. The refineries are one of the highest hydrogen consumers in the industrial sector. So we are substituting progressively the hydrogen obtained from natural gas from hydrogen obtained from renewable energy. And this hydrogen will be straightly incorporated into our liquid fuels. So you don't need new infrastructure, you don't need new car technologies, and from day one, you can be decarbonizing. There is always a balance between short-term objectives and long-term, and I believe the right balance is making use of technologies to address both short and long.
Now, Tim, there's obviously you're doing some work and doing some very practical work. And even here in Abu Dhabi, congratulations for Siemens on the work that's been done in hydrogen. So very, very exciting plans in place to, you have a long history at the company. And when we look at, I suppose, the evolution over the years, particularly in energy, where do you see hydrogen positioned for Siemens?
Yeah, thank you. And it's interesting, like, nowadays, I mean, it always feels you open a mainstream newspaper, there's always an article on hydrogen on it. So, and, if I look back a year and a half ago, when we looked at our portfolio, hydrogen was more towards the, corporate research for us that have been long in the energy industry. Well, you always talked about hydrogen, but it was more, covered by, the research. This has really changed over the last, 12, 18 months. It's accelerating. It's on the forefront. And I think now it's really all about how do we get it up to an industrial scale, right? It's a lot of pilots. You mentioned the MOU we signed in UAE. There's a second one. It's really about establishing, a hydrogen economy in the UAE. We signed a similar agreement down in Chile together with Porsche, where we use wind power to produce hydrogen to then convert the hydrogen into, syn fuels, to power cars. So, a lot of collaboration going on, but it's really now about, I mean, you can do so many pilots, but at one point you need to scale it up. The industry, the technology is there. The cost equation isn't completely there. And I think we all have to work on this to, get it up to an industrial scale, find the application that are, economically feasible, and then really scale it up. So, we see a very bright future. It reminds me a bit about, wind in the early stages, PV in the early stages, where you go from, it's a long shot to accelerating quickly. And I find that really exciting, but it's, quite a bit of road ahead until we see this full hydrogen economy, throughout the value chains.
Exactly. I think that's where it does sound like we are at the minute in it. It's the, the buzz around it, but it now is about actually making that a reality and making sure that the investment is there. And indeed, people like yourself and companies like yours really taking that extra leap, so to speak, and actually doing something. And, we'll be very excited. Everybody will be watching to see how this works, because once it gets moving, I think then that momentum is created and really there is no stopping for it. Shinichi, talk to us in terms of what's happening in Japan and how you look at hydrogen technology in terms of the, the carbon neutrality goals of the country.
Yes, thank you. From policy point of view, the hydrogen is also very hot very recently. And Japan has taken lead to develop hydrogen society as key technology towards carbon neutrality. Our government launched the basic hydrogen strategy back in 2017. That was when people were less interested yet then, but following our roadmap, many countries, including US, EU, France, Germany, many countries now launch their roadmaps, and many others are following now. So I can say the world is getting into full swing of hydrogen society. The challenges are on demand side, scaling up the hydrogen use in mobility, industry, and power generation, but also developing hydrogen supply chain is very important. Here I highlight two technologies that Japan is leading and will play a crucial role in the future global hydrogen society. The first one is Japan aims to build stable and affordable global hydrogen supply chain towards 2030. Producing hydrogen domestically through renewable power plus electrolysis is not enough to meet massive power demand in Japan and perhaps in other countries as well. So we intend to import large amount of hydrogen from overseas. The world's first liquefied hydrogen carrier ship will start transportation test of liquefied hydrogen from Australia to Japan early this year. The hydrogen will be produced from lignite, and the CO2 will be injected in CCS facility in Australia. So we take out hydrogen and leave the CO2 in the upstream. And in Japan, we do not differentiate green hydrogen or blue hydrogen. They are all important. Hydrogen is clean, no color. Hydrogen from natural gas or coal with CCS will be key technology that will transform fossil fuel producer into hydrogen producer. And the challenge is the cost, just like we rightly said by my previous speakers. By scaling up hydrogen supply to 300,000 tons in case of Japan, we aim to reduce the cost to $3 per kilogram, 1/3 from today. And that makes the hydrogen competitive towards the gas power plant. And second technology, I introduce hydrogen thermal power generation because it will be the game changer in terms of the volume of CO2 abatement. In Netherlands, the Mitsubishi Power will provide 440 megawatt gas turbine for hydrogen power generation, aiming to realize the world's first 100% hydrogen thermal power generation by 2025. Single full hydrogen plant of this size can create a hydrogen demand equivalent to 400,000 fuel cell vehicles, or the heat demand of 200,000 homes, and might therefore provide an opportunity to create a hub for other potential hydrogen users. Once the technology challenge and the cost issue is overcome by scale merit, we will have wonderful option of carbon-free thermal plant. It's thermal plant, but carbon-free. This is a very attractive option for achieving energy security and in environmentally friendly manner. So these are the things, what's happening in Japan and we are promoting right now. Thank you very much.
And indeed, so much happening there, and great to hear again about that liquefied hydrogen coming from, Australia to Japan, and the elements too, as you say, making it cost competitive, absolutely essential. Andreas, when we look at what Uniper is doing, stepping out of coal, the natural gas decarbonization, and again, making sure that hydrogen is part of that mix. I suppose this is all part and parcel of that energy transition whereby companies really have to be looking at what suits best when, and making sure the transition happens at the right time. Talk to me about what you're doing when it comes to hydrogen.
Well, actually, hydrogen is not completely new for us. Interestingly, we looked already 2012 in Germany in hydrolysis, and we're producing the first hydrogen with a scale of more than 1 megawatt. It was at this time kind of revolutionary. 2015, we started with artificial methanization on that side. So actually, we know the mechanics very well. And that's why we, of course, betting strongly on hydrogen as well. I think if you're looking at decarbonization, which is the ultimate question, it can only happen with more electrical energy, with electrification, and hydrogen. For the remaining processes, you cannot decarbonize with electricity. Our assets from a coal point of view cannot be converted, but our gas assets, as we have checked, can at least take partly hydrogen or 100% hydrogen. And that's why we're looking with our partners, what can we do to really do that transition. On the other hand, I can only enforce what Tim said and Shinichi said. From Tim's side, the costs have to come down. The whole thing will only work if we are getting the cost down from the economics because they are too high at the moment. And I really appreciate what Shinichi said, that in Japan, hydrogen doesn't have any color. This is in other parts of the world a little bit different. We have a highly emotional discussion about the colors of hydrogen. And if you ask me, emotionally, I think we're adding every couple of weeks a new color, which is probably not helpful, because I really appreciate what Shinichi said. Hydrogen is hydrogen. It is CO2 free as long as it's produced without CO2. And it doesn't matter if it's come from natural gas, from LNG, from lignite, from coal, or whatever. We just have to make sure that the CO2 impact with the generation is definitely low enough that it makes sense. Because actually we have a kind of chicken and egg problem. We have too high costs, we have low demand, which is normally translating into high production costs. On the other hand, with high production costs, we don't get demand. So we have to find the right regulations, the right framework to actually do both, bringing the cost down and rating the demand, that we can transportation and production cost into a balance to really ramp it up. And then we can discuss later in 2030 or 40 about the right color of hydrogen or what is the most efficient production of hydrogen. I think we have not the luxury to wait and having probably too much ideological discussions. We should look at the ultimate goal and focus on what we want to achieve.
Well, and I welcome this very realistic discussion too, because I think I've probably spent too many conversations at conferences deciding and talking to people about what color hydrogen should be and the focus on one or the other. And as you say, sometimes that's absolutely delaying what we can do, whereby, yes, get on with it and create the hydrogen that we can do right now, and it will probably find its natural position. It will emerge. So I enjoy that. Thank you so much for raising those points to both to you and Shinichi as well. Thank you very much for that. John, when we look at meeting the net zero targets, I mean, are we looking in the short term at, I suppose, a combination of different fuels? That transition is going to happen when it happens, but one or the other at the moment is probably not the chosen way. Is it just a matter of just taking time to evolve and see what works best?
Yes, is a short answer, but this is a transition. People always seem to forget it's an energy transition. And in our zeal for the new, we kind of sometimes focus on the end state and fail to recognize what we need to do in the meantime and how it's going to be delivered. And hydrogen is a great example. I was nodding strongly to both Tim and Andreas's comments there that we kind of know the path. We've all done grey for years. And if you told me a couple of years ago that this was going to sneak out of the laboratory and into the mainstream quite as fast as it did, I probably would have disagreed with you. And I would have argued with you if you would tell me that I would be working on both blue hydrogen with CCUS and green hydrogen with solar. I just wouldn't have kind of believed you. But to your point, we need to transition in a managed way from where we are to where we want to be. And that needs, and maybe it's a point that might lead us somewhere else, that needs a coordination between industry and government and policy. And if you look at the UK as just one example just now, and it's great to hear that lots of other governments are absolutely on this case equally, if not more. You deliver policy objectives through real projects. To get real projects done, companies like those on the call have to be able to take an investment decision. To take that investment decision, you need an investable project, which needs a range of things. It needs costs to come down, but in the meantime, it needs an element of policy support or certainty to get these jobs moving. And each of our technology chains and streams, they're all the same. Hydrogen is, do we know everything about the outer ends of green hydrogen? Not yet. Is that what is holding us back from negotiating the transition? No, it's not actually. It is this matter of giving FID confidence to those who have to put their money in at scale that we will have a business model that will deliver. And I'm a supply chain company rather than more of an energy company. We are massively encouraged by the whole transition. It's not a threat, it's a huge opportunity, as previous speakers have said. My one worry in all of this is that the downtick of the conventional oil and gas market doesn't match the uptick of the new energy market, because we do not have enough policy certainty to fill the gap. And for nation states, governments, supply chain, we need to make sure that we look after the engineering competence of our workers and redeploy them rapidly at scale on hydrogen and CCUS, which I believe will be on the earlier end of that transition curve. But that only happens if we have investable projects, which is probably obvious, but I thought I would restate it.
Indeed, yes. And I think that's what we need to be seeing around the world. And this brings me, Tim, if I may bring you in here. When we look at, different regional variations too, and I know it's one thing that I've spoken with many of your colleagues here with Siemens Energy as well, in terms of that concept of the way you roll out projects, the regionalization in many ways. There's a need, you would say, for more of a tailored solution. It has to be modernization of existing infrastructure in one sense, but also focusing on innovations. What do you decide? How do you decide it? And how do you look around the world in terms of how you actually choose the next projects and what to do?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I mean, of course, there's always, you look at the number of projects, and since we have a balanced portfolio, it's important that we also look at how can we help the transition on the existing asset base. I mean, if you look, 1/6 of the global, energy generation is done with our equipment. And a lot of customers like Andreas, they build a plan with a lifetime of 40 years, and that's how their, economic equation is. So how do we keep that plant, economic, but also, help reduce, the emissions, the CO2. So that's really when we look at it, what can we offer? I mean, is it, upgrades that reduce it, extend it until end of life, or until it's no longer feasible to operate the plant? Renewable will play a huge role, but it's intermittent, right? We need the backup. And how do we have really sustainable backup solutions? We talked, about burning hydrogen in gas turbines. It's possible now, but I mean, it's, up to 60% large scale. We gradually have with technology to go up to that 100% and, on existing older technologies. So for us, it's all about the balance. And, we spend about €1 billion each year on R&D. And what we have seen now in the last year and also this year's, R&D allocation process, a lot more is shifting to providing those solutions, both on the innovation front for new installed capacity, but also more and more shifting into helping existing plants and looking at also solutions. How do we modify plants to get there? And it's, as we said in the beginning, step by step, we want to make the big steps and see what's feasible, but it has to be, also on the technology front, has to be feasible. And, that's part of the equation, how we look at it and how we drive it.
Luis, when we look at, what Tim is talking about there in terms of R&D allocation, and indeed for you, maybe capital allocation, looking at the metrics around this entire focus, the reduction of carbon intensity, something that I know if you read about Repsol, this is a phrase that comes up time and time again here. But how do you actually make sense of it in terms of the metrics and objectives and, explain this to the wider publics?
Well, this is at the center of a public debate and debate with stakeholders and with investors today, how we measure decarbonization, how we measure the reduction of CO2 emission. There are a lot of groups now working on methodologies on doing that. But what we need to be clear is that first we need relevant metrics that represents how your company, in our case, Repsol, is moving from, let's say, a certain level of carbon emissions to a new level, lower of carbon emissions. There is difficult to set a single methodology that applies for everyone. So we may recognize some differences. What is important is that we explain very clearly and translate into simple messages what we are doing and what is the impact on the carbon emissions. Other story is that investors need to compare the relative merits of one company versus the other. And we may agree on methodologies that, okay, under a certain metrics, we may compare one company versus the other, but certain companies may decide to apply their own metrics in order to decarbonize. Just putting an example, because this is very theoretical, we measure the carbon intensity, which is the emissions of CO2 per unit of energy that we put available to society, and we incorporate all the emissions that are associated to the use of our products. But we say, okay, which are our products? Our products are the ones that are obtained from our primary energy, oil and gas that today we produce. This is our methodology. Others measure in a different way. But first, comparability is important. We need to provide information for whoever wants to compare under any metric they can do it. So transparency, good reporting, and explaining the metrics you are using and which is the contribution to decarbonization. So I believe that in this way, we are finding a very good element of dialogue with our ESG investors. Repsol has some 35% of investors that declare themselves as ESG driven. And I believe that they feel comfortable with our approach.
We have a few questions coming in from our audience. Thank you so much. And we still have about 16 minutes left. So continue to get some of those questions in. Andreas, if I can, we have a few questions, quite a few following up on hydrogen. So one here for you in terms of talk, lots of talk about hydrogen. It's an obvious option for the net zero equation because of its applicability to oil and gas, but isn't there some risk to be had by placing maybe too much of a bet on it? And what about, and we have talked about some of this other areas like energy efficiency, yes, this has been addressed, and CCUS. What does a balanced, de-risked net zero portfolio actually look like? Andreas, can you take that one?
I think it's a rather complicated question because we all strive for having a de-risking portfolio and being net zero. And I think it's not the intention to doing that or not to doing that. That is out of question. We all want to do it. The question is how fast we are doing it and how we are balancing income and profits, let's name it, and our strive for sustainability, because we have shareholders, we have environment, we have stakeholders, we have employees, and of course we have to afford to finance that transition because it's not coming for free. Otherwise, it would be a no-brainer. So for us, I think it's really the task to really balance it, showing a way which is sellable, which is explainable. As Louis explained it, we have shareholders as well, which are looking at ESG targets and how we do that. And I think it has to be a credible way. Giving out a task to be CO2 neutral in 2060 or 50 or 70 is probably okay, but nobody can grasp it. We cannot grasp it. I will probably not remember what I have said in 2021 if you ask me in 2050. And having tangible steps you can measure some stretch following up, which are able to communicate to the share market, to the shareholders, to the employees, to the society, and being credible in that. And on the other hand, showing as well the complexity and the gigantic task what we are doing, I think that's the right way. Just to remind you, Germany is importing at the moment 70% of the primary energy. I think we don't have enough wind and sun in Germany to be self-sufficient. And if we are closing the lignite mines, it will be 83% what we are importing. And then, of course, the question is how we want to do that. And I think there's too much misperception about how much energy we are using it, how we can change it, what is possible and which amount of time and what is not possible.
John, I see you agreeing here. Do you want to come in on this topic? Do you want to weigh in on it for us?
Yeah, in small part. You know, they say the journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. And on the topic of KPIs and monitoring, I strongly agree with the previous speakers who said, look, the thing for me, number one, genuinely commit to the transition. Number two, figure out how you're going to measure yourself. There's 10 different ways. Different companies have different shapes, and there's different, you know, applicabilities of metrics, but genuinely measure yourself with the absolute intent of getting better. And then just start doing things, you know. Again, apologies for keeping this at the simple end, but
no, but this is what we need, I think, sometimes. Yeah, we overthink it, I think, sometimes. We get caught up in, you know, the complexity that sometimes we just think is there, but it's about making that first step, yes.
Yeah, and, you know, when we've been at this in 20 years, maybe we'll be getting really finessed decisions about the relativity of green hydrogen versus direct air capture or something. But right now, there's so much that we can go after. Our own strategy work has indicated, as everyone knows, that there's a maturity profile for each of these technologies. There is no one that you can bet the ranch on that's going to be dominant, because it's an energy mix that, you know, applies differently to different countries, companies, situations. You need to do it all in different proportions, and you need to have the flexibility and willingness to do that. And it's clear, you know, back to where I started, there are 101 things we could be doing now as a society more than we are, and I would focus on those rather than, you know, an end state technology mix in 2050, which I hope to be well retired by then.
And it's so true. I don't think we have the luxury of, you know, sitting around talking about it for much longer. There is, I think, an urgency that we really have to do a lot, because we have to actually make sure that we reach those objections and we reach those targets. And I think we probably, the time for talking is over. Take those steps and do it. Also, Shinichi, I have a follow-up question for you, particularly here, in terms of, as much of the potential is really in the industrial scale decarbonization. You know, how will a country like Japan best support hydrogen's growth from that fantastic energy alternative to a transformative decarbonization solution? So, and again, I think, you know, in terms of your Ministry of Economy, Trade, Industry, to, you know, we look at, you know, the industrial scale decarbonization that actually has to happen.
Yes. Yes, the scaling up and introducing this the decarbonization in big scale is very important. But the thing is that I think people talked about, previous speakers talked about step-by-step approach, and we think realistic energy transition is very important. When we talk about these policies, there's a hard debate between these realistic transition versus leapfrog, jump to the best technology. But just like Tim said in the previous talk about step-by-step, yes, there is realistic approach. And this is particularly important, of course, for Japan, but in case of developing countries, this approach is very important. Most developing countries, okay, we can go for the best technology, yes, but you must think from the standpoint of developing countries. In reality, for many these countries, climate change is still the enemy to their economic prosperity. Installing maximum amount of renewable energy is not enough to fill their surging energy demand. And also energy access has to be improved. And switching coal right into renewable is not as easy as it sounds. So a country needs to rely some portion on fossil fuel for a certain period of time. And each country builds energy strategy and priority based on their own condition, including indigenous energy source, cost of energy option, industry structure, stage of energy development, etc. So for developing countries, energy transition requires stable energy supply in an affordable manner. So in order to achieve carbon neutrality globally, we need to reframe it as a growth strategy, and we need to provide pragmatic solution of realistic energy transition. So instead of pushing developing country to leapfrog or jump off the cliff, yeah, just pushing immediately from coal to renewable, taking step-by-step approach is important. So the blend, there might be some blend, renewable energy, energy efficiency, switching coal to gas power, hydrogen, starting from gas plus hydrogen mixed thermal, or coal plus ammonia mixed thermal, or SMR. These may provide secure energy supply in a cost-saving manner. So we want to make sure that all of above approach is available for all countries. And each country has its own choice of path to reach their own sustainable goal. We are aware that the area, Economic Research Institute of ASEAN and East Asia, is now working on such realistic energy transition model, developing realistic transition scenario by country, each country of the ASEAN 10 countries. So we support this approach and believe that this same approach is applicable to many countries, improving developing countries and perhaps for some developed countries, and also producer countries and consumer countries. So this is my, this is what we are now discussing in Japan.
Yes, indeed. And then again, this, this is a conversation that will change and will continue to evolve because, yes, so much, I think, is changing at the moment. And it's a very dynamic time in everybody's, I think, position when it comes to that energy transition. We're going to begin wrapping up here, and I'd like to get maybe your thoughts and your maybe call to action, those words of wisdom, those words of warning, perhaps, that you might want to put out there. And Louis, if I could start with you and maybe put this into context as well around the, global governance and country policies that are going to have an impact as well. And how, does a company like Repsol, work within that? I mean, what's your message out there to the policyholders?
Yeah, here policies and regulations are of key importance. It's going to be one of the key drivers of the pace of decarbonization and the pace of the energy transition. So for me, the question is that let's speak about price of carbon. At the end of the day, decarbonization costs money, and you need to internalize this cost along the value chain, and eventually the consumer has to pay a little bit more for an energy which is decarbonized. How do you do that? And we are discussing that the ideal world would be, let's say, having a global single carbon price. This will take a lot of time. Global governance is something we are missing, but in between we need to be pragmatic again. And there will be regional and sectorial ways of regulating, let's say, and internalizing the price of carbon. For me, the single message is let's focus the regulation on the real target. First, reducing CO2 emissions, not to be very deterministic on which technologies are to be used and are to be promoted, put the right incentives to real decarbonization and carbon emissions, and the same as other speakers stressed, balance the short and long term. The long-term view and the long-term vision is important, is key to illuminate the policies, but the short-term measures, how we need to decarbonize the energy mix today, is something that needs to be addressed by the regulations. So collaboration, real focus on CO2 emissions, balancing short and long term, and being technology neutral is something that could illuminate very well the development of policies that by necessity will be sectorial and regional for a while.
John, talk to me about, you talk about engaging your people, engaging employees, and really bringing everybody on board, because otherwise it's not going to happen. How do you think that's so important in terms of moving this forward with the speed that it needs?
Look, almost all companies are determined by their employees. And we talk a lot about projects and companies needing to be investable, but we also need an employment proposition that fuels our company so we get the best, brightest brains. And it's a fact of life that some of us have a long and, I would say, proud fossil fuel past, and we shouldn't be guilty or ashamed of that. When was the last time we talked about energy poverty? We've done great things for the world in delivering their needs in the past. I think we've got a pragmatic present and frankly, a fantastic future. And in that, we need to engage our employees. They've got tons to offer. It is one of the most motivating things we find when we're hiring people. They really want to be part of this. And I would urge everybody, for want of a short answer, let's not forget our employees. They drive our companies. This is an incredibly positive thing for them. They're brimming with ideas about things that we probably don't know. Let's use them, let's harness them. And it's just a fantastic virtuous circle is what I believe in short.
Shinichi, if I can just get a closing word from you in terms of technology heading on. You've mentioned a lot of it, but do you really believe it is about, looking at that diverse mix of technology to make sure that you get the right one when the time is needed? What do you think?
Yes, thank you. Talking about technology, of course, I didn't have time to really talk about the ammonia as a fuel. This is another form of transporting hydrogen. We just have a MOC between UAE and Japan of this demonstration plan for developing ammonium fuel and carbon recycling. But other than that, yes, building predictability by providing realistic energy transition is the key for this making the vision into reality. This is my message. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Tim, I've heard you say in the past too, policy can't outpace technology. And obviously we look at Siemens Energy and we look at the fact that you've broken away to become, a very sort of focused standalone company, but also there's many, many stakeholders involved. And really you have to spend time to make sure that everybody is on board the way we all head towards, the future that we need.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, it's really critical that we act now to protect the climate, while at the same time we need to meet the growing energy demand. And, net zero is desirable and feasible. But again, going back to my initial statement, it's going to be step by step. Renewables, have limitations, intermittent, storage isn't there where it is. So, as a consequence, we have to accept that, fossil fuel powered plants are going to be there for the interim. And, that's one reality we have to accept. But at the same time, we shouldn't get too comfortable with it. I mean, it's, the long-term goal is net zero. And for that transition, we need to provide the best solution to get there and to minimize. And as John said, there's plenty of solutions there that we can implement now. And the mix is going to be crucial for the transition journey to get there.
Indeed, yes. I think there's so many different elements that we all really have to take care of. I, want to thank you all for putting all your time and effort into it there in terms of really bringing all those great ideas to bear, what we are doing, what we can do, what we need to do. But I think if we learn nothing out of this too, it's about just get on with it, take those practical steps, start doing it. Many of the companies, we heard some of your great stories in terms of what you have in place. And I just love that refreshing ideas about the fact that perhaps we overthink things too many times and it can be a little bit complicated, whereby we should just make the move that needs to be made, because I think we're certainly all heading in the right direction and we all need to get there. I want to thank you all for being with us. Luis Cabra from Repsol, Tim Holt from Siemens, Shinichi Kiwara from Japan. Thank you so much for being with us, John Pearson. And Andreas, we lost you there briefly, but you're here to say goodbye to us. So thank you for being with us and thanks for coming back. We have to wrap it up there because our time is, and I really want to thank you for net zero pledges from vision to reality. A great conversation there. Thank you all so much, every one of you. We're going to move on to our next session now, and obviously a lot to look forward to throughout the day. We have so much happening here at the Atlantic Council. We have sessions right throughout the day and sessions coming from all over the world really, and from all of our great experts who are going to share their knowledge with us. We have, of course, all of our audience out there. Please stay engaged. Make sure you get your questions in there and get your comments in there. And I now want to hand over on this session we're going to be looking at the Biden administration's energy and foreign policy agenda in the Middle East. Of course, we're really looking forward to later today when will be, I'm sure, great anticipation about what's going on in the US. And, you know, we'll, I think all eyes will be glued on that overnight. So we're going to be hoping that everybody will be with us early in the morning. But I'll hand over now, if I can, to Kirsten Fontaine-Rose, who is the director of the Snowcroft Middle East Security Initiative with the Atlantic Council. So Kirsten, really looking forward to this panel with you shortly.
Thank you, Etna. It's wonderful to be here. As Inauguration Day dawns in Washington, welcome to a timely discussion on the Biden administration's energy and foreign policy agenda in the Middle East. I am Kirsten Fontaine-Rose, director of the Scowcroft Middle East Security Initiative at the Atlantic Council, joining you from DC. We are also joined by 4 recognized authorities with fascinating and differing expertise. I will pose a question to our panelists for them to ponder while I introduce each of them to you briefly. You are welcome to submit questions as we go using the Zoom Q&A function or via the conference app. This discussion is on the record. Our opening question for the panel's consideration is this: the incoming Biden administration will need to choose which of the challenges simmering in the Middle East will be its first priorities. The slate includes Iran's nuclear ambitions and proxy programs, the future of Syria, Libya, Lebanon, America's military footprint, a political impasse with deadly consequences in Yemen, a stalled, yet again, peace process, the resilience of Salafi extremist groups, the list goes on. Each of these has an impact on the flow of energy in the region and on the possibilities for new energy partnerships, infrastructure, and exploration. So our panelists, in 2 minutes or less, which of the slate of challenges Biden is about to encounter do you think he should prioritize and why? While our panelists muse on this, let me introduce them to you alphabetically. Joining us from Abu Dhabi is Ebtissam El-Ketbi, president of the Emirates Policy Center. She is a professor of political science at United Arab Emirates University and a member of the Consultative Commission on the Gulf Cooperation Council. She is also a founding member of the Emirates Human Rights Association. Carlos Pascual is Senior Vice President for Global Energy at IHS Markit and a distinguished fellow in the Global Energy Center at the Atlantic Council. Among other roles in US government across agencies and sectors, Mr. Pascual established and directed the Energy Resources Bureau at the US Department of State, served as a special assistant to the president at the National Security Council, and was US ambassador to both Mexico and Ukraine. Brenda Schaefer is a visiting researcher and professor at Georgetown University and a non-resident senior fellow with the Global Energy Center at the Atlantic Council. She previously served as the research director for the Caspian Studies program at Harvard University, as a tenured professor at the University of Haifa, and as a visiting professor at Bifrost University in Iceland. Her 2009 book, Energy Politics, is used as a textbook in over 200 university courses around the globe. Will Wexler is director of the Rafiq Hariri Center and Middle East programs at the Atlantic Council. His most recent government position was Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Special Operations and Combating Terrorism. Previously, Will served as Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Counter-Narcotics and Global Threats, as Special Advisor to the Secretary of the Treasury, and on the National Security Council staff. Will also has a private sector finance background and was Vice Chairman of Capital Peak Asset Management and Managing Director of Greenwich Associates. Finally, let me introduce Amos Yadlin. Amos is an executive director of Tel Aviv's Institute for National Security Studies. Amos served over 40 years in the Israeli Defense Forces, including as their Chief of Defense Intelligence from 2006 to 2010, retiring as a Major General. Amos previously commanded 2 fighter squadrons and 2 air bases and served at the embassy in Washington and as commander of the IDF military colleges and National Defense College. Returning to our question, Carlos, if I may start with you, in 2 minutes or less, which of the slate of challenges in the Middle East that face the incoming Biden administration do you think they should prioritize and why?
Kirsten, thank you very much. Thanks for bringing us together. Thank you to the Atlantic Council, and it's a pleasure to be here with this distinguished panel. By far, the issue of Iran's nuclear ambitions, its nuclear programs, its role in the region is the most fundamental and critical issue. Iran has been increasing its imports of enriched uranium. It's closer to the development of a nuclear weapon. It demands attention immediately on how it's going to proceed. We've already heard that President Joe Biden, soon to be President Joe Biden, will make that a critical priority of his He's indicated he wants to return to the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. In the process of doing so, it's going to entail negotiations, obviously, on the nuclear program, but it will get into questions of how Iran will play in the region, whether questions of regional terrorism and ballistic missiles will be addressed. Those will be fundamental concerns to the surrounding neighbors, particularly to the Emirates, to Saudi Arabia. It will have implications for Israel. It could play into questions of about how the Abraham Accords will play themselves out over the coming months. And inevitably, it will bring us back to the questions of Syria and how Russia, Iran, Turkey play out in that region. And it will bring us back into your question about US military presence as well. So number one issue is fundamentally Iran, the nuclear program, and the implications that it has for everybody in the region.
Thank you, Carlos, very much. Dr. Abdeslam, may we have your thoughts on this question?
Well, thank you for inviting me. I agree with Carlos. I think Iran and its nuclear program and its ballistic missile, also its militias, its and its presence in Iraq and Yemen, mainly Hormuz and Al-Mandab. Iran is the blocking force power in the region. And that was obvious when attacking a pig in Saudi Arabia and attacking the tanker in Al Fujairah port in UAE. So I think Biden should consider this, not only the nuclear program, which is very important, and there is another point I want to shed the light on, that Iran is trying to kick USA from the region, and it's trying to bringing China and Russia to fill that vacuum. And this will be a great mistake if United States is going to lower its footprint in the region. This will make a vacuum, and this is the beneficiary. First will be Iran, China, and Russia. That was obvious when the war against ISIS. Who benefited from that? It was Iran. Then the Chinese took the Iraq field in oil field in Iraq. So what did USA get from Iraq? It was just, it fought ISIS, but the beneficiaries was Iran and China.
Thank you, Dr. Abdeslam. Major General Amos, may we have your thoughts?
Yeah, I cannot agree more with Carlos and Iftasam that Iran is the #1 issue. It is coming from the importance of the problem and the urgency of the problems. Biden administration will have a lot on his plate. A domestic issue, COVID-19, economy, racial tension, and foreign policy, China technology, China trade, China military, great power competitions, Russia, North Korea. The Middle East will not be in the 10th first priorities. However, Iran is forcing a crisis. It's forcing a nuclear crisis with breaching the agreement and going forward with their nuclear violation. And they are also very active in the region with threats to all the neighbors in the Gulf, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Iraq. So Iran is the #1, maybe the only one that need an urgent crisis management from the Biden administration. And there is a tension here. On one hand, the Democrats are committed to the JCPOA from 2015. It's also an election, a campaign promise. On the other hand, going back to the problematic agreement that even Democrats understand now that it has a lot of loopholes and problematic articles. If you go back to the agreement, you are giving up the leverages vis-a-vis Iran. This is a huge policy issue. After that, civil wars everywhere, in Yemen, in Syria, in Libya. But this is not urgent. They can take the time to craft the policy. The Iranian issue is urgent.
Hearing some consensus here. Brenda, your opinion, please.
Hi. Yeah, I think that we never really get to prioritize the foreign policy. The foreign policy incidents decide for us. So even if you look at, for instance, the hearings this week of the incoming US officials, senior foreign policy officials, it seems, for instance, they would like to take the Iran issue slow. And they understand that 2021 is not 2015. A lot of things have happened, but I don't think they'll necessarily have the luxury of setting it according to their own agenda. And I agree with all the panelists that Iran has the biggest interest of changing the status quo. So we'll take action to change the status quo, whether it's through proxies, through its potential attacks on critical energy infrastructure, as we saw in 2019. So Iran will find a way to change the status quo, even though the administration probably wants to wait later in its agenda. I would say also oil. We're seeing all demand returning and structural demand. We're not going back to public transportation in the world. We're going to have high use of consumption of plastics for a long time. Those things are going to, even after COVID lockdowns have been removed, those sources of demand for oil are going to remain. Lack of use of public transportation, demand for plastics, and oil, higher oil prices, which again don't affect the United States in the way that it affected in the past, but it will become a policy issue in 2021.
It's fascinating. Since we have so much conversation about Iran, let's focus down there for just a moment. And Amos, if I can turn to you. If the Biden team chooses to allow Iran to resume oil sales on the open market as part of a deal to halt their nuclear program, how will this resumption of Iranian sales impact the geopolitical or geoeconomic landscape of the region? And while I'm asking Amos to kick us off, please, the floor is open after that for other thoughts. Amos, please.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be a game changer in the energy market, because the weight of Iran in the energy market is limited. We don't know exactly how much oil Iran is exporting as we speak. The numbers on the low side is 700,000 barrels a day. Some say that they are smuggling, they are sending to China unrecorded oil, so maybe a million and a quarter. But if the US will allow them to export without limitation, it will go up in another million. So another million barrel of oil every day is not changing the huge other factors in the energy market in the world. Consumption go down dramatically after the COVID-19, and it will go up if the economy will go to a higher level of activity. So I don't think it will be a different Middle East. And when Iran is enjoying more freedom of export, the price may go down, and it will affect the rest of the market. So my opinion, no, not a game changer.
Will.
I think General Yudlin is right. It's not a game changer in the global energy markets. It'll have an effect, but I think it will be a larger effect in terms of the revenues that Iran will have to potentially support additional malign behaviors in the region. And going back to your last question, the most important thing for the Biden administration to do out of the gate is to first and foremost come to an internal agreement about what the remaining US interests are in the region, what they aren't in the region, what our ends are strategically for the Biden administration in the region. Too many US administrations have started off with action without an internal cohesion around these fundamental points. And then secondly, after you've come to that conclusion, then we need to have discussions with our allies and partners in the region, some of which those relationships are going to be challenged at the beginning of the administration. President-elect Biden has, on the campaign trail, was very clear about the need for a thorough discussion about the bilateral relationship between the United States and Saudi Arabia, for instance. The U.S.-Israel relationship is critical, the U.S.-UAE and the relationship with Bahrain and so forth. So those sets of relationships, those sets of understandings about what the interests are and what the ends are critical. And then most importantly, and this goes back to what Ebtesam said, is the single factor that's driving the widest number of decisions in the region is the widespread perception of American withdrawal. And the President-elect Biden, once in office, will have to, when he turns his eyes to the Middle East, notwithstanding all of the critical domestic challenges that General Yadlin mentioned, he will have to decide whether or not he is going to arrest those perceptions, reverse those perceptions, or allow those perceptions to continue.
Kristen, if I could jump in to build up on this, because sometimes it can be counterintuitive. 1 million barrels a day, 1.5 million barrels a day, we don't know how much oil will return to the market, and what will actually be negotiated. But in the context of a global market that today is about 93 million barrels a day, that may seem relatively small. But just think, just a couple of weeks ago when Saudi Arabia announced that it was going to cut 1 million barrels a day from its production, a very bold step. What did we see on the price of oil? It increased by about $7 to $8 a barrel. It was a major step towards Saudi Arabia's goal of increasing the long-term price of oil and having an impact on the oil revenues of major exporting countries. So a change like this is going to have a very significant impact internally within OPEC. What are going to be the limits that are allowed for each individual country? It will have a very direct implication for the interests of Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, and Russia in particular. And we may see within OPEC a very serious negotiation on whether they can continue with the OPEC Plus arrangement, how they're going to come to an understanding, and what implication does that have for the price of oil if it implies a longer-term price of oil for a period of time that could keep it at $45 a barrel, say, for example. So these are going to be significant implications, and a big issue is going to be, when does this happen? Because once vaccines start to become available, there's an expectation that oil demand will begin to recover. At IHS Markit, we projected that that demand could rise to 99 million barrels a day by the end of the year. It'll make a difference of whether that additional oil is coming back onto the market by the time oil demand is recovering. I think the other thing, just to underscore, based on what Will has said, is there needs to be a serious, fundamental, and core discussion with the neighbors around Iran about what the actions are going to be, not just with the JCPOA, but all of the surrounding issues that are entailed with it. Oil is one of them. But if one travels around the region, what one consistently hears is that when the JCPOA was negotiated, there was not enough consultation with each of the neighbors to understand their concerns, to take them into account, and to turn them into a concrete set of actions and plans that will be taken in conjunction with the negotiation of the nuclear elements of the accord. And this issue that you pose around oil is just one example of that. It indicates the far-reaching implications that the agreement is going to have. As Will has indicated, it's going to have an implication about the US military presence on the ground. It's going to have an implication for neighboring states. And so I think it just reinforces and makes very clear, this is an agreement with Iran that has to be negotiated, but it's an agreement that has to have a foundational support in the region based on consultations with people in the region, with countries in the region, and how it will affect them both economically and from a security perspective.
If I could jump in here, I think that even without negotiations for a new Iran deal and without conclusion, it'll be clear to Iran that there's going to be a lot less appetite for policing. So I think we're going to see a lot more release of oil to the market, regardless of an agreement, because a sense that the administration is going to clamp down hard on violations of the current sanctions.
Excellent point. Let's stay in the neighborhood for a bit. Let's go back to a point Will made about the Biden team's reassessment of the relationship with Saudi Arabia. So sort of the flip side of this Iran conversation. We also understand that Biden will probably be less involved in OPEC plus deliberations than the Trump administration was. So if I can start with Amos and Ebtisam, how would you advise the Biden team to think about Saudi Arabia in terms of the energy discussion, in terms of US interests, in terms of regional interests, in terms of global interests? What would you tell them, understanding what you understand about the difficulties the American-Saudi relationship has experienced in the last few years? What would your advice be to a Biden administration?
Ebtisam, you take it first.
Okay, I will. Well, Christine, there is two things. It's how Biden view or perception towards Saudi leader, and there's the other level, Saudi as a country and as a weight in the region. And I think if Biden is going to look at what is the weight of the Saudi in the geopolitical of the Gulf region and the Arab world, this should take in consideration that, I mean, the interests of US, they need either, if you, as I said, you are trying to counter the Chinese, okay? Now the Saudi has a good relationship with the Chinese. So if you are going to push them to that edge, so you don't have a space for yourself. So, and at the end of the day, it's what's matter in the international relation is the interests, okay? Now, if you are taking the human rights issue, this is kind of a hypocrisy, because Iran is awful in that matter, and there are many countries in that. So if US should concentrate on it, and if you are going to counter Iran and its way and its regional activities in the region, I think you have to take Biden administration has to take in its consideration that they need the Saudi, they need them in terms of security, military, they need them for also cooperation in terms of energy. If they are going to moving to the energy transition, they cannot do it without the Saudi. Being Saudi is a big producer in this context.
Okay, I will continue from where Ebtisam ended. I think Saudi Arabia is an ally of the United States. And the first thing that the Biden administration should make some assurance to the allies of the United States that he continues to cooperate against the common threats. And the common threats are Iran and its proxies, and the jihadists, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, they haven't gone away. So first, I think the new administration should, in a way, ease the concern that the US is disengaging from the Middle East and leaving its allies alone. So this is the first dimension. The second dimension is let's do an effort to end the war in Yemen, because the war in Yemen is unfortunately led to a humanitarian disaster, a huge disaster, and make all the effort to go forward and try to solve at least the humanitarian, if you can't solve the political and the military conflict. Third, encourage the internal reform in Saudi Arabia, the forgotten plan of 2030 to create a modern, not oil-related economy in Saudi Arabia. Number 4 is encourage Saudi Arabia to join the UAE and Bahrain and Sudan and Morocco in the process of normalization with Israel, which is important. I think it was on the way. And then when the Saudis saw that there is another administration, they waited. They took a time out until the new administration will come. So they will use this card vis-a-vis the new administration since the Trump is on his way out. Last but not least, have a conversation on human rights. It is important, it's part of the Biden agenda and the American values, but put it in the context of everything I've said before.
Very thorough, thank you. I would open this up to some of the Americans, but I'm actually not going to. We're going to move on to another topic because I want to get to, I think it's actually quite useful to have had that coming from our Arab experts and our Israeli experts. I hope some Biden folks are listening to what the region is sharing with us. Brenda, I'm going to pose this to you first, and then again, please others feel free to jump in. Do you think there are any repercussions, good or bad, on both regional security and on energy trade from the recent quasi-resolution of the Gulf Rift?
Yeah, well, yes. I mean, of course, this this creates a lot of options in the region for different trade flows. For you know, I don't believe in peace pipelines. I don't think that energy trade creates peace or an incentive for peace, but when you have peace, it certainly creates more opportunities. And in that context, I hope the incoming Biden administration, when it's look on the role of fossil fuels in general in the world, I think we need to separate natural gas because we tend to lump together coal, oil, natural gas is all the fuels that you need to transition from. But really natural gas gives so many opportunities. And actually the Middle East is an area where it's energy rich, but natural gas poor in its consumption. And natural gas can give an immediate answer to so many problems in the region, like water shortages through desalinization, electricity blackouts. So many countries in the region, rich and poor, suffer from unstable electricity and highly expensive electricity, and those that still use fuel oil to produce electricity, expensive and polluting electricity. So natural gas can give those immediate solutions that if we've seen this, in the United States, that even under the Trump administration, emissions continued to decline, even without policy, because the jump from coal to natural gas, it's such an easy transition and an easy way to lower emissions. So I hope there'll be a rethinking in the United States. Even Europe seems to be giving another look that in the transition from fossil fuels, not to transition so quickly away from natural gas, because it gives the regions a lot of options.
Thank you. Carlos, can we get your thoughts on what the resolution of the rift might mean for the region in terms of energy trade and in terms of regional security?
I think one of the foundations for the region is to be able to promote every aspect of stability that is possible at this point in time. With the withdrawal of the American presence in the Middle East, it's created this question of who can be the arbiter for stability at a point in time when there is so much uncertainty as what might happen, as we started with Iran, with what's happening in Syria and the tension and the devastation that's been created there, and what happens with that balance of terror that exists between the Assad regime, Russia, Turkey, and Iran. And the question comes back to how is the Middle East going to respond to this situation? And the recent developments with Qatar give us an indication that there's a potential for the Middle East to come back together to create a greater foundation for stability that is a good implication for the entire region to be able to undertake and be able to move through some of the important issues that it's going to have to manage going forward. I think that's a starting point. I think one of the things that's commendable is that even with this period of tension that we saw with the blockade on Qatar, that there was still a movement of energy resources coming out of the region. There was a recognition that there had to be an understanding among the major parties that energy had to be able to flow. And so in that sense, many of the disruptions were less than we thought they might have been in terms of energy trade. It's important to be able to now take the more positive environment. Brenda's points about the importance of natural gas, the role that Qatar plays, but the implications that that could play for the entire region are important. One, for Qatari gas to be able to be not just an export product going to the rest of the world, but benefiting the entire region itself. And secondly, the importance of natural gas as a transitional fuel that can be a critical force in dealing with the intermittency in power as we move to more of a renewable energy scenario. The final thing that I think just needs to be said, given that our hosts are from the Emirates, are the importance of addressing questions of funding for the Muslim Brotherhood that come with this agreement that was reached. And the implementation of that, the monitoring of that is going to have to be key. It's been a particular concern of Abu Dhabi for very good reasons. And if that can be, in fact, pursued and implemented in a consistent way, that will have very important implications for building a greater deal of confidence throughout the region.
Ebtisam, can we pull you in here? Do you believe, understanding the reliance that Dubai specifically has on Qatari natural gas, do you feel that the resolution of the rift contributes to greater stability or security of markets and people in the Emirates?
Well, I think it's not related only to Emirates, but I think for all GCC and for GCC Council as an organization, but you have also to understand that was also some disruption in terms of what is supporting the non-state actors like Muslim Brotherhood, like other terrorist groups, was also disrupting kind of stability, political stability, and also economic stability in the region. Of course, I mean, the Qatari was obliged to go to Iran, and that was an open window for Iran to get more resources in terms, because they are paying for them for that. But I think US interest was not disrupted by that rift, because in terms of its military base, in terms of gas supply, that was going fine. But the problem was between the two countries, the trade, the airlines, those things. And I think this is, if it went well, and some of unsolved issues like Muslim Brotherhood, like that, outlet, media, we know who sponsored this, and those, we might go to really, although we have that economic unity between GCC, it was going fine in terms of free trade. So we might be going in that direction.
Amos, would you like to pipe in with any thoughts on the Gulf Rift or its resolution in terms of the impact on how Israel feels in the region?
Yeah, I think we should start with the four camps that we have in the Middle East, or the four axes of political and ideological powers. You have the Iranian radical axis, Iran, the Shia in Iraq, the Syrian regime, Hezbollah. We have the jihadist, Al-Qaeda, ISIS. This is two very hostile camps. And there is the Muslim Brotherhood, political Islam camp, Turkey, Qatar, the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, Hamas, which are less hostile because they are not using usually military power, but they're using soft power. But in a way, they are also potential allies of the United States. Turkey is part of NATO. Qatar has a huge military presence of the US forces. And we have the pragmatic countries, pro-Western countries like Saudi, UAE, Egypt, Jordan, Israel. The fact that the political Islam axis and the pragmatic axis or pragmatic camp is now becoming closer because the boycott on Qatar is over, I think is a positive way to start the Biden administration era. It's give Biden administration, the American, a possibility to be friendly or to have a dialogue with its allies, how to cope with the other two very problematic camps or axes. From Israeli point of view, it's also gives Israel, it takes Israel from the horn of the dilemma to choose between UAE and Qatar, Turkey or Egypt. The fact that these two group of countries are coming together give Israel more leeway and opportunities to have good relation with both camps.
Thank you so much. Will, turning to you, you're welcome to comment on this question, because I know talking to you frequently, you have quite a bit to contribute. But I also want to pose this a new question to you, coming in from the audience. What do you anticipate will be the Biden-Harris approach to the Netanyahu government? Will they press on settlements? Will they press on social reforms, on human rights? Should we expect a harder line from this administration toward Israel in terms of your expectations?
I think that one of the really great things about Joe Biden becoming president is that he has decades of strong commitment to Israel and to the U.S.-Israel relationship. It goes without question for anybody who understands his background and what he's done throughout his career. I think that at the same time, that means that the normal sort of arc of the relationship between the United States and Israel with a new president, where the first number of months are about getting to know each other, will be accelerated in this case. Joe knows Bibi and Bibi knows Joe, and they have known each other for a long period of time. So we can skip that part of the growth of the relationship. I think there will be a focus on the Israeli-Palestinian challenges, but I don't think that focus will take the exact same form that we've seen previously. I think there's a widespread understanding in Washington that the last 4 presidents in very different ways have sought a holistic, comprehensive solution to that problem. And the last 4 presidents have all failed. A 5th attempt is probably not likely to have a different outcome. That said, there will be marked differences between the approach of a Biden-Harris administration and the Trump-Pence administration, in that there will be more of an interest to look at ways to alleviate specific areas of Palestinian suffering. There will be more of an interest in keeping the lines of communication open. And most importantly, there will be an interest in ensuring that neither side takes any steps that will in the future preclude the potential for a 2-state solution. That although the potential for such a holistic solution right now might not be very high, it will be again in the future, and we need to make sure that we don't do things that cut off those possibilities. So and then the last thing that I would just add is that the security relationship will be the backbone of the U.S.-Israel relationship. It needs to be, and that will. I see no reason why that won't continue to flourish under a Biden administration.
Let's stay in the Mediterranean for a moment, and Brenda, if I can turn to you. What approach would you advise the Biden administration to take in weighing the different geopolitical energy interests of the U.S. in the Eastern Mediterranean? Should this be part of the Eastern Med Energy Forum? What are the U.S. interests in the energy politics of that region?
Thank you. You know, actually, almost every region arena we've discussed, whether it's Iran, Russia, the Greater Middle East, Southern Europe, America's position, stance, power could be improved through improved relationships, improved relations with Turkey. It's pivotal. And of course, as Carlos mentioned, the return of Qatar normalization with its neighbors, that also creates more opportunity for normalization with Turkey between the Gulf states. But the U.S. is, I think for the past 3 administrations, throughout the Obama administration, through the Trump administration, has sort of muddled through with Turkey, but never taken the fundamental stance. We have to figure out how to fix this. It's really essential for every U.S. interest. And I think that one of the things lacking in the Eastern Med, if you contrast, for instance, U.S. administrations, again, under the Obama and Trump administrations, have been very good at being, a neutral arbitrator, for instance, in Lebanon, Israel, maritime delimitation. And anyone who, when you deal with maritime delimitation, you know that law of the sea, which even the U.S. and Israel are not even signatories to, but always mention it, doesn't provide easy answers, especially in the Eastern Mediterranean, which is more geographically more like a lake than a sea. And you have 37 competing, even by visions of law of the sea, of 37 competing sovereignties. So instead of the US saying, oh, well, this is, let's say, Greek Cyprus territory, and Turkey is changing the status quo, it's clear that there's really no clear answer from maritime law. And the US should be a neutral arbitrator here. And the last thing, the Eastern Mediterranean is a basin full of US allies. And what do we have is US allies fighting each other. The only beneficiary of this is Russia. And part of being a superpower is not only having power over your adversaries, it's actually managing your allies. And I hope in the incoming administration, they'll manage their allies in the East Med a lot better, which will benefit the US and will be negative for Russia.
Fantastic point. Amos, do you want to weigh in there? Your opinion on the US involvement in the Eastern Med? Be more involved, be less involved? Where would you like to see the US figure into that equation?
Yeah, I think as I noted before, there will be so much on their plan. So the Eastern Med is a problem, but it's not will be urgent because the US in a way is in a big dilemma. On one hand, Turkey is a negative force basically all over the place, vis-a-vis the Kurds in Syria, Eastern Med, Cyprus, Greece, and so on and so forth. On the other hand, it's an American ally. It's a member of NATO. You don't want to push them to the Russians, to the Iranians. So it's a tough policy issue. I think Biden will be with more capabilities to put Turkey into accountability to its behavior. Biden has a history of sympathizing with the Kurds, with the Greeks, and unlike Trump, his relation with Erdogan is not that important for him. And I think it will give the Americans, when the time comes and they will want to deal with it, more leverage vis-a-vis Turkey. The tension in the Eastern Med is a danger to stability in the Middle East. And America, as I said, America is an ally of all the players, and then they can try and have a winning position. It is guaranteed much more than if they will go back to the Israeli-Palestinian issue, when, as William said, this is almost 100% a failure. And a new administration want to have some successes.
If I can just take a second to add on to that. I think there's a great deal of wisdom in what Brenda and Amos have said about the focus on Turkey. We need to just take a second to acknowledge the efforts that have been made, especially by Egypt and Israel, and the foundational efforts that have been created for an Eastern Mediterranean initiative. One couldn't have imagined 10 years ago that you could have had Israel, Egypt, Greece, Cyprus coming together in support for a regional initiative so that they're cooperating on the movement of energy out of the Eastern Mediterranean. As Brenda and Amos have underscored, the key outlying actor on this so far has been Turkey. And I think the question with Turkey it brings us back to, and I think is behind the comments we're hearing so far, is that there needs to be a comprehensive and strategic approach on how to deal with Turkey's interests, concerns, and the implications of its engagement and involvement in the region. Part of it is in the Eastern Mediterranean. Some of it actually deals with oil. There are political issues. There are security issues deeply integrated into it, the role that it's played into Syria. And I just want to take that as a second to underscore another point. In order to be able to be successful over time in the Middle East and on the issues that are going to be confronted, it's also going to be important to bring in other allies, other countries into the region that come together to support a common agenda. If we think back to the JCPOA, why was it successful? It wasn't just the pressure of US sanctions. It was in the end when countries were at the negotiating table that Iran looked across the table and they had a similar message from Russia, China, the European countries, and the United States. And the message was very clear and simple. This agreement is fundamental to the security interests, not only of the region, but also of the world. And here we need to come back to, obviously, Europe's role, but we need to think about the role of Russia and China, and we really haven't talked about that very much, because they have become fundamental players in the region and affecting the region's stability. And important just to take a second on China, a relationship that is probably going to be the toughest foreign policy relationship for the administration to manage. China has been indicated here, an illicit importer of Iranian oil. But at the same time, China is one of the countries that has the greatest concern about stability in the Middle East because of its dependence on imports of energy from the Middle East. And in the end, being able to bring China into this equation as part of a package that can reassure and engage with countries like Saudi Arabia and the Emirates, of being able to bring Russia into the package, of exercising, particularly in Syria, a role that can be stabilizing rather than destabilizing, is going to be key. So I just want to reinforce, one, the importance of Turkey, but two, the broader importance that in order to be able to deal with this whole framework in a way that makes sense comprehensively over time, bringing in a wider set of actors into the region, that this isn't just an American agenda, it's part of a global agenda to work together with the Middle East to be able to bring stability.
So Carlos has raised China's role in terms of being an energy power. Amos raised it in terms of soft power. Can we dive a little bit into China a bit more? Will, if you want to weigh in here, and others, please. Is there a positive role for China in the region in terms of US interests? Is it possible for the Middle East to be a realm for cooperation instead of competition? Or what's the balance there?
Yeah, I think that this is going to be one of the central, most critical questions for the region in the next decade or two. The reality is that unlike, say, Russia, where I would argue that US and Russian interests in the region are fundamentally disaligned, the basic interests between the United States and China in the region show a lot of areas of overlap. Both want energy to continue to be extracted and exported. Both want, notwithstanding, of course, President Trump's repeated and consistent comments otherwise, but both want general stability. Both want general security and prosperity in the region. So that's a lot of good foundation upon which to build a relationship. The challenge is what you heard in the confirmation hearings yesterday for Tony Blinken to be the next Secretary of State, in that there was a consensus for many decades in the United States that cooperation with China would lead to a China that would fundamentally look to uphold the international system that allowed it to rise in a way that it had not done in centuries. And that consensus is being reassessed right now. Xi's actions have called all of this into question. So what does that mean for the for the Middle East. It means that the United States and China should definitely try to cooperate as much as they can, but it's an open question about whether or not China wants that, seeks that end. And let's be clear, a region in which the United States is supplanted by China in the coming decades to be the guarantor of freedom of navigation will be a fundamentally different region if China is the one that does the supplanting. The United States wants energy to go to where the market takes it. There is no evidence that that will be the way that China thinks about things if current trend lines continue. So these are critically important discussions for the United States and China to be having together under the Biden administration.
About 9 minutes to go. Let's talk a little bit about energy transition. We do have a question from the audience specific to this that I'll pose to Ebtisam to begin and then welcome others to join. As the world shifts away from oil and gas, what will the geopolitical implications be for the Middle East, particularly countries that rely almost primarily on oil like Kuwait for revenue, and for the rest of the GCC? What do you think energy transition is going to mean geopolitically in terms of GCC's power as a bloc and as individual nations, and with regard to competition with great powers?
Well, I will raise a point and I might be provocative for. The US is an oil producing country, but not an OPEC member. It is important that it becomes a member in this organization to take a part in overseeing the oil market in general, instead of consistently protesting over production and prices. So if we are talking about the other powers, so Washington should be decisive on this role. It cannot ask OPEC reduce production while it does not reduce its own. The US should be a partner which will improve dialogue on energy transition. Gulf countries should be a partner with a seat in this dialogue, instead of just being only taking instruction, because they are oil producing and consuming countries at the same time. They have experience in transition from traditional to modern methods in terms of energy production. Their point of view should be taken into consideration on energy transition. There should be a framework for this dialogue and how to shift from energy transition to energy sustainability. Now, regarding other countries, now we have to bear in mind that there are those whom they have and those whom they have not, such like Iraq. How should countries that have oil as the only source of income be taken into consideration? If the GCC have some cushions like their sovereign funds, what does Iraq have? What does Algeria have? Now, if we move to the great power, if you intend by this energy transition now, China is, as it has been said, now is the world's largest consumer of energy. However, this is not considered as a point of weakness, as the country has a diversified economy. China's main weakness, it's a huge population and the geopolitics. If the policy of energy transition aims to pressure China, this will not work. Also for Russia, the attempt to pressure Moscow through the policy of energy transition will work. By thus, this will lead to an unfavorable Russian reaction towards Europe, given Moscow the big and huge military. Therefore, I think it's better to establish a dialogue rather than to isolate this power in regard of energy transition.
Thank you.
If I can add, with your permission, Christine, I think the post-oil economy was one of the drivers that push to the normalization between the Gulf states and Israel. Beside concern about US disengaging and Iran is very threatening. But the fact that there is a state which has no oil from the very beginning, but were able to produce an economy with $40,000 per capita, $40,000 per capita, based on technology, based on innovation, based on advanced agriculture, based on advanced medicine, green energy. So Israel, in a way, can show the way how countries that one day will be without oil can be a prosperous countries. And Israel can look at Dubai and Abu Dhabi for what they have done in a way that they developed trade and international financial institutions. So you can live without oil if you are changing the basic parameters of your society and culture. And this is the challenge.
And Kirsten,
point to consider. Oh, please, Carlos, yes.
No, it would just be an oversight if we had a discussion on energy transition regarding Abu Dhabi and the region, and didn't mention the Emirates itself and Abu Dhabi and its role. And Masdar has been a leader in the Middle East throughout the world and really driving processes of energy transition. The Emirates has actually set a strategy for 50-50 by 2050, so 50% non-carbon sources, 50% carbon by the year 2050. But they have demonstrated themselves to be one of the leading providers of solar and renewable energy power throughout the entire world, helping to develop some of the largest solar plants at the lowest possible cost everywhere we have seen. In Saudi Arabia, massive plans for solar development. In Israel, exactly as Amos has said, a real leader in renewable energy, but with the Abraham Accords, the ability to bring some of those technologies, particularly in batteries and autonomous vehicles, to other countries throughout the region. We've talked about the question of gas in Qatar, but let's think about that in the context of a GCC electric grid. If we can finally have that put into operation, and the ability to bring power through gas to countries throughout the region, and the opportunities that creates in electricity trade and the interconnection between gas and renewable energy throughout the region. Energy transition is not something that should scare the Middle East. The world is still going to consume oil for decades. The Middle East has some of the lowest cost, lowest carbon oil that we have in the world. But the Middle East should also recognize that it's demonstrated that it can be a leader in energy transition. And the relationship with Israel that's been created creates an even greater opportunity to bring some of those technologies and capabilities into a much wider spectrum of operation.
If I can just jump in on that, Carlos and Amos are exactly correct. This is what I really hope that the Biden administration picked. It's one of the areas of continuity from the Trump administration. The Abraham Accords were a significant accomplishment. What needs to come now is two things. One, putting meat around the agreement, following up on the agreement with the improvements on energy, on water, on business-to-business relations, people-to-people relations, further on the security relations, and then also to expand the Abraham Accords. This is an economic and geopolitical shift in the region that in many respects should have happened a long time ago. But is happening now, and it's a real opportunity for the Biden administration.
Great way to bring us home, Will. Thank you all so much. And you've escaped by the tyranny of time, my asking you for predictions since we were here on Inauguration Day. But many thanks to our audience for the excellent questions, and you can view the forum agenda on the Atlantic Council event app. And a sincere thank you to Amos, Ebtisam, Carlos, Brenda, and Will. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for those thought-provoking answers. I've taken copious notes myself. Hope to see you all later in the forum. And Etna, I'm passing it back over to you.
And Kirsten, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that very interesting dialogue and, a great touch of realism, I felt, tinged with maybe some good optimism. I think that was what was very exciting I took away from that, but tremendous dialogue. What did you think?
I think it was fantastic. I personally loved hearing the input from the Gulf, from Israel, from American experts. I think if I were on the Biden team, I'd be taking this emphasis that Iran, Turkey, and certainly energy transition are all, there's an interplay, and that I can't consider one without the other. So hopefully there will be some crossplay between the stovepipes as they launch.
Indeed, and well put together. I think you did a great job there, and it's certainly a panel that we should make sure that they see. So hopefully they're keeping an eye on what the Atlantic Council is doing here, because it's some vital information, I think, that will certainly help inform them too in their decision making. But some great speakers there. Thank you so much. And I love the fact Carlos almost introduced the energy transition, which will be the topic of our next panel. So thank you so much, Kirsten. Now, of course, when we look at the energy transition, and it's something we're going to hear a lot about right throughout the next 2 days, indeed, and I think it's something that, the geopolitics of energy and the energy transition and everything that's happening in the region, it's all very much bound up together. It's something that we really need to pay attention to, and something we're hearing from so many of our guests. Our next panel is actually going to look at the role of the Middle East and North Africa in the energy transition, and we have a tremendous lineup for that. We have Masdar, Saudi Aramco, from the Ministry of Energy in Jordan, Schneider Electric, and of course the Global Energy Center, Atlantic Council. We're going to have lots of great input there. And our moderator for this session is the energy correspondent from the National. So I'm going to hand this over now to Jennifer Ganana. Jennifer, great to see you. I'm really looking forward to this. A lot of great dialogue, and you have some great dynamic speakers.
Thank you, Etna. A warm welcome to everyone joining us from around the world. I'm Jennifer Nyana, energy correspondent for the National based here in the UAE. We're convening this discussion against the backdrop of a remarkable transition in global energy. Calls for a swift adoption of renewables in the developed and developing world have been set in motion decades ago. The Paris Agreement further hastened the commitments of countries to a cleaner, more sustainable energy mix. The International Energy Agency's Fateh Birol said yesterday that amongst the disastrous events of last year, the only silver lining was the fact that renewables continued to grow and continued to remain a sector that economies will continually invest in. Global emissions for last year fell by a significant 7%, and countries around the world are being urged by institutions such as the IEA, the International Renewable Energy Agency based here in Abu Dhabi, to capitalize on the gains made during the gains made in energy transition during the pandemic, and they've asked for policymakers to push through sustainable green recovery packages. Here in the Middle East, governments have already stepped up their post-pandemic recovery plans by pledging to add more renewable capacity to grids. They pledged to lower their carbon emissions, and they're also fast-tracking development of new technology such as hydrogen, so that the region continues to export energy in some form or the other for the foreseeable future. In this session, we're going to hear from the region's top experts on how the Middle East is navigating this pivotal transition in the global economy. I'm honored to introduce our panelists: Her Excellency Hala Zawati, Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Kingdom of Jordan; Yusuf Al Ali, Executive Director, Clean Energy at Masdar here in Abu Dhabi; Ahmed Al Khuwaita, Chief Technical Officer of Saudi Aramco; Casper Herzberg, President, Middle East and North Africa at Schneider Electric; Jean-François Seznek, Non-Resident Senior Fellow, Global Energy Center of the Atlantic Council. Welcome to all. I'm going to begin with Her Excellency. Jordan is one of the pioneers when it comes to renewable energy transition here in the Middle East. The country is a trailblazer in terms of the transition and has been adding a significant chunk of solar capacity. It also has significant wind capacity as well, and has been looking at other forms of energy. With solar, for instance, is going to be as high as 2.75 gigawatts by the end of this year. Minister, could you talk to us a little bit about Jordan's energy mix and what critical role renewables have been playing in powering your economy?
I'd like to thank you as a start. Thank you for the Atlantic Council in organizing these sessions regarding energy transition towards a more sustainable, less fossil, more clean, less carbon emission energy in the world. This is very important for us in Jordan, and I am proud for the introduction that you have made. And yes, we are proud as Jordan to be among the first in the Middle East and North Africa to go towards renewable energy. Our journey started in 2012, 2013, we had a low, and since then we moved from 1% of electricity generated from renewables to today, where we're talking about around 19%, and hopefully in very few months, we will reach the 20% we were aiming for. So indeed, renewable energy has made a significant shift for us. And we believe as citizens of the world, every one of us, our country, that we need to move towards decarbonization, zero emissions, less emissions as much as possible. And we are proud that today in our electricity generation, we're using one of the cleanest sources for generating electricity. Today, as I said, around 19% comes from renewable energy, and the rest is generated from natural gas. So we don't have coal, we don't use heavy fuel, we don't use diesel. And gradually we're shifting to more renewable energy. Our plans are towards around 31% in 2030. And please remember that Jordan is a country that's mainly focusing on solar and wind. So none of these can act as a base load. And we're doing our best in order to integrate storage in the coming few years in order to be able to take more and more. One more thing we allowed and permitted in Jordan is for the consumer to generate their own electricity, which was an enabler like for industries and different productive sectors, because with the decrease in the prices of solar energy and being a country that is blessed with sunshine almost all the year, we only have around 30 rainy days. So they are able today to generate electricity which is clean, green, and very feasible for their businesses. So again, I'm really happy and proud to be sitting here today among you all to speak of this success story in Jordan. It's in its energy transition towards more clean and energy in its energy mix.
Thank you, Your Excellency. A reminder to our audience that you can submit questions to our panelists through the chat option on the web app. Now, turning to Yusuf, who is the head of the Clean Energy Department at Masdar, which has steadily built up an incredible footprint of renewable energy projects in wind, in solar, waste to energy, both here in the UAE, in neighboring Saudi Arabia, where they've expanded their role. They're, of course, present in several other parts of the world and continuously expanding, more recently in Poland. Yusuf, how has the pandemic refocused priorities for Masdar in terms of its renewable energy portfolio?
Jennifer, thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. I'm very glad to be with such distinguished panelists. COVID-19 exposed us to a lot of challenges. And when I speak about these challenges in the renewable energy projects, in the development of the renewable energy projects, the biggest difficulty was mainly in the construction works. So due to the cross-border limitations, transportation limitations, we faced a lot of delays in the projects under construction. The good thing during this pandemic that everybody got together. So not the developers alone, we have the developers, the contractors, the lenders, the clients, the governments where we build projects for them, all of them got together in order to overcome the challenges that raised due to COVID-19. So we faced delays in the project. This is natural, but in general, we were able to overcome these challenges and continue the construction works and achieve commercial operation projects for many projects that we have. One of them is with Jordan, with the support of Her Excellency, the minister from Jordan, Al Zawati. Thank you very much. So all of us got together and we were able to continue. On terms of on the development side, on the other side of planning for renewable energy, we witnessed an increasing plan for more renewable energy capacities, and this is mainly driven by the economical attractiveness of these projects. We've seen this year a new round of renewable energy projects happening in Saudi Arabia. We've seen new rounds of renewable energy projects happening in Central Asia, in Uzbekistan, in Azerbaijan. We are engaged in projects also beyond renewable energy. We are engaged in projects with storage technologies. We are engaged in projects with waste to energy technologies. We are exploring more technologies for the future related to hydrogen production. So I think, yes, it's a difficult time that we passed through due to the pandemic, but we went through it and we still continue to grow our renewable energy position. So for Masdar, after this pandemic, yes, we learned a lot. We'll continue to improving our position in our existing markets. We will continue being closer to our client to explore more future technologies that can help them to overcome their challenges.
Thank you, Yusuf. Moving on to Ahmed. Now, Saudi Aramco is the world's largest oil exporting company, and the kingdom, as well as its biggest national asset, have taken increasingly bold steps towards sustainability. As Saudi Aramco, what steps are you taking at the moment to shift gears to a renewable future for the kingdom?
Thank you. In fact, the kingdom has had a long history of leadership in energy, as you've said, and we've moved in the past from oil to natural gas, and today, as you can see, the kingdom is a leader as well in the implementation of renewable energy. We at Saudi Aramco believe in the affordability of energy, but as well the sustainability of energy, and therefore we think that long term we must be able to provide the markets with the products that they require. And as we've seen with our oil, for example, we have invested many years, long before the concerns globally around emissions, in the cleanliness of our product. So we have today the lowest carbon footprint associated with production of our oil than any other major oil producer in the world. So for example, we have about 10 kilograms of CO2 emitted with every barrel of oil we produce, which is far lower than the global average, which ranges between 40 and 60 kilograms. And that's because we invested long ago in the 70s, late 70s, mainly in capturing the associated gas, which had zero value at the time, but for environmental reasons and what turned out to be great economic reasons. And for that kind of a long-term view of the future is what's needed today for the energy industry. And we believe the same way regarding CO2 and emissions. We are investing today for the long term. First, in the efficiency of our own existing hydrocarbon production, but also in developing new uses that are lower emission uses of the resources we have. For example, our hydrocarbons, the uses of hydrocarbons go beyond energy. We have a major program in what is called crude to chemicals, because chemicals is a major growth area, and it's actually necessary. The materials of the transition are mainly polymers and carbon-based products, which allow what we see in terms of efficient, new, low emissions technologies. And so we are transitioning also our product mix to be a lower emission product mix. So that's one element. The second element, of course, and the critical element, is we're even getting more efficient in our production. So we're investing in even more efficient production of oil, and that includes renewable energy that if it is economically competitive. And as we've seen today, renewable energy is a lower cost option for the production of electricity in many cases. And therefore, we'll see more and more adoption of renewable energy at larger scale in the kingdom and with Aramco as well. So we're expecting also to transition to lower carbon footprint products in addition to the conventional hydrocarbons. As we've demonstrated back in September, we'll be producing carbon-free products for the market through technologies like carbon capture. So in September, we demonstrated by piloting the first shipment of carbon-free hydrogen, or blue hydrogen in the terminology. That's by producing ammonia and capturing the CO2 associated with that production and shipping it to Japan, where it was utilized in power generation. So that's the kind of products that we see entering our energy mix that converts the extremely competitive hydrocarbon resources into two main products: materials in the form of carbon-based high-performance materials, and hydrogen, which then becomes an energy carrier. So this is where we see the future of the hydrocarbon industry ultimately, that we'll be seeing lower and lower carbon footprint products through technologies such as carbon capture and sequestration, as well as conversion of hydrocarbons to more valuable materials. So this is the future that we see. It'll take a lot of investment, and we are, as you know, we've been investing. We're the leaders in the carbon capture in the region. We established our first carbon capture project in 2015, where we inject about 800,000 tons a year of CO2 into an oil field. So we are expanding that technology as we speak. We are developing new technologies in that area, and we hope to be able to demonstrate a real, growth beyond the products we have today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. I'm going to circle back to hydrogen, which has become increasingly important here in the Middle East, especially in the UAE. We've seen a number of deals being signed and top players in the country forming an alliance to transform the country into an export hub for hydrogen. We'll come back to that later, but I'm going to move on to Casper, and I'll be starting with your recent announcement, which only just came through 2 hours ago. You signed an agreement with Abu Dhabi's Mubadala Investment Company to collaborate in the areas of clean, sustainable, and innovative energy solutions. And you also mentioned a manufacturing component for that here in the UAE. How important is technology in enabling this energy transition here in the region?
Thank you for that. Thank you for having me. And it was indeed a great honor today to sign this MOU. I mean, we've been very fortunate to be a partner of Masdar and other leading UAE institutions in leaders in sustainability, some of the true sustainability pioneers, if you like. And what we want to do with the, want to explore in the MOU is how can we take that knowledge? How can we take these lessons learned? How can we offer sustainable energy as a service in Europe and in Africa? Think mini grids, think obviously the huge opportunity, the challenge in Africa, there are 600 million people without access to energy. But also in Europe, increasingly the need to get sustainable energy as a service, right? So we see a lot of opportunity in this market, and we're very fortunate that we have great partners like Mubadala with the Emirati entrepreneurial spirit, and of course a huge footprint across the entire world, but especially in EMEA, with whom we can do that. And yes, indeed, part of the MOU is also to look at our footprint here in the region. I mean, we've been here 40 years, but one can always do more. And looking at manufacturing some of those components potentially here in Abu Dhabi. So that is what we are looking at. You asked me about technology in creating, in supporting the transition. And I mean, since COVID is on our mind and we talk a lot about vaccines, I mean, clearly technology is not the vaccine, but it's certainly a key enabler of efficiency. And it's the combination really of IoT, the Internet of Things, of big data, the ability to analyze a lot of data, and artificial intelligence that allows us to significantly reduce the energy, electricity consumption of some of the core drivers of electricity, right? So digitization with all the data centers is a core driver of future energy demand. I mean, this is clear, right? Reducing that by getting a better handle on the cooling of data centers using less electricity is clearly a key, often overlooked component of reducing energy consumption. Then we are in the region that has urbanized like few others. I mean, China is maybe a competitor. Clearly, the combination of smart buildings, smart cities, again, this is a region with a lot of early adoption, a lot of early technology. And this is not just complex building management systems in huge hotels or hospitals. This is even very simple technologies that simply allow you to automatically turn off the light as you leave the room. I mean, simple things like that can generate huge savings. And the last one I would say, of course, are the huge plants, the water treatment, desalination plants and others, where again, with a combination of technologies, you can reduce energy. So these are all core components to overall reduce energy consumption so that we can redirect this almost like an investment, this energy that becomes free. I didn't mention smart grids, into those areas where you want to grow, where you need more.
Also, Casper, you mentioned in your agreement a manufacturing component. Now, to service the renewable industry so far in the Middle East, the region has largely imported much of the equipment needed to support the sector. What sort of manufacturing component could we possibly see as a result of this? And do you see potential for that here in the region?
Well, there definitely is potential. I mean, we actually do manufacture in the region. We manufacture in Saudi Arabia. We manufacture in other Middle Eastern countries. We manufacture in Algeria. We manufacture in Kenya for the African market. So we are quite focused on increasing that footprint wherever it makes sense. Clearly, renewables are not just at multiples through maintaining it, etc. They also create jobs through the actual manufacturing of the components, and this is one thing that we are here in Abu Dhabi. Now, what that exactly will be is what we will explore in the MOU in the next 6 months or so, and you will hear more from us.
Thank you. Moving over to Jean-Francois, who has written an excellent paper for the Atlantic Council with Samar Moses called Energy Transition in the Gulf, Myth and Reality, where they talk about CCUS and other new innovative strategies that are being implemented across different countries. Jean-Francois, could you give us your critical appraisal of the energy transition initiatives being taken by oil-producing countries here in the Middle East, drawing upon this report?
Well, thank you very much. And it is quite an honor to be with my panelists, who are all wonderful and very knowledgeable people, much more knowledgeable than I will ever be. So I feel very humbled in approaching this a little bit. But yes, my colleague Samir Moses and myself wrote this paper, which is more of a general analysis of the approach and the policies of renewables and net zero in the Middle East. But just very quickly, the way we were looking at it, and again, it's more of a 10,000 feet view of the issue. But there are four main prongs of the transition today in the Gulf in particular. Our focus was on the Gulf mostly. But of course, there's renewables, which is very important because the region has an enormous advantage in the solar, and especially in Jordan, as we heard from Her Excellency, is doing fabulously well on this. But in the Gulf itself, at this point, the renewables are actually very small. There's a lot of plans. The total renewables today production is only 2.8 gigawatts, and most of that is in Abu Dhabi. So there are many projects, of course, with 4.7 gigawatts coming in the next few months, and another 5 in a few months later. But besides the renewables, I think there's, as Ahmed just mentioned, there's an enormous effort in the region to develop carbon capture and storage. And there is, of course, the big project in Saudi Arabia, which has existed since 2015. There's a similar one in the UAE, and I'm sure there will be many more to come. But there is a natural advantage to Saudi Arabia and the UAE to develop this much further, because not only can they capture the CO2, but they can store it. And a lot of the problems which CO2 provides is that, or gives us, is that, yes, you can remove the CO2, but what do you do with it? And if you cannot, most of it would be buried. And if you can put it back in the oil fields, which are getting weak themselves, then it's a great advantage. Now, in the UAE, of course, you have the nuclear effort, which has been remarkable, truly, and which has not been followed yet by the others. So there's some plans in Saudi Arabia, a lot of talk, but not much action in Saudi on these matters. Sure. There's a point which Ahmed mentioned, and which I really would love to hear more from him, is on the crude to chemical issue. That's the project in Saudi Arabia, which could revolutionize the world, really. And the $20 billion project, as far as I can tell, but it has offs and ons. Last I heard it was off. I don't know whether it's on. So maybe you can tell us more about this. This is really great. But the main point I wanted to make in our paper, was that really the Gulf countries have a great advantage in the sense that they have so many natural advantages in terms of the sun, in terms of their ability to produce very cheap carbons, to have the fields nearby, and and a lot of capital where they don't have to borrow piles of money in order to do their projects. They can really become as dominant in net zero emission technologies as they are today in hydrocarbons. And that's really the future for the Gulf in many ways. If they can actually not only be technology takers in renewables and net zero emission, but really become technology sellers and givers, then little by little they can replace their own income from hydrocarbons. So between the chemicals, which is of course enormous. I mean, Saudi Arabia today is the second or third, maybe fourth largest producer of chemicals in the world. Then, excuse me, between the chemicals and the ability to sell technology which they develop themselves, I think that will be quite advantageous for the whole region. This is not as easy as all that, because to develop the technology, you need to have enormous research and development expenses. Saudi Aramco is at the forefront of this, has been for the last 30 years. And so it's really quite wonderful to see that. But that has to be multiplied by many times over in order to be successful and to become an exporter of technology. So many of the universities in Saudi Arabia in particular are pushing this extensively. And I believe they will be very successful in this. But it takes the ability to build the technology, takes the research and development. You have to buy a lot of companies abroad and bring joint venture partners, as our friend von Schneider just mentioned, and it's being done in the UAE extensively. So I believe that there is a lot of possibilities. I think the Gulf will become a leader and can replace its own dominance in hydrocarbon by the dominance in the selling of technology in net zero emission. It's very important to not just focus on just renewables, but renewables and net zero emission, as the kingdom is trying to do right now, as was mentioned by the king not so long ago, and really become develop its ability to further to become major providers of technology worldwide. So that talks about hydrogen, but I think Jennifer will talk about that later. So maybe I'll just would love to hear more what everyone else has to say. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Jean-Francois. You've raised a number of interesting points about CCUS and new uses for oil, which we'll be putting to our panelists a bit later. We have a question from our audience. The question is, as oil and gas declines, how will the region work to continue in its role as a critical supplier of energy to the rest of the world through hydrogen production, electricity export, solar or wind, or another route? Jean-Francois covered a little bit of that. I was wondering if Her Excellency would like to share her thoughts on newer forms of energy export from the region as fossil fuels decline.
It's funny that you're asking me. We're a country among most of the countries in the region which is not actually producing fossil fuel or even natural gas in the amounts that is produced in the Gulf countries and Saudi Arabia. But it's also ironic that we have started generating renewable energy from a local resource. And today we're seeing ourselves discussing a connection with Saudi Arabia for exchange of energy during different times of the day, during different times of the years. And though we as Jordan, we're not an energy producer, yet for the first time in Jordan's kind of history, we're producing local energy from local resources. So do I see kind of a replacement of or gradually an increase in energy production from renewables and from hydrogen? Definitely we're seeing that. Is it only because we're moving towards a net zero emissions? One of the reasons is yes. The other reason is that economically it seems to be feasible. And the third reason, and actually we've seen that in COVID, when at some point we were afraid that the supply of gas would be cut because of any reason related to COVID, then what would we be doing? So for security reasons, for economic reasons, and for the net zero emissions objectives that we all have yes, I do see renewables and hydrogen coming into the picture, and more and more of electricity generation specifically would be depending on these two sources. In addition, we're seeing the move around the world towards more electric transportation, electric vehicles. So then again, renewables have to play a big role in that. And for those countries who are not oil producers or gas producers, this will give them more and more energy independence. And that is key to any person who's responsible for the country.
And Your Excellency, Jordan is part of the GCC interconnection grid. Now, there are also interconnections with Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, the West Bank, and even plans were considered to supply Syria, for instance. Do you envisage a future where there will be a system in place where excess renewable power from additional capacity in countries like yours will help to meet shortages across the region?
Yeah, well, if you remember, I said that our goals towards 2030 is 31% of renewable energy, and we're around 20% today. And that's one of the main reasons, is that we're not interconnected like the European countries with the countries around them. And this causes us a problem with excess generation during daytime, during summertime. And therefore, today we are aiming to be a hub for energy, let's say, exchange of energy among these countries that you have pinpointed. So today we have a connection with Egypt, and we are seeking to increase that capacity. We have a memorandum of understanding with Saudi Arabia to build a line between us and Saudi. We're also discussing with the GCC countries so that the network of the GCC countries passes through Jordan and from Jordan to Egypt. In addition, today we are strengthening the links to Palestine, and as well we're building a connection with Iraq in order to be able to export this electricity to Iraq. We're also discussing with Lebanon the opportunities of passing electricity to Lebanon through Syria. So yes, the more we are able to connect to all these grids, the more we will be able to generate renewable energy, and thus, for a change, maybe sometime we will be able to export it to neighboring countries.
And moving on to Yusuf, I had the pleasure of interviewing Yusuf for The National. The interview was published, and you can see that on our website. And you mentioned how Masdar is helping a number of countries in developing a green post-pandemic recovery plan. And you mentioned in particular countries in the CIS. You've been very active in Uzbekistan. Could you elaborate a bit more on Masdar's role in such green recovery programs?
Jennifer, as a developer, in order to have a competitive edge, we need to come with solutions that is tailored for the requirement of the clients. In some markets, in some countries, you have limitations. For example, I give you the example of Indonesia. Indonesia is not an easy place to find land, because you will be either cutting forest or will be competing with agriculture. So there, with our partnership in Indonesia, we came up with a floating PV solution. We're progressing very well to make floating PV at large scale bankable, and we are heading toward financial close in the next few months. So this is type of solutions that we are bringing. Another example also, I want you to be aware about Masdar's beyond solar and wind. Another example that we are really proud of, Riyadh project. It's a project that we developed together with ADNOC, early in 2015. It's a CO2 capturing plant. It's the first commercial CO2 capturing plant that is in operation now. We are capturing in Abu Dhabi 800,000 tons of CO2. Besides that, we have number of ideas that we are developing. Another example is our floating offshore project in Scotland. You know, you have high potential for offshore wind in many geographies, in Japan, in US, but the water is too much deep. So together with our partner, we came up with a demonstration for floating offshore, another commercial project that we put forward. Besides that, other than the technological innovation, I can mention the project first of its kind in the region, the first of its kind waste to energy project that is under construction now in Sharjah to be like a pilot project for the region. It's a large scale utility scale project, but can be like an example for all the countries here in the region to follow the same principles. So this is how Masdar is trying to position itself as a competitive, smart developer. The competition is strong. Masdar is not alone. I think that the market is fortunate that other developers also in the market, and also they are thinking outside the box. Besides the developers, you have the technology providers, the companies like Schneider's, which strive to give a solution that is helping others to be more competitive economically, to be more reliable in terms of power production. So we have many of these partnerships. I mentioned before in the interview with you, Jennifer, Central Asia. We're building now huge capacities in solar and wind in Uzbekistan with the support of the government in Uzbekistan, in Azerbaijan, in different places in the world. We are building these projects.
We only have about 16 minutes left. So, and I'd like to hear thoughts about net zero targets possibly being set for the region. But I'm going to stick with Yusuf. In a few hours from now, Joe Biden will be inaugurated as the 46th president of the United States. And in our interview, you called the US the biggest accessible market in terms of renewable energy. And we're seeing an interesting development where the Middle East is exporting renewable technology as opposed to oil from a few years ago. And you also mentioned that you're very keen to develop greenfield projects in the US. And as part of his initial 100 days, he plans to rejoin the Paris Agreement, and he also plans to push through a $2 trillion green energy agenda targeting clean building, transportation sectors. Are there plans in Masdar to significantly expand the US portfolio on the back of the incoming administration's $2 trillion green agenda?
Definitely, Jennifer. Over the last few years, we were able to raise our presence in the US to almost 1.8 gigawatts. So this is a significant presence that we have in the US. So with Mr. Biden taking position in the US, I think beyond also the renewable energy sector, I think we'll have alignments when it comes on the climate change agenda. Masdar, we are proud that we will be part of the UAE delegation in COP26 that will take place in the UK by end of the year. So climate change is a very important file for the UAE, and UAE is taking a lot of steps internally here in the UAE to reduce our carbon footprint and internationally through the climate change negotiations.
And Caspar, moving on to you, I would like you to speak about some of the ways in which technology is helping reduce some energy-intensive activities in the Middle East, notably desalination, for instance, which consumes a significant chunk of power, particularly in the GCC. How can energy systems be developed to reduce the intensity of energy being consumed through desalination, for instance?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, the Middle East uses a lot of desalination. This is true, and it's true that it does bring water, but at the same time, it's of course extremely energy intensive for two reasons. I mean, one is any big water plant uses a lot of pumps, pumps use a lot of energy. This is one. And second, of course, there is the reverse osmosis itself that uses a lot of electricity as well. So what we've done in places like El Galala in Egypt, this is one of the big desalination plants in the Red Sea, is reduce that energy consumption, primarily by using variable speed drive technology that takes down your consumption, the overall cost of the liter of water produced by about 10%. That's actually quite meaningful because it means that the water produced is at the same level of cost as drinking water and hence becomes competitive, right? We use similar technology, I mean, not just in desalination, but also in water treatment plants. A particular point in pride is that I was told it's the largest treatment plant in the world. It's also in Egypt, Jabal al-Asfar. It's apparently bigger than the one in Mexico City. So you have to imagine a city like Cairo, 22 million people being supplied by this particularly large treatment plant. And in it, again, I mean, by using also a software layer that sits on top of the entire plant, by analyzing the data, putting in preventive maintenance, etc., we're able to reduce the energy consumption significantly. So the point here is that you can bring that down 20, 30% in a plant like the one I just described. You can get the cost of water in a desalination plant down. These are important numbers, especially at scale, given the scarceness of water in this region. And it plays a role in bringing overall the energy consumption of this region down. Yeah.
Thank you, Caspar. We have about 10 minutes left, and I'd like to invite the panelists to keep the comments brief. Moving to Ahmed, we're now seeing, you've mentioned hydrogen, and we're seeing a lot of conversation happening this year around hydrogen and the possible emergence of the Middle East as a hub for the export of this clean fuel, both blue and green hydrogen. And Saudi Arabia's Energy Minister Prince Abdulaziz said last year that the kingdom was putting together a hydrogen strategy. And Abu Dhabi, for instance, is marshalling its biggest players in forming a hydrogen alliance. Is this technology commercially feasible? How long before we can see this scaled up and as a viable alternative to oil?
So I think hydrogen is really an exciting topic. You know, in the last 3 years, it's gained tremendous credibility. And that is because of three factors. One is the incredible reduction in the renewable energy costs globally. Number two is the maturity of the hydrogen technology. So it has been amazing how it's kind of been not noticed by the analysts, but hydrogen technology has matured tremendously over the last 10 years. And finally, the third, I would say, is the carbon intensity imperative, the reduction of emissions. So those three have created a perfect storm to make really the hydrogen's time to come. You know, many have predicted hydrogen many years. Maybe we've had 3 dawns for hydrogen, I think, in the 70s and the 90s, and then again in the 2000s. And now I think this is the true sun is finally rising. We're seeing that the competitiveness of the technology, fuel cell costs, which is the main technology that utilizes hydrogen, are becoming economic. We're seeing vehicles on the streets with such as the Hyundai Nexo, the Toyota Mirai, trucks now. And we're seeing economic competitiveness. Now, it's not yet competitive at the costs of hydrogen production today because of infrastructure costs. Hydrogen produced in a central location is very competitive, actually. We, in the oil and gas industry, produce about 75% of the hydrogen in the world, mainly for use in our own refineries. We know the cost of hydrogen is very competitive, but the challenge is moving it to the consumer. And that's where all the work that has to be done today. It's putting in the infrastructure to deliver that hydrogen from the production to the user economically. And so that was the logic behind our blue ammonia project, which was demonstrating that ammonia could be a competitive means to transfer renewable or decarbonized hydrocarbons to markets. I think it's that kind of work that we're doing right now, which will enable hydrogen at scale and therefore economically competitive with hydrocarbons. The advantage of diesel and oil has been its fungibility, its ability to transfer at a low cost. If we can transfer that same energy in a hydrogen or a hydrogen carrier like ammonia, we will get the same value from our hydrocarbons. And that's the point that Jean-Francois was saying. We have a tremendous capability or resource in the kingdom, not just in the production of low-cost hydrocarbons, but also in low-cost decarbonization of hydrocarbons. We have tremendous resources to capture the carbon and sequester it. We also have tremendous resources to produce the lowest cost renewable hydrogen in the world in the form of renewable energy to hydrogen, again, because of the low cost of renewables. You heard the NEOM project, where we have a tremendous, the world's biggest, basically, hydrogen project from renewables being announced. I think, personally, that there is a huge synergy between these projects, and that's because renewables have one big challenge that we still have not resolved, and that's capacity factor, utilization factor. It's because of the lack of storage. So the costs are inflated, even though the renewable prices are low, but they're not available all the time. So that combining the decarbonized hydrocarbons with the renewable hydrogen, I believe will give the Gulf region the lowest, most cost competitive, low carbon hydrogen in the world. And that's what we're hoping to do with our partners here in the region.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Yusuf to quickly jump in and share his thoughts on developing the hydrogen economy here in the UAE on the back of the pilot projects that you are initiating as Masdar, as well as on the back of these lines. If you could share your thoughts on that.
Jennifer, I think UAE and Saudi Arabia and GCC in general, being countries that have oil and gas heritage, this really gave us the right infrastructure to pioneer the hydrogen business. And looking at the future, I think hydrogen will start with the blue hydrogen. Today, the green hydrogen is still expensive. Blue hydrogen makes sense, and we are well positioned with our experience in the oil and gas. Companies like Aramco and ADNOC could potentially lead the production of hydrogen. So what we are doing now, we're trying to create the awareness about the importance and the use of hydrogen through the pilot project that we want to do here in Masdar.
Thank you, Yusuf. We're nearly at the end of our discussion, but before we go, I'd like to have the thoughts of our panelists on possible net zero commitments from here in the Middle East. And I'm going to turn to Her Excellency. Now, Jordan has taken the lead on so many renewable energy initiatives. Could reaching net zero as a country be a possible future goal? And if so, when can we expect to see that?
Thank you for the question. Well, going from fuel-based to zero carbon emissions or a net zero emissions is a long way. We've started partially, and we've reached today like 20% of our electricity being generated from renewables. Far from reaching net zero emissions, as we're still using lots of fuel in our industries, transportation, electricity generation. But yet, we are very ambitious. We have been once ambitious in 2014 when we set a goal in 2020 to reach 20% of renewable energy. And here we are today, yes, achieving that. And we've set a goal for 2025 to reach 25%, and we're going to reach that, I think, ahead of time. So in order to move to net zero, and I don't think we will reach that very soon, but we have to work very hard we are working on several paths, and I believe the first most important thing for any country in the world is to move towards more energy efficiency. And this is very important because I think it's the cheapest way for us to move towards less carbon emissions, or even eventually for a net zero carbon emissions. Also, we are working heavily on today moving towards electric vehicles, and meanwhile even we're thinking of introducing gas vehicles, which is less carbon emissions than using diesel and gasoline. In order to do all this, we have a plan, and our plan involves a national energy efficiency action plan, and there is a renewable energy action plan, and we hope gradually that we will be able to be one of the first countries who get there. One of the reasons is the need, like maybe we don't have the luxury of oil producing countries, whether we would use the oil or the gas that we produce versus other kind of resources. So we don't have that resource, and that's why we have an extra motive and more reasons to go towards more resources that are more taking us to net zero emissions.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We have about 3 minutes left. I'd like to put the same question to the other panelists, and if you can keep your comments briefly to about 30 to 45 seconds, that would be great. Casper, Schneider Electric took the pledge to become to reach net zero last year. What are your thoughts on governments in this region reaching that goal?
Yeah, it's clearly a journey, both for the region and for us. Last year, accelerated our goal from 2030 to 2025, by 5 years. And we also committed to net zero operational emissions by 20, net zero supply chain by 2050, right? So I think it's important to set the goal. I like to make some comments. Also continue to focus on efficiency as something that we can all do as a company, as governments, and as individuals. Learning more about the impact of energy.
Thank you. Jean-Francois, your thoughts?
Well, very briefly, I think the net zero emission is still, of course, a fairly long way away, as Her Excellency mentioned, but it is quite feasible. I think the Minister of Energy of the UAE yesterday was mentioning that they were hoping to reach 70% net zero by 2030. It's very ambitious, but the problem, of course, of the region is that it's almost easy to reach net zero for their own production, but since they're exporters, what happens to the stuff from exporters? Is that net zero or not? And that's where it's important for them to have that technology which they are developing and which they can sell along with the oil to become net zero and increase income in many ways. So it's a commercial proposition as well. But I think net zero will happen. They have not announced it. They're not like BP or Shell, but Saudi Aramco one of these days will come up with the possibility of net zero for their own production within the kingdom. Whether they can do 7 million barrels a day exported at net zero, that's something we shall see. But then they will have the technology to go with it, as I mentioned. So thank you.
Thanks. Ahmed, your thoughts?
So I'm not going to comment on the commitment to a net zero. I'll let Jean-Francois, but I can say one thing. We are closer to net zero than any other major oil producer. For our scope 1 and 2, as I said before, our existing emissions are far below our peers. And I believe that given the renewable resources we have in the kingdom and our carbon capture resources, I believe if we needed to be, we could also be the most competitive in a net zero world. Now, will the world get to net zero in the timeframes people are talking? I personally believe it's going to be very challenging without some new technologies, and we're working hard on some of those new technologies. I mentioned carbon capture. I'd like to mention also direct air capture. We are working on direct air capture, which could be a major breakthrough for the world, and it is needed because, as the IPCC said, we cannot meet the net zero without negative emissions. And so technology is needed, and we're working on those kinds of technologies. So that's what I'd just like to end with. Thank you. Thank you. That's all we have time for, unfortunately. It's been a great discussion. Thank you all for sharing your thoughts. I'm going to hand this over back to Etna, and thanks again. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. And Jennifer, big thanks to you. Thank you so much there. Tremendous panel on the role of the Middle East and North Africa in the energy transition. And great dialogue there, great focus on what's going on. Hydrogen coming up a lot, and surprise, surprise, technology driving the way. What did you take away there? The big buzzword is hydrogen. We've seen a number of alliances, a number of agreements being signed, and I think that will be the way forward for the Middle East to kickstart its new pivot to transition. I mean, it's been there for a while, but I think hydrogen will be the way to go for the near future. And it's something I think we're hearing lots about in all of the panels. I heard about it in mine, and indeed, I know tomorrow I'm doing another panel on gas. And yes, it's top of the agenda. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Really, it was a delight to have you do that panel. Thank you so much. Now, of course, we have lots going on for the rest of the day, and a very, very busy schedule in place for you. Remember our hashtag. It is hashtag AC Energy, and make sure to stay in touch with us on social media. That's at AC Global Energy. So we're live streaming obviously on YouTube. We're here, we're on the app. The app is the place to really go to engage and make sure that you get plenty of questions in. We have some tremendous panelists, and the amount of expertise that we're able to share on this Atlantic Council with you in all of the sessions, it's really quite phenomenal. So I hope you're enjoying it. I hope you're feeling engaged and informed, educated and inspired. That's what we want to do here. So we're going to continue our coverage. We're looking now in our next session, reimagining the transatlantic energy and climate relationship. So a lot to digest in this one. And I'm going to hand it over now and introduce to you the emerging markets editor and anchor from CNN Business, John Defterios, will join us for this session.
And on this U.S. Inauguration Day, we could have not picked a better theme, I don't think, for our session, reimagining the transatlantic energy and climate relationship. We know that Joe Biden is rejoining the Paris Climate Agreement as first-tier priority and has been forthright in his goal to accelerate a green energy transition that could include a $2 trillion spending package for new energy infrastructure and, of course, development. We will see a move away from the administration focused on U.S. supremacy of oil and gas production that we've had for the last 4 years to one that will have a senior diplomat in John Kerry not only be the special envoy for climate change, but also sit on the National Security Council and work with its transatlantic partners to make COP26 a success at the end of the year in Glasgow. I concluded a year-long series for CNN called the Global Energy Challenge with a special look at how some governments around the world did not let the energy shock triggered by the pandemic go to waste, if you will, and then accelerated their plans to develop programs for net zero by 2050, if not much earlier, and that's been the case on many occasions, with Germany, France, the UK, and Denmark leading that drive in the European Union. We included all 4 of those in the special that we shot last August to air in September. Extraordinary in that lockdown situation that they could still drive these policies forward. So a couple of key overarching questions to address in our hour together. Can the transatlantic corridor for collaboration be reestablished under a new administration? And do we think that it can set the benchmark for work within the G20 and beyond, of course, for establishing a deeper commitment in the lead up to COP26? We have a fantastic panel. I know everybody likes to say that as they get things started, but this one I can rest assured is both timely on the news front because of what's transpiring in Washington today, but also with the depth of knowledge that we have around the virtual table. Let's welcome the Director General for Energy at the European Commission, Dieter Jorgensen. Dieter, it's great to have you on board. His Excellency Michael Kurtyka is the Minister of Climate and Environment for the Republic of Poland. He's nodding there. And a very familiar face to us at the Atlantic Council, the founding chairman of the Global Energy Center, Ambassador Richard Morningstar. It's great to have all three of you in. Just to lay the groundwork here for our audience, we know that there's a question and answer box on the page here on the device and welcoming you on the platform. It's in the upper right-hand corner. We welcome the Q&A. They'll be fed to me by my smartphone, and we'd love to have you as part of the dialogue. This will last 1 hour in time, and I'm inviting our panelists, of course, to continue a very robust debate after we get through a couple of rounds of questions. I want to start kind of oddly here, just giving one similar question to all three of you, and I'll start with Dieter here. And this is a key question. Is it that easy to reset relations? I noticed that the head of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, didn't waste any time coming right out of the box saying, yes, we need to reset relations. This is our long-term ally in the United States, and climate change and energy policy is going to be right at the top of the agenda. What's your view from the DG, Dieter?
Well, thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation to be here today with the Atlantic Council and the Global Energy Forum. It's always interesting and always good conversations. And indeed, as you've said, John, the president of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, was in the European Parliament this morning and spoke about relations with the US and an increased engagement transatlantic, as we have historically seen. Specifically in the area of energy, we have had very close cooperation with the US. The US-EU Energy Council was established in 2009, has met regularly since, and has been a vehicle for close cooperation and dialogue across the Atlantic on energy issues. And we have had a good dialogue also these last 4 years on a number of energy issues of common interest. Energy security, diversification of supply, some of the global aspects of the liquid global market, LNG, where our imports of LNG from the US have grown manyfold, both as part of our effort to energy security, diversification of supply at competitive prices, and of course from the US side, from the perspective of a producer and an industrial perspective. So very close cooperation on a number of issues, and those are just some of the ones. What we hope to see now is, of course, with the announcement that the US would join the Paris Agreement and would step into to work with us and other partners globally on climate change, well, then there is a much broader common agenda across the Atlantic, and also I think a framework for our cooperation in the energy field that can hopefully help us work even more closely together and really strengthen our cooperation, again, on transatlantic issues, but also in the global context and in the interest of moving forward the climate debate and climate efforts in particular for better results. And to achieve our climate objectives of climate neutrality and lowering emissions, we need the energy sector in particular. I think energy transition is the center of our climate, essentially. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I'll obviously circle back with you. Minister Kurtyka, I understood the language today, and I thought it was interesting from the European Commission president. She said the US is not going to lead the race. They're joining a race that's already underway, implying that, of course, the European Union did not waste the opportunity of the pandemic, as tragic as it was, but it took advantage of the fact they could accelerate the green transition. And China is very much in this race as well. How are we going to see the United States under President Biden here engaging on this, but then setting a few examples that it's serious?
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, let's recall that we have been in our transatlantic partnership particularly hit already with the pandemic. And we are right now together going for climate neutrality because President-elect Joe Biden announced that from the day one, he will rejoin the Paris Agreement. And so we will be on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean going for climate neutrality as soon as possible by 2050. And as you said, John, we just advanced in this regard within European Union, raising to 55% the ambition by 2030 last December. And I think that this, on the way to climate neutrality, this offers completely a new opportunities for transatlantic cooperation. And let me just mention the subjects, but we can go deeper into details later on. But I think that we have a lot to do in terms of coordinating our spendings. This climate neutrality is basically going for capital-intensive technologies. From labor-intensive or resource-intensive economy, we are moving to capital-intensive economy, and we need to speed the post-pandemic, post-recovery fiscal stimulus wisely, especially in terms of coordinating our research in terms of research and development spending. We see Asia, China taking the lead in terms of number of scientific publications, in terms of energy storage, in terms of advanced nuclear reactors. We have to rethink what on the way to climate neutrality in the transatlantic partnership, what it means anymore, energy security, and how we want to tackle this subject together.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Minister. Richard, I think it'd be really good for us to delve in right away to some of the challenges in the United States. I talked about a $2 trillion package. That's probably ambitious. And I raise it because of the 50-50 split in the US Senate and some of those kind of budget hawks within the Republican Senate group there. Are they going to be pushing back against this idea and trying to create the green jobs that Joe Biden was talking about, good union jobs, a just transition, that's as it's called in this community?
Well, I think, thank you, John. It's good to be with you and with my friends Dita and Mikhail Kurtika. And I agree, by the way, with virtually everything that they've said already. But you raise an important point, and in the context of your first question, yes, I think we can reset, particularly the climate relationship. Overall, the energy relationship has been pretty good in spite of Nord Stream, but it's not going to be perfect, and that there should be high expectations, but not that there won't be, at least some issues or some things that we're going to have to agree upon. With respect to Congress, I think that one of the realities is that from a legislative standpoint, we may not be able to move as quickly as some in Europe would like to see, or that Europe actually moves. It is a 50-50 split, but but a lot of the success legislatively is going to depend on the center, involving a few Republicans. And there are some Democrats that may be not quite as progressive on the climate end. I think a lot can be done. A lot can be done with respect to a stimulus. There can be a lot done in cooperation between the US and EU, which we can get in more specifically. But there's going to have to be some compromise in the Senate to get legislation passed. And we'll see how much that compromise has to be. So again, high expectations, but it's not going to be perfect.
Okay, Ambassador, you brought up Nord Stream, and I was going to bring it up later in the conversation, but let's address it now. How do you think Joe Biden will handle the Nord Stream 2? And I'd love to have Dita follow up in terms of the importance of not having a partner like that slap sanctions on a very key ally that took a lot of bruises during the last administration.
Well, first of all, John, let me make perfectly clear, even though I've been in Democratic administrations, I do not speak for the Biden administration at all for what I'm saying. But I do think in Europe, it's necessary to understand that the Biden administration and President Biden, they're in a difficult situation with respect to Nord Stream. In the abstract world, it would be great if we could reach some kind of compromise which guaranteed European energy security, which protected the rights of Ukraine and the like. Maybe difficult to reach such a compromise, but maybe not totally impossible. On the other hand, the administration, which is clearly Vice President Biden, who now in a few hours, President Biden, has opposed Nord Stream, does not think Nord Stream is a good idea. Tony Blinken said that yesterday in his confirmation hearings. But it would be very difficult right now, I think, for the Biden administration to remove sanctions or go against the wishes of Congress. It's important, I think, that the administration not look weak on Russia right now in light of the Navalny arrest, in light of the cyber attack and so forth, and in light of the huge bipartisan support for sanctions. So I think it will be difficult to move. The only thing that I could suggest at this point, which might bring about some light at the end of the tunnel, is if the project were postponed for a significant period of time, that would allow for consultations between the US, the EU, Germany, Poland, Ukraine, other interested countries, to see if it's at all possible to come to some kind of agreement while the project is being postponed. But one thing that I would absolutely emphasize, yes, the Biden administration is in a difficult situation. That has to be understood. This issue, whatever happens, should not interfere with all of the critically important things that are on the US-European agenda. There's too much that's important that has to be accomplished, whether it's in climate or in any number of other significant areas, Iran, trade, and the like. We could go on and on. So I would emphasize that.
Okay, as you know, and we see this here even in the Middle East, usually it's oil and gas. And I could use the example of Qatar when they had the economic embargo against Qatar for the three and a half years. They leave oil and gas off the table. And I was going to present that question to the Director General. It's not anybody's business to interrupt European Union decisions if they want the natural gas for their continent and they think it's energy security. They brought US LNG into the mix. Shouldn't they just butt out, Dita?
Well, I think a couple of general points, John, and thank you very much, Ambassador and Richard, for your points of this an interesting perspective. Now, first of all, I think when it comes to sanctions, I think you know the European position well. We think, first of all, that working together to have coordinated approaches when these issues arise is always better. We can be stronger when we have sanctions coordinated, for example. You will probably also know that we are very concerned with extraterritorial sanctions, unilateral sanctions that would interfere with the legitimate right of European companies to do business on European soil. So I want to make that position of principle very clear. It is an important part of the conversation and one that I think is important to set out. When it comes to Nord Stream 2 specifically, as you know, it's not an EU project. It's not a European project. If you look at energy security, energy supply, we don't actually need Nord Stream 2. We have we've invested very significantly in our infrastructure over the last decade, following the gas crisis in 2009, exactly to make sure that we are not dependent on one supplier or a couple of suppliers, but really to diversify, including with the help of US LNG. And so we don't need that additional pipeline or that additional capacity there from a European energy security perspective. So the construction of Nord Stream 2 is in a way not an EU concern or an issue. There are decisions for the national authorities, obviously within the European Union regulatory framework. And then, of course, there are decisions for the entities that are involved. But again, it's their decisions and not ours. So I think it's quite important to have that framing right when we look at the future of Nord Stream 2. And that's the European position or starting point that I thought it useful to set out. As I said, the national authorities in taking decisions on this will have to respect, of course, the European regulatory framework, where I think we have clarified provisions over the last years, and that provides a healthy framework that aligns with our internal energy market and the need for open competition in that market for the best possible prices and energy security. And we, of course, follow that closely, but that's our role in this at this point in time. Thank you.
Okay, good. Minister Kurtyka, do you see it as a vital issue, Nord Stream yourself, or is Poland focused on entire other priorities at this stage? You should suggest that it shouldn't be something that serves as a fissure in US-EU relations.
Well, it's an extremely important topic for energy security within European Union, and Poland has been vocal for years saying that Nord Stream 2 is detrimental to energy security and energy solidarity within European Union. And we have created a momentum within European Union to discuss this subject. And as Dita just said, it has been translated into a European directive saying that there is no way that such projects could be legislated in a different manner than pipes which are inside European Union. But that's in terms of legal framework what we had and what we could have done here within Europe. And I remember very well the time when majority of EU member states opposed Nord Stream 2, and this gave rise to this directive. But I think that the completion of this project is still detrimental to European Union's energy security, and blocking this project is in the interest of transatlantic cooperation and solidarity as well.
Okay, thank you for the candor. It's nice to hear the position from the European Commission and a member state of the European Union. A question for Ambassador Morningstar here, the Eastern Med. I had a conversation with a former very senior intelligence person in Russia who thought it's the most dangerous place on earth because of what is potentially under the seas here with natural gas deposits. Turkey is a NATO member, Greece is the same, an alliance here between Greece, Cyprus, Egypt, Israel. It's at the doorstep of the European Union, as you know, Ambassador, and we know the challenges with Turkey and immigrants going into the European Union as well, like a faucet that President Erdogan uses as a weapon. How does Joe Biden handle this, do you think, or does it become a very difficult issue for him to negotiate with Brussels at the same time?
I think this is an issue where the US and the EU ought to cooperate. The US and the EU ought to do everything it can to bring all of the parties in the region together to discuss not just the energy issues, but the political and security issues, which are very dangerous. Having said that, from an energy standpoint, I have some question as to the immediacy of the need for Eastern Mediterranean resources. Given gas demand being basically at best flat, if not going down in Europe, given any number of other sources of gas and the pandemic and the like, are projects in the Eastern Mediterranean right now anyway, even commercially viable? And does it make sense? Would major companies, for example, today enter into building pipelines? Of course, there's gas going to Egypt, which can go on into the Middle East, and that's going to be important. But as far as getting gas to Europe, so I do think that there is a hiatus period before there'd be a real push to develop projects from a commercial standpoint. And maybe now is a time that the US and EU can work together to try to bring all the parties together, including all of Greece, Cyprus, and Turkey, as well as any number of other nations, to begin to solve some of these political obstacles that exist in the region.
This is an excellent conversation. Let me bring the Director General in. Isn't this idea of energy security extremely important? And having this gas from the southern flank, whether it's economical or not, to Ambassador's point, is another question. We have the southern corridor for development here. Dita, how strategic is trying to see this gas into the European market in terms of natural gas as a transition fuel for the European Union in this transition that's well underway as a bloc?
Yeah, I think Ambassador Morningstar raised some important points about the strategic outlook, and you said it in the question, the role of gas in the energy transition. As I mentioned before, we have invested very heavily over the last decade in gas infrastructure, pipelines to provide gas into Europe from other avenues, LNG terminals. And so in general, I would say our analysis shows that we are well supplied with gas, and therefore I think the ambassador's comments on this, raising this question, is indeed extremely important. What we are doing concretely to address it within Europe is that we are reviewing our infrastructure legislation. We've got a framework that allows us to provide support for necessary cross-border infrastructure, and we're there shifting the attention from fossil fuels, from gas, into electrification and greener energy sources, so as to align our infrastructure investment and planning with the European Green Deal and our climate objectives. So that's the overall context within which we're working in Europe. What we see in the field of gas is that with the investments that have been made, as I said, we are well covered. The East Med is a particular interest, the proximity, the region. There are a number of reasons why this is potentially an interesting project. And the question, I think, is it a commercially driven project, as the ambassador has said? Does it make sense? Is there a commercial interest in investing in this? The support we have given to the specific project is to look at studies around viability to have a better understanding of the potential projects, but that's the stage it is at now. So potentially an interesting project, but as the ambassador has said, it needs to be seen in this broader context of the energy transition and the progress already made for energy security. You also mentioned the security aspects of this, which is of course extremely important, and important for some of our member states. So clearly an issue that we are engaged in, that has been discussed among heads of state and government in Europe, and something where we are looking forward to engaging. We need to address this and to address it together.
Okay, thanks very much for that. Minister Kurtyka, I'd love to get your thoughts on something that the Director General is going to talk and answer to after I pose this question to you, that no country is left behind, but I see you have a major role for coal and electricity supplies here, still hovering around 70%, although it has been dropping over the last several years. Is there an understanding that Poland is unique because it has those coal supplies? And what does that mean for your accelerating the transition here to the 2050 targets? How do you balance the two of those supplies, but still trying to be a good global citizen, good European citizen when it comes to the transition?
Thank you very much. Well, indeed, my country is in a very special position in this regard, and it has been recognized by our partners also within European Union that we started in 1990 the transition with nearly 100% dependence on coal, which is an absolute exception, even if you compare with our neighbors. So coal dependence, and then only one way to provide diversified source of gas from our eastern neighbor. So an extremely complicated situation from the beginning, and still in terms of economics of the society, it was extremely difficult to invest into new energy sources. But right now we are at the turning point, and next 20 years will be a completely different perspective for Poland, as we are aiming to develop a new energy mix, which will be based on nuclear, offshore, but also decentralized energy. And it's already booming in Poland. Last year, we experienced really a skyrocketing share of photovoltaics, for example, which is growing. Or last day of the year, 48% of our energy was provided by renewables. But nevertheless, what we have learned also from our transition is that in the mid-90s, we experienced an extremely brutal and unplanned transition from Soviet-style manufacturing to modern industrial manufacturing. And this has left a lot of traces in our society in terms of unemployment rates, in terms of areas where poverty was and still can be seen compared with neighboring cities. So taking this lesson into account, we want to plan our transition for the next 20 years and make sure, as you said, John, that nobody is left behind and that we are able to keep everybody on board. And this is so what we need is we need to plan it. We need to make it gradual. We need to have funding because, again, it's a capital intensive transformation. And we need to develop alternative new sectors of activities so that nobody will be also left with old fossil dependent sectors without a possibility to find a new job in other climate-friendly sector.
Good. Do you think the private sector, Dite, in Europe is going to set the example? If I look at the European IOCs, which are becoming energy companies, not just oil and gas companies, we have 6 that I've counted that have committed to net zero by 2050. I did that same comparison in the United States, and I think it was just 2 of the majors. Can this be the pop-out moment for the European Union where the energy companies are really in lockstep with Brussels at this stage?
I think so, John. I think what we've been seeing over the last few years is a significant growth in investment into renewable energy, even as the energy market as a whole has been slowing down this past year because of the pandemic and the confinements. We've actually seen an increase in investment into renewable energy across Europe. We've also seen, as you mentioned, a number of the companies that are going green, so to say. And if you look at the top 100 of companies in green technology, you've got close to half of them being European companies. So there's a very strong industrial base, and I think a competitiveness in Europe, and a strong interest, a united interest in going to climate neutrality, starting with a 55% reduction of emissions in 2030 that our heads of state and government have agreed. I think in building the Green Deal as a climate strategy, but also as a growth strategy, we are really combining the two and helping to create opportunities for European industry. Minister Kurtyka, Michael mentioned the changes in Poland. You've got some very ambitious planning on renewable energy indeed. And I think if you look at the industrial side of this, if you imagine a map of Europe relating to, for example, the wind energy supply chain, you will see that virtually all European countries have jobs, production, small and medium-sized enterprises, growth potential and investment linked to this specific value chain or supply chain, and that's just one of them. And you will see the same in other green technology sectors. So real interest there from the side of industry. And the other thing we have seen, and that's more on the consumption side than on the energy sector as such, is that some of the large energy consumers, some of the energy-intensive industries, steel, for example, are themselves taking a step into producing green steel by linking the steel plant directly to green hydrogen production or to renewable energy production as their energy source. So quite a significant shift there also on the consumption side and in the traditional energy intensive industries. So the short answer to your question is yes, I do see an engagement from industry as well, both the energy sector and industrial sectors as well.
Thank you. Richard, you know what it's like on Wall Street, you know, money talks. And we saw this moment in 2020 where we saw the collapse of ExxonMobil's market cap vis-a-vis Next Era, which is a pure play renewable company. Is this what's going to drive that transition? We had a president for 4 years going, oh, we're at 13 million barrels a day. We're #1 in the world. We're exporting LNG. And that was the narrative. That will shift not only from a policy standpoint from Joe Biden, but I think Wall Street's suggesting it's time to move on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think your original question to Didier Jorgensen and your follow-up question really is important. It is imperative that the private sector be involved in the energy transition, not just from a green technology standpoint, but also the large energy companies, the large oil and gas companies, and that it's in their self-interest to be involved because, and they understand that, I think, because the world is changing. It doesn't do any good, I think, for some who tend to demonize these companies. We have to look at them being, those companies being part of the solution. And the companies, the private sector need to be part of the cooperation between the United States and the EU, for example. One of the important issues is determining standards and monitoring of methane emissions, and it can't be done without private company involvement. If gas is going to be a major transition fuel, which I think it can for the foreseeable future, steps need to be taken to decarbonize gas from the production standpoint right through to the end user. That can only be done with the private sector. So I think this is absolutely critical and really good that you raised that.
Thanks, Ambassador. You know, and you're aware of this, last year we did that series I was talking about, and I went for this reason to New York, Texas, California. We thought of them as the three kind of anchor states that were leading the transition. So while the federal government, the administration under Donald Trump wasn't pursuing this climate and energy transition, the states are. And is this that dynamic that's at play here? And the US can at least stand toe-to-toe with Europe, if not lead with technology breakthroughs, which hitherto didn't seem to be a priority?
Well, first of all, I think the role of the states is very important and can help to drive the federal government, even this new administration, towards greater activity. And technology innovation and progress in that area is going to be hugely important. And the one area that I think that the US and the EU should immediately begin discussing are what are the priorities with respect to technology innovation and how can we best work together. Dita mentioned the US-EU Energy Council. It's one way, that's one way to coordinate it. But we need to work together with respect to decarbonizing gas, even taking steps with respect to oil, looking at things like carbon capture. I think we have to look at new nuclear technologies like small modular reactors, which obviously is clean energy. We have to work together on hydrogen, on artificial intelligence. I could go on and on. That technology innovation is really going to be the only way we ultimately meet the 2050 goals. And this is an area that we need to start working closely together and with the private sector right away.
Thank you for that, Ambassador. I want to just pause, and I'm going to pick up with China, but I think it's a very important question. I read a piece in the last week from 17 scientists who compiled 150 studies on the warming of the planet and the lack of biodiversity, and talked about a ghastly future of mass extinction, declining health, climate disruption. We know what we saw in Australia and California with forest fires, record hurricanes in the Gulf Coast of the United States. Dita and Mr. Kurtyka, I'd love to get your thoughts on this. Aren't we woefully behind in this idea of still talking about 1.5? Is that realistic by 2050 when you see studies already saying we're at 1.25 as we closed out 2020 in the midst of the pandemic when energy demand collapsed? Are we being honest with everybody around the world, and can you still drive that goal?
Well, thank you, John. I think it is a very ambitious goal. And indeed, as you've said, the developments we've seen over the last decades have not gone in the right direction. But I think it's important to have the focus on what needs to be done. And there I agree with Ambassador Morningstar's points about the technological developments need to be part of it. And also what Minister Kurtyka said about the investment that is necessary for a transition to be equitable and just, but also to do it in the most cost-effective manner. If we don't do it in the most cost-effective manner, I would be afraid that we do not actually achieve our goals. So it does require us to plan, as the minister has also said. We've got a long-term objective. We've got a plan for 2030, how to do it, and to use the best possible means. The ambassador talked about the decarbonization of gas as one of the important technological aspects that we need to look at. If I could just pick up on that, because it is a really important part of the overall strategy. In Europe, natural gas is about a third of the energy mix, so quite a high share. And as all of us, I think, have said several times, we see it as part of the transition, part of the energy transition, a necessary part, but it will require decarbonization. Here, there are some fairly quick wins, things we can do. For example, we launched last year a strategy on methane, which is more potent than CO2 when it comes to climate change. So we clearly need to do something. We've seen a significant increase over the last decade in methane emissions, methane leaks, and about a third of that comes from the energy sector. So it's a good example of action we can take immediately. We need to start monitoring and measuring so that we know exactly the scale of the problem. And then we need to work together, Transatlantic, as a producer and a consumer respectively, and of course with industry, to put in place the necessary mechanisms to do something. And I think it's one example both of an area for potential transatlantic cooperation, an area that involves industry as well, and an area where we can do something quickly to help address the dramatic climate situation that you rightly referred to.
Thank you very much for that, Minister Kurtyka. I'd love to get you to weigh in on this balance because, you know, Poland is a tremendous economy. It has the coal supplies. You talked about the transition, but how do you strike that balance between economic development and growth for your people, COP26 coming forward, and realistically getting on a path where we can reverse or at least cap the global warming to 2050?
Well, thank you very much, John. An extremely important question, because announcing on both sides of the Atlantic our ambition to reach climate neutrality by 2050 is an important first step. But that's a long journey ahead of us. And the devil is in details, and how we are going to implement this target is absolutely critical and is ahead of us in terms of many answers. And I see two major questions which could be asked at this regard. And one is how, in terms of new technologies, new sectors of activities, are we going to make this pledge of climate neutrality a reality? And Ambassador Morningstar, also Director General Dieter Juhl-Jørgensen, spoke about technological development, and I completely agree. And I would like even to add to this list of technological breakthroughs that we need to cooperate across Atlantic, a couple of subjects. First of all, storage. Lithium-ion batteries are going to be playing an extremely important role in the future of not only energy, but also transport industry. 80% of lithium-ion batteries are right now produced in Asia, and especially a lot of them in China. And this includes also intellectual property. So the first challenge across Atlantic is how we are going and what technologies are we going to bet in terms of storage. Ambassador Morningstar mentioned hydrogen, many other aspects. I would add to AI cybersecurity. That will be a new threat. And then dependence on rare metals. We are going to reframe energy security on the way to climate neutrality with completely new dependencies, not only anymore gas or oil, but rare metals. How we are going to tackle this all together. And then let me turn to nuclear. Many researchers, including IPCC panel, says that it will be impossible to reach climate neutrality goal, and especially 1.5 target, without making full usage of nuclear. And what we see is that nuclear is not flourishing on both sides of Atlantic for different reasons. Soon, China, by 2030, IEA expects that China will overpass US in terms of number of reactors. So we need to do something in terms of innovation, in terms of small modular, in terms of new reactors on both sides of the Atlantic. So that would be the first question, technological development. And the second question is how to drag behind us our main partners. When you are speaking about 1.5, we are speaking about Europe and US, but European share in terms of global emissions is shrinking. It's already something like 8%, and in a couple of years it will be even less. So the real question behind this is how can we make sure that China, India, and other Southeast Asian economies are going to follow? And this put us in a very complicated question, how we are going to reimagine trade in the era of climate neutrality, and especially in the transition phase, we will still, our industry will have to bear the cost of this transition, so we'll be losing competitiveness, and so we will be probably losing jobs while being in competition with countries such as China and India. So I think it opens completely new chapters of cooperation, of opportunities, but also enormous challenges.
Well, this is a fantastic subject in transition here, because the European Commission or the European Union signed a trade agreement before Joe Biden was inaugurated to say that it wants to engage. It was very important for Germany. It's a big export market. Everybody understands that. Can we have, Ambassador Morningstar, the United States and the European Union with like minds on climate policy with China and some of the things that the minister just brought up now about the development of the nuclear reactors? I was in India last year, traveled it for 3 weeks and looked at the coal penetration, went to the coal pits, the lack of really modern technology, the dependency, over-dependency on coal, even though they're trying to do the right thing in India right now. These are really urgent matters when it comes to climate change and dealing with India and China. Wouldn't you suggest, Ambassador?
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think Minister Kurtika's points were really important. I mean, all of the points that he made, including with respect to cyber, critical materials, which relates to China, how the US and EU deal with the rest of the world. And I think that a prime area for cooperation is that the US and the EU work together as partners to bring in the rest of the world, including China, India, Japan, Korea, and less developed countries that are going to have to be helped, which the US and EU can push ahead on with respect to investing in those countries, which needs to be part of the COP26 goals. With respect to China specifically, yeah, I think some in the United States are a little bit unhappy that the EU entered into that trade and investment treaty before the Biden administration came in, so that at least there could be some discussions about it in advance. But you know what, that's done, so I'm sure we'll overcome that issue. With respect to China on the climate side, I know some are concerned. How can the U.S. work with China on climate when we have so many other issues with China? I would argue that we, together with the EU, can work with China, can influence China, that those issues can be compartmentalized. We compartmentalized with issues with Russia for the last, since the end of World War II. There can be issues in the South China Sea at the same time that we're talking about climate, and that China is going to do what's in its interest. So if it feels that it is in its interest to work on some of these climate issues, then there will be openings for the US and the EU to work together. And I think by working together, we have a better chance of leveraging China to recognize that it's in its interest to be dealing with these issues.
Director General, with that commitment on the trade front, which is not your portfolio, so in fairness, I'm asking you for a little bit of a stretch. Can the European Union, the European Commission serve as a bridge on climate change policy with that engagement on the trade front, that the two go hand in hand, that it actually helps in the dialogue with the United States to reset relations with Beijing?
Well, I think that's an interesting perspective on it. The agreement we have negotiated with China is around investment. It's not a broad trade agreement. It's an investment-focused agreement, and I think there's a strong interest globally in that, because we really it's a modern version of an investment agreement. It has a broader scope and also covers sustainable development related issues, so really opens up for cooperation there, and I think that should be in a common interest to do that. So yes, I think it does open new perspectives. More generally on the trade side, I think some important points have been made. I think on the competitiveness aspect that the minister raised in particular, what our analysis shows is that there's actually a competitiveness gain in the green transition. Of course, more in some technologies than in others, but we do see a great opportunity for growth, green jobs, as has also been discussed earlier today. So I think it's quite important to keep that nuanced understanding of the trade impact of what we do on the climate side of things. I think there's a potential for growth and increase both trade and investment in related sectors. At the same time, I think the two agendas have to go together. I think we need to have close transatlantic cooperation, both on trade and climate, and try to look at, well, what are the benefits of these two agendas? Where are our common interests in the field of technology? And I think the minister has mentioned a number of specific areas that we need to look at: batteries, access to critical raw materials, hydrogen, cybersecurity. All those aspects need to be part of that broader conversation and are relevant both for the trade and climate agenda. Thank you.
Good. Ambassador Morningstar, I'd love to get your thoughts on this. Is this the next century that it's kind of the rise of China? President Obama recognized the rise of China and the tilt to Asia with the growth that it does drive. And this in a sense, helped President Trump, because he was saying, let's make America great again. It can stand on its very own. How do you think the Biden administration will handle the nuance of that language around China? He can't be soft, but he has to engage. The European Union has to do the same. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, first of all, let me say that I'm not even a little bit a China expert, but I can give my views. I think that the new administration has to take a relook at the China relationship. I think we have to determine what areas can we work together on, where can we cooperate? Is climate one of those areas? But at the same time, we have to take strong, tough stands on issues that are important to us with respect to trade, with respect to China's compliance with WTO rules, and on the security side as well. So it is going to have to be very much of a nuanced relationship that really has been the history of geopolitics, as I mentioned earlier, and certainly in connection with not equating China with the former Soviet Union, but how we dealt with Soviet Union Russia issues over the last many years. But I also think that it's really important that as much as possible that the U.S. and the EU work together on dealing with these issues, and working together with a combined size. Together we're 700 or 800 million people, an incredibly huge market. That does give us leverage to work constructively on these issues.
Okay, very good. We have a question from our box here, and I'll present it to Ambassador Morningstar first, but I welcome Minister Kurtika and the Director General to weigh in. How does being opposed to Nord Stream 2 but support U.S. LNG exports to the European Union align with minimizing EU energy intensity? Do you think it's a bit naive of us to be saying, well, we want that market? It's a very big market that you just talked about, Ambassador, but we want it to be U.S. LNG and not so much Russian gas. How do you square the two?
Well, let me say a couple of things. I certainly can't speak for the Trump administration, but I do not believe that this administration, to the extent that it opposes Nord Stream 2, that it has anything to do with U.S. LNG. That Nord Stream has been an issue going back to the Obama administration. It relates to questions, whether one agrees or not, it relates to questions relating to European energy security. It relates to issues with Ukraine and potential denial of Ukrainian transit fees after Russia has invaded Crimea, the Donbass, and overall Russian behavior. Those are the issues that I think are driving the U.S. Attitude towards Nord Stream 2. I think LNG is important, whether it be U.S. LNG or LNG from anywhere else in the world, to help to create a transparent and competitive market, particularly in Central and Eastern Europe, whether Nord Stream takes place or not, because it forces Gazprom and Russia to act more competitively. The famous anecdote when Lithuania built its Klaipėda LNG terminal some years ago, and that was in construction, I believe, even before Trump was president. Gazprom immediately lowered its gas prices to Lithuania by 20 or 25%. The key is that LNG be available, not necessarily how much is actually entering into Europe, but that it be available to keep a transparent and competitive market.
Good. Does it, Director General or Minister Kurtika, provide that sort of balance so Russia is not such a dominant force? Let's go with the Director General quickly first.
Yes, indeed, as I said, the policy over the last decade since the gas crisis really has been to diversify supply for a transparent and competitive market, as Ambassador Morningstar also said, and we have seen a favorable development in prices. The situation before was one where about 8 of our member states were 100% dependent on Russian gas exports. And 100% dependency is never a good situation to be in anywhere in life. So we have worked to change that through building, as I said, other supply sources. And LNG has been a very important part of that strategy, with the investment that we have carried out at European level into LNG terminals across Europe, including in Lithuania. So it has been an important strategy. Also in relation to Ukraine, also in our neighborhood, where we have worked closely with Ukraine to support, and have in fact worked in the negotiation of a transit agreement of gas to ensure that corridor remains open and relevant also from a European perspective. So a lot has happened there, and I essentially share the analysis of the importance of the diversification for security of supply and for transparent and open markets. As I also said, what we need now is to look, well, what about the next decade and the time towards 2050 and the development of our energy markets, the energy transition. Energy security and competitive prices remain important, but we have to look at that in the context of the broader shift towards climate neutrality in 2050 and the necessary transition. So the balance shifts and the overall context shifts, and I think that's the important discussion we need to have also transatlantic.
It's very refreshing to hear this conversation, though, and the strategy behind all of this. And these very delicate times with the pandemic, that this has to take priority at the same time. Mr. Kurtyka, I did want to let you weigh in on this idea about the LNG exports, whether from the US, as the ambassador is suggesting, or elsewhere, to counterbalance the Russian dominance in that space.
Well, it is an extremely important question in my country and for Central European countries. Till recently 100% dependent on supply of gas from one direction. So exerting a monopoly in the normal economic world is already an issue. And here it has been also used, this gas dependency, to exert political pressure on the region. So let's not forget this role that gas supply plays in our region. So in this regard, my country in Poland, we engaged into really a very vast strategy of diversification. So we have the biggest LNG terminal in the Baltic Sea, and right now one of the best filled LNG terminals within European Union. And the first contracts, just to remember, were not signed with US partners, but with Qatari. And still a big share of LNG terminal is filled with Qatar gas. And Poland ambitious also to play the role of a gateway to Central Europe because of this LNG terminal, the only one within Baltic Sea being able to supply not only Poland, but later on also Slovakia, Lithuania, Ukraine. And we also are pursuing a very important project, diversifying our sources via Baltic Pipe, which is a pipe linking Polish seashore via Denmark with Norwegian offshore. So it is an extremely important strategy that we put in place in order to diversify our sources of supply of gas. But there is another question on top of it, whether the role of gas per se will be declining or rather increasing. And what we can see is that gas will be playing the role of the regulatory fuel complementing renewables in the coming years. And this role will be probably only increasing. And the second thing is gas is the only viable alternative in terms of heating. And in my country, 60% of invoices that my fellow citizens are paying for energy is not paid for electrical energy, but for heat. And so when we want to diversify from coal, we need to have a viable technologically and economically alternative. The only one is gas. So the role of gas will be, because of these two elements, will be increasing in Central Europe, certainly.
Okay, we have just 2 minutes left, and I'm just going to ask the Director General and Ambassador Morningstar, after that great comment there by Mr. Kurtyka, 30 seconds each on your excitement or worries about COP26. We have a short window of time with the new administration in Washington. Can the EU and the US really make this a success by weighing in jointly? Director General?
Well, thank you very much for that last question. I think we have all eyes on COP26 and on investing heavily in making that a success. And I think your point is exactly right. In order to make it a success, we need transatlantic cooperation. What my professional experience has taught me is that when we have important global challenges or important common challenges, we always make best progress when we work together across the Atlantic towards common objectives. So even if there are some aspects where we don't have exactly the same approach, there is a lot of scope for cooperation towards COP26. From the side of the European Union, as I've mentioned, we have the Green Deal, we have our work towards 55% reduction in 2030. And so I think we're bringing both clear objectives, but also very clear instruments, including investment and funding to the table. And I hope that can help make a success of COP26. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Dita. Dick, we have 20 seconds for you there because we're a little bit tight on time. Do you want to weigh in though? Do you feel John Kerry's going to really make it happen here? Can he make it happen at the levels you're hoping?
Very briefly. I think it's exciting that minutes after the inauguration, the new president will sign an executive order to rejoin Paris. I'll repeat or emphasize what Dita Jorgensen said, that yes, we need to agree on goals. We need to sit down very quickly to determine what our goals are for COP26. And I think the pushing other countries to reach climate reduction goals and to look at issues relating to investment to help those countries along are going to be critically important, as well as working with all of the other developed countries like China, Japan, Korea, India, and the like. We need to work together.
Great. Thanks for the directness on that from both of you on the COP26. Dita Jorgensen, the Director General for Energy at the European Commission, His Excellency Mikhail Kurtyka, the Minister from Poland for Climate and Environment, and Ambassador Richard Morningstar, the founder of the Global Energy Center at the Atlantic Council. It's been a real pleasure, and thank you for taking such a robust approach to such an important issue.
Thank you very much, John, and to the rest of the panel.
Thank you very much.
And what a great panel that was there. I'm joined by John Defterios. It's great to actually get hold of you, John, for a quick chat here. Reimagine transatlantic energy and climate relationship. Really great diverse views there, great opinions, and great energy, and some just wonderful information there. As you said, frank and open. Talk to me about your big takeaways.
Well, I think there's a sense of relief within Brussels, if I can be candid here, that there is a change in administration, because if you can imagine going to COP26 with the second administration for Donald Trump, not putting that as a priority, it would have been a major setback. We lost 4 years at the federal level in the United States, Etna, as you know. So having this ability to reset this relationship, and I thought it was fascinating that Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Commission, took the opportunity straight away before the inauguration to say, this is our most important ally, and we need to work together. And climate is actually an urgent priority in which to do so. I think we had a reality check from Minister Kurtyka saying that we have that coal, it's in abundance, people know we need to use it, we're trying to transition out of it, so that special exception. And this discussion we had, again, a very robust one about Nord Stream 2, the US slapping sanctions on it, the natural gas going into Europe, particularly driven by the German relationship with Russia, but important to Eastern and Central Europe at the same time. This has to be revisited. It's a very important issue going forward. And lastly, I would put in this category of importance in terms of our discussion today, China. Having the US and the European Union singing from the same hymn sheet, if you will, when it comes to climate change is very important to get China fully on board, more transparent when it comes to a number of other issues outside the energy space, and to release these tensions that we see between Washington and Beijing. It's been a very tense 4 years under the Trump administration, when we thought it started well with President Xi. It's not an easy role, as Ambassador Morningstar was saying, with Joe Biden. He can't look soft, but he can't leave this relationship where it is today. And having an aligned European Union and the United States, I think, puts it on a much better footing in 2021.
But I think definitely the wider energy dialogue, the environmental dialogue, the climate change dialogue, I think having the US back into that picture, I think we're going to see probably a more robust and healthier dialogue. And I think a lot of more optimism coming from all of the people that we're talking to here, particularly at the Atlantic Council and any other venues, actually.
No doubt about that. Now, thanks very much. It's a pleasure to be back. I'm in your home city, but haven't had a chance to see you. So it's great to have you in a crosslink here because it's been so busy with Inauguration Week. Thanks.
And indeed, for Atlantic Council to actually bring this to all of our great viewers out there. And we have so many viewers from around the world, John. So it's, you and I are used to meeting up at these events, and we miss that, and we miss seeing everybody coming to Abu Dhabi for this great event. But the coordination between Asia, between Washington, I think, and here in the UAE, I think it's to all of the viewers out there, I think they're happy, and we're getting great feedback that we're actually able to put this on. So great to have you on board too, as always. Indeed, thank you so much. And that was John Defterius there, tremendous panel. And of course, keep an eye, we're running live with some of the sessions on Twitter, of course, that one was just played out. We're on YouTube. We have the hashtags AC Energy Forum and AC Global Energy. So make sure you keep an eye on that and stay connected. Send us your views, send us your thoughts. There's going to be so much going on for the next 2 days, and we're going to be running right into the evening with some tremendous speakers, some tremendous talent when it comes to the energy sector, the geopolitics, and you're hearing this already. And of course, tremendous interest on a day like today when we're going to see that transition in the US as well. So we're now going to very, very shortly look at delivering energy access in the developing world. But before we actually start our panel, I'm absolutely delighted to be able to introduce to you our keynote speaker for this session. And we have the energy advisor to the Prime Minister of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. So a very, very warm welcome now for His Excellency Tawfiq-e-Ilahi Chowdhury. So very, very happy to have him on board for this keynote address.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Fellow panelists, moderator, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a great pleasure for me to be here in this difficult time when the world is being ravaged by pandemic. I congratulate the organizers, particularly the Atlantic Council, to go ahead and still address the pressing issues that we'll have to face in any case. Having said that, let me say the story of energy is like story of two worlds. One is the story is that of the developed countries, and the other is that of developing countries. And so the drivers, the choices are very different for us, Bangladesh and countries like us, than others. You know, over 900 million people around the world have no access to electricity. Now, I'll confine my short introduction on brief remarks on electricity. That's a huge number. And one must remember that electricity is not a private good. For developing countries, it is a public good. You lit up a village, you reduce infant mortality rate, you reduce maternal mortality rate, you empower women, you empower children, they go to school, they can study better. So it's a life-changing phenomena. And you know, any estimate of the opportunity cost of not having electricity in more economic terms is also huge. So the goal of developing countries have to be to start with give access to electricity to all its population, no matter what is the pathway. Like when we embarked upon our program in a very focused way back in 2009, when Bangladesh had only less than 50% of people having access to electricity. But we wanted to make sure that by 2020, we have to have everybody access to electricity. And we are able to manage that. It needed very focused attitude, not a problem-solving attitude, rather than a policy-based dialogue. It needed courage, I must say, and private sector participation, which is very important because the amount of investment that is needed cannot be found domestically nor from multilateral organizations. We have this last decade mobilized about $20 billion in foreign investment and foreign private investment. My friend Steve of Accelerator is here. They also have invested in Bangladesh. So we were able to mobilize the resources, and parallel to these general problem-solving approach to access to electricity, we also pursued in parallel some creative solutions. It takes time to extend grid to the whole country. So we took to installing solar home system in villages, parallel to extension parallel to the increasing generation and extension of grid. Now we have about 5.5 million households, 10% of households in Bangladesh, who have access to electricity through solar home system. So this was a parallel process that we followed. Now, the stage that we have come to pass, and I mean a lot of other countries will face the same choices, is to decide on an energy mix that we would like to follow. The energy mix, to start with, we were not focused on the mix rather than on solving problem. Now we are taking a good look at what energy mix would be sustainable in the future. So along with gas and little coal that we have introduced imported LNG in the market. We are about to get electricity from nuclear power in about 2-3 years' time. We are importing electricity from India, which helped us tide over the acute crisis that we had. And more importantly, this provision of electricity has started a virtuous cycle of growth and development. And we are able to consistently meet a GDP growth rate of 6% and above, with fiscal balance, with external balance steady on course, and a wide-ranging improvement in the life of people rather than only income. Infant mortality went down, maternal mortality went down, more girls were going to school. So this was we are able to service the investment, foreign investment, private that we made comfortably, because the economic growth was supporting this process. Now, as we change our course slightly, when we have to look forward, because we still have to add another, let's say, double our generation capacity next 10 years' time. I may add here, the term transition that is used generally, it doesn't apply to countries like Bangladesh, developing countries. We still don't have much of a capacity to make a transition. And the challenge of transition is very different from the challenges of expansion. That doesn't mean we are not responsible towards our strategy towards environment. We are trying to address it very differently. We would like to focus on energy efficiency, energy conservation, energy responsibility, and not only energy efficiency in production, generation, and transmission, but also along the production chain in the economy, whether it is industry, whether it is agriculture, whether it is service sector. There's so much of scope for being efficient. I mean, for example, we normally use water for irrigation, surface and underground water. Now, we have found that if certain practices are changed, we can reduce demand of water by 1/3, which would also impact upon how much energy we would need to run this irrigation equipment. Similarly, in terms of transportation, industry use, we have, because of past experience, we had to provide industry the option of having their own small electricity generation capacity. So it's worthwhile to try and see how efficiency can be improved by cogeneration, by trigeneration, where you use fuel for electricity and then use exhaust heat for maybe more electricity and then use the exhaust heat for refrigeration. So these are opportunities that countries must utilize while trying to, save on pocket as well as save the impact on the environment. We are also trying to introduce, electricity for irrigation, solar electricity for irrigation, because, fields are far away from electricity distribution centers. So you have to, if you can provide irrigation through solar power, then you don't have to make that investment. So we are going ahead in that. We are very short of land. So one way to solve is to have solar facilities which don't require much of land. And in our case, we're using rooftop solar through what is called, net metering. You only pay the net amount of electricity after having used your own electricity. So these are innovative ways we are trying to handle the problem. And I'm sure developing countries, they have to have the contextual solution. It's not all size fits all. But if we share our experiences, we can learn from each other. And once we are done with first phase of expansion and access to electricity to all our population, then we can make a stronger move towards what you call transition. But let me caution, there is a major constraint to any expansion of renewable energy because there is no storage. And unless the world finds a very affordable utility side storage, I don't see much headway in making the renewable energy mainstream. Because in any case, we'll need energy during the night, and we can't afford to have capacity which will lie idle during the day and only be used during the night. So I hope the researchers, activists will find ways to promote technology which will provide us utilities scale storage facility. And that would be extremely helpful for us to pursue transition, as you call it, or net zero emission, as you call it, in the future. Thank you very much.
And thank you indeed. Thank you so much, Your Excellency Chowdhury. Always a delight to hear from you and look at the great work that's going on, the great possibilities that are there. But as you say, so much more to be done to make sure that a country like Bangladesh gets the opportunity, I think, really more than anything else to get on board with the energy transition, the focus. So I really want to thank you for being part of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And indeed, thank you also, of course, for setting that scene for our next panel. Our next panel is really going to look at delivering energy access in the developing world. And, as His Excellency Chowdhury said there at the moment as well, too, it's not the same access in every country. And there are so many differentials that everybody needs to take into account, and so much work to be done and so much work still to be done. And it is, the big dilemma in terms of getting people out of energy poverty and at least, getting them connected and giving them energy. And in some areas, that's the absolute key essential focus that people are looking on. So to continue this discussion, we have with us, I'm absolutely delighted, an esteemed lecturer from Harvard University. So a very warm welcome for Terza Tippin-Post. So Terza, I'm going to hand it over now to you.
Great. Thank you very much, Etna. I am just honored to be here today to talk about this important issue. And I think His Excellency, Dr. Chowdhury, framed it up, as you say, very nicely. And it's a huge challenge. We talk about energy as if it's ubiquitous. We live most of us in environments where we can count on turning on the lights, on having heat, or even having air conditioning. And as he so eloquently pointed out, that is not true. As a matter of fact, As he said, nearly 1 billion people, and concentrated mostly in sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia, live their daily lives without electricity. And this represents a fundamental barrier to progress for a sizable portion of the world's population. So it has impacts on development, including health, education, food security, gender equality, livelihoods, and of course, as we've already mentioned, poverty reduction. I am pleased to introduce our panel today, key experts in energy and how to develop energy in these challenging environments. I will introduce the whole panel by name and title, and then we'll go right into some questions, some kickoff questions. And I want to thank our audience members for joining us today. I know it's an exciting day in the United States where I'm sitting, and I'm glad that you've taken the time to also join us with this panel. So on our panel today, we have excellent representation about the very areas that His Excellency Dr. Chowdhury was talking about. We have Ilan Iwusis, who is CEO of Africa 50, Melanie Kenderine, who is principal of Energy Futures Initiative. We have Mele Kari, which he is the group managing director for the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation. We have Stephen Kobos, who is president and managing director of Accelerate Energy. And we have Dr. Sama Bilbao y Leon, who is director of the World Nuclear Association, and also Carrie Adler, who is president and CEO of Sky Power Global. And I welcome the panel. Thank you for joining us here today. I'm going to start right away with Ilan Iwos, CEO of Africa 50. So as I just mentioned in the opening remarks and was emphasized in Dr. Chowdhury's remarks, Africa is a focus. And so since Africa is the region with the lowest level of access to energy, be it fuel or electricity, can you please tell us what needs to happen to improve this? And how is Africa 50 positioned for improving energy access in Africa?
Well, thank you, Teresa, for that introduction, and thanks to the Atlantic Council for inviting me to this important event. For those of you who don't know Africa 50, we are an infrastructure investment platform founded under the auspices of the African Union to help close Africa's infrastructure gap through private investment and PPPs. We develop and invest in bankable projects in Africa, but functioning like commercial entities. Our shareholdings comprise 28 African countries, the African Development Bank, which is our sponsor, and 2 African central banks. And we invest in all kinds of projects in many sectors. But let me back to the questions. To improve energy access in developing countries, really, but in our case, in Africa, we need significant increase in investment across the entire energy sector value chain. In the electricity sector, which will be my focus because this is also the focus of Africa 50, this will mean massive investment in generation, transmission, and distribution. Now, our emphasis has been in electricity generation, which has an annual investment requirement in Africa of about $35 to $50 billion a year, according to the African Development Bank. We are looking mostly at solar project, hydro project, but also natural gas, and this is important. Recently, we started to explore investment in transmission because transmission is quite important to achieve universal access. At this point, we're not looking at distribution yet, but distribution is quite important also for, of course, for access, to achieve energy access goals. Now, yes, a big constraint that we see and which we're trying to address is the inadequate early stage project development resources. So I think if we want to improve energy access, for which increased investment in infrastructure is a prerequisite, we must address this constraint. We must increase project development resources to create the pipeline of bankable projects which will attract investment in energy infrastructure and drive electricity access. This is why at Africa 50, we have created a separate entity devoted exclusively to project development. And we are eager to partner with like-minded developers to deploy more early-stage risk capital and other project development resources to fast-track project implementation, because implementation is way too slow at this point. For example, I like to suggest that we'll be pleased to partner with Steve and accelerate to replicate the success of the LNG regasification project in Bangladesh that we worked together with Steve when I was at IFC under the leadership of Prime Minister Advisor Chowdhury. Again, we see some projects happening in Africa, including some landmark transactions that we should be talking about to generate confidence that stuff are happening on the ground. But I do believe that going forward, we need a significantly more projects and also to implement those projects faster. Otherwise, we won't be able to achieve the SDG energy access goals. So, but in my opinion, to do that, we need to focus more on private investment. There's just too little private investment being invested in infrastructure in the energy sector in Africa, so we need to do a bit more. So that means that we need to improve the enabling environment to enable those investments to come, strengthen bankability of utilities, etc. But we should also ensure that risks are allocated equitably among project participants. Now, one thing that we need to do, in addition to allocating a lot of resources to large-scale grid-connected projects, we should find new business models for decentralized generation, which I believe should be an important component of any access strategy. And what we also should do, we should look for efficiencies. There should be a strong focus on efficiencies that would decrease the cost of generation, transmission, and distribution, as well as reducing the funding that is needed to achieve Africa's energy access goals. And finally, just the last point I'd like to make is that we should also focus on regional power integration in Africa, because that's a great use of efficiency that could reduce the amount of investment as well that is needed to meet electricity demand. And I want to highlight the fact that with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which now makes Africa as a single market, we will see a bit more regional projects, and this is really, I'm very optimistic. Again, we need to pick up the game here. We need to make sure that we have a lot more happening. The good news is that we know how this is done. There are a number of examples. We just need to do them a lot more and faster. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Interesting. So you've touched on a number of important issues that we're going to talk about even more in depth with the other panelists, and we'll come back because I have a couple follow-up questions for you on a couple of things that you said. Next, we're going to Melanie Ketterdine, and the principal of Energy Futures Initiative. And both His Excellency and Elon mentioned infrastructure and had a great emphasis on infrastructure in delivering access as one of the key things that is needed. And I'm wondering, so when we talk about investment, we're talking about making an investment case that says we're now going to build the infrastructure in whatever region or country that we're looking at. How does the cost of repurposing existing infrastructure, if it already exists, let's assume there is some infrastructure, as opposed to building infrastructure from the ground up. So how does the cost of repurposing carbon-based infrastructure impact both governments and obviously, I think, end users? And I think we'll ask you to unmute there, Melanie.
I told myself 10 times, unmute when I get on, but everyone's heard it before. Thank you to everyone, to the Atlantic Council, to the moderator today. And I very much miss being in Abu Dhabi with everyone. And a couple of things I'd say. The cost of repurposing infrastructure, actually energy infrastructure, is much more an issue with developed countries than with developing countries. And as my dear friend Alain pointed out, investment in new infrastructure is very important in Africa. I have joined him and his colleagues a couple years ago in Nairobi, and where we talked about a lot of these issues. And so repurposing infrastructure, we're looking at that in the United States, and that's I think soon to be President Biden. One of his campaign mottos is "Build Back Better," and part of that obviously is repurposing existing infrastructure. And I'm spending a fair amount of time looking at how you can repurpose existing gas and oil infrastructure, looking at pipelines. Can I use, how much of those pipelines can be used for hydrogen? Can we multi-purpose hydrogen and CCUS pipelines, et cetera, et cetera. So here I think it's more build back better. In the developing world and the least developed countries, it's build better and not build back. And so I think that I've had much more of a focus on that. As Alan said, you can tell we've been working together a lot. There's a need for massive investments in clean energy and the associated infrastructure in Africa. And also in parts of Asia, developing Asia, where electrification rates are lower than in developed Asia. And it was posed to our panel in the documents we received that renewables have scaled and have become cost competitive with fossil fuels. I think that needs to be qualified quite a bit. And I worry about cost, obviously, from a least developed country perspective. And let me just give you an example. EIA, Energy Information Administration in the United States, said that in 2022, advanced NGCCs, natural gas combined cycles with carbon capture, would be $75, okay, a megawatt hour, okay? So $75 with carbon capture, where you can capture 90% of the emissions. It also said that solar would be $63 per megawatt hour, so less than the 76, and that wind would be, I think, 59, okay? So 63, 59, 76. The problem is that does not include the cost of storage and battery storage. And Lazard would say solar PV with battery storage is $120 to $150. So we need to be very, very careful, especially when we're talking about the developing and least developed countries, that we do not propagate the story that renewables, wind and solar, are cheaper than natural gas with CCS, because again, that does not include the cost of storage. And so that's one thing I would say. Another thing I would say is that, and again, Alan alluded to this, Africa has 5 regional markets, okay, for electricity. 2 of them are relatively well developed. 3 of them are less so. And the countries in Africa, and I'm very happy to hear about the single market, Alan, the trading market that you described, because interregional transmission will be very important in an area like Africa and Southern Asia, that interregional transmission, so that you can move in Africa, for example. The solar's a lot of solar in Northern Africa, along the Congo, potential for a lot of hydro, offshore Senegal, a lot of natural gas. The interregional transmission and the rules for that electricity transmission across countries, across regions, needs a lot of work in order to fully electrify the continent. And so, just a few thoughts on cost. Okay, let's be very, very careful to not propagate myths about costs of these things. Wind and solar are a variable and they need storage. So let's be careful about that. I like in Africa the natural gas focus, the hydro focus, and solar focus, hydro focus in Asia as well. A lot of glacier-fed hydro, obviously, in Asia. The problem in Asia is the glaciers are melting. It's a problem all around the world. They're melting in South America. And so they're melting in the northwestern US. We need to be careful that we're going to lose hydro in the end because of melting glaciers, another issue. So just wandering around a little bit, but a few thoughts on building better and regional infrastructure and regulation needs. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Melanie. I have about 6 follow-up questions for you, but we'll come back to that. Excellent point, and I like the build better as opposed to build back better, because it is in the more developed world, that's sort of our mantra in our heads. Next, I am very happy to have on our panel Maylee Carey, the Group Managing Director for Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation. And especially in light of what we've already heard on the panel so far and the focus on Africa. Now, Nigeria relies heavily on petroleum products for export revenues, and petroleum products account for over 90% of the country's export. So how does the country position itself in the growing movement to a greener energy environment has been outlined in the last 10 or 15 minutes? What does that look like when you've got essentially a petroleum state? One I'm very familiar with. I come from a petroleum state. So in your opinion, how does Nigeria deal with that? Oh, unmute please, Nelly.
Sorry, thank you very much, Teza. It's clearly a very, very big privilege to speak to a very informed audience and an opportunity to speak about Nigeria. Obviously, we're not a petroleum country in the real sense. Yes, I agree completely that we have the 10th largest reserve of oil, significant reserve of gas across the world. Everybody recognizes this. But the reality today is that you have a country of population in the excess of 200 million people. 70% of this population are well below 30, growing middle class, and of course, very mobile and a very growing middle class. And not only that, one of the fastest growing economies that you can have around in Africa, the largest economy in Africa. And of course, more importantly for us today, an energy deficient country. Over 60% of our country is not electrified. Poverty level is very, very high, extremely challenging. And of course, so much is going on also to see how we can reverse this trend. So when you combine all this situation, you'll see that as a country of focus for today. And many things are happening in the energy sector. For instance, we see investment in energy infrastructure, particularly for gas, in the excess of $10 billion ongoing now. A number of power projects that are also gas-based, $3 to $5 billion, are also going, some of them at FID stage. Significant transmission of energy activities that are ongoing also. So what you're seeing is a country in transition, not necessarily energy in transition. And energy in transition means a lot to us. Yes, of course, absolutely. We recognize where the world is going. The best of forecasts has said that in 30 years to come, you still have at least 100 million barrels of oil consumption expected, best of estimate. So oil and gas will still remain relevant in the near future, but transition is real. What countries and nations and companies are doing is to move towards much more cleaner fuel. And the cleaner fuel that we can see in the energy space is clearly gas. And that's why we as a company are focused on developing our gas resources, making sure that we make enormous use of it in the domestic market and also create opportunities for export. So what we see for us as an energy resource blessed country is to utilize the available resources of today to create the enabling environment for growth and prosperity in our country. And that clearly is aligned with the realities that we are seeing on the ground. We have significant goodwill and understanding and alignment across countries, across nations, and across companies. For instance, let me just make it probably obvious. We have significant engagement with the United States Department of Energy in the sense that we'll see some support in transition into cleaner fuel so that we can develop our gas resources and gas infrastructure so that we move more away from the liquids into the gas. And ultimately, for us now, coming back to your question, Teza, what does it mean to us as a country that's depending on these resources for cash? Obviously, oil produces and provides the cash of today, but we're not looking at that today. We're seeing how this can transit into something better for our country. So we don't depend on that today. You may not be aware today, the country's resources for government are actually mostly coming from taxes. And those taxes are growing because the population is growing, prosperity is growing, but we need to get more work done. So as a country, we're fitting into the new realities. We'll move towards more of gas. And also we develop our resources as quickly as is possible so that when the real transitions come to pass, probably 30 to 40 years time, we'll be in a position to say that yes, this is a very, very developed country that has taken advantage of this today. So we see no challenge as a company, as a national oil company. It's our role particularly to make sure that the entire country's framework of accessing clean fuel is realized. So we're very comfortable with what's happening today. We are aligned, we're moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this idea of country in transition rather than just a blanket phrase of the energy transition, I think is so important that you point out that each country, each region, for that matter, each community will likely have to put together their own way of delivering access to energy. And so I like the change to country in transition. And that has a lot of elements to it, because often what we do in policy, and I know all of you know this well, is we come up with a brilliant idea. We go out and we tell people this is a brilliant idea, we should all do it this way. And it doesn't quite fit, or it doesn't fit at all in the regional or country environment. And so I call it don't be a UFO, and there is no such thing as a silver bullet. So following on that, so a move to gas, which you've brought up and exemplified for Nigeria. I'd like to ask Stephen Kobos, the President and Managing Director of Accelerate Energy. I know you have a focus on gas at your company. But with coal and oil still accounting, and I'm kind of keeping on that theme as we talked a little bit about Nigeria's country transition, with coal and oil still accounting for 60% of the total energy consumption in the world. Why do you believe LNG is the future? And how do you reconcile that with some of the things we've already heard around renewables?
Well, Terza, I would say my coworkers at Accelerate, our twin passions are things that are brought to light here. One, doing everything we can to displace coal, especially in emerging markets. And secondly, as the Honorable Advisor, Dr. Chaudhry said, doing something about the billion people that still have illumination from kerosene or wood. And let's go beyond that, the 3 billion people who have electricity, but it's less than all of us have powering our refrigerators and a few other modern conveniences. And how do we help those people get out of poverty and quit being a slave to the water pump, being a slave to cooking, being a slave to laundry, and get education and advance. It is a hard thing to do, but it can be done in tandem. And gas is critical to doing that. The reality is, there have been a lot of programs so far in the conference talking about coal. It's a force multiplier for CO2. I mean, it's just ridiculous that 39% of annual CO2 emissions from fossil fuel come from coal. That's not good under any stretch of the imagination. You look at, and let's talk first about LNG, which is what we do. We're focused on coastal or accessing from a coastal environment. We have terminals around the world. Some of them are providing baseload capacity for people that just need as much gas as you can get every single day. Some are mid-merit, where they're chasing pressure on a particular power plant. And some are sitting there as peaking supply, waiting for a hydropower dry season or drought. And then our usage ramps up. Or maybe a cold winter where, but for being able to access gas, suddenly you're burning fuel oil when you have a very cold day and you're undoing the good that your renewables did. So we're excited about the way that LNG is a good partner. It's really the only fossil fuel that serves all those three types of dispatches. And it can make a sudden violent impact on the system as well as making the system more reliable. If we were in Abu Dhabi, I'd take you down or up the road to Dubai World Dry Docks, where one of our FSRUs in dry dock right now. It can send out 1 billion standard cubic feet a day in less than no time or no advance warning. So if there's some significant part of a system goes offline, we can ramp up instantly and ensure security of supply within a system. So I think that for me, it's a no-brainer. We can provide all these different forms of dispatch. We can do it affordably, reliably, and do it cleaner than coal. In terms of renewables, we are a better partner. We do partner with with hydropower, water generation. We partner with solar and other intermittents. We are a backstop for intermittency. And frankly, having that peaking LNG availability is going to allow countries to ramp up their renewables. And you're seeing that Dr. Chaudhry started to mention, I know they've added a large solar park in Mongla. They've added wind power in Mongla. They're at a port city in Bangladesh, and having the ability to complement and preserve the risk profile for the system of those renewables is going to allow them to scale it even more. So we're kind of passionate about it. It makes it easy for everybody to enjoy coming to work here every day, and hope that we can continue to make that difference.
Great, thank you so much, Stephen. Again, I'm hearing a re-emphasis on regional and local solutions, that one size does not fit all, that gas is part of the energy mix, and what part does that play? It can be very specific to areas such as in Bangladesh, which you see various regional solutions to energy access. But we, again, I'll go back to a fundamental tenet, which is the important thing is twofold. One, that people can turn on the light switch, can heat their homes or cool their homes or have all the things that electricity provides, while at the same time it's done in such a way that the ratepayer, the end user, it's affordable. And I think we're going to get into that just a little bit more here in the next couple minutes. Next is Dr. Sama Bilbao y Leon, General Director of the World Nuclear Association. So in this energy mix, as we've been talking about gas, of course, coal and its prominence still, but with all of the carbon downsides to that. What kind of advantages does nuclear energy provide in the developing world situation, and what are some of the challenges?
Thank you, Teresa, and thank you to the Atlantic Council. It is my pleasure to share this virtual stage with this fabulous panel of speakers. So going to your question, I would say that nuclear energy is currently the most cost-effective way to add low-carbon dispatchable electricity. And this is not so, this is 24/7 electricity. So this is based on the recent joint report of the International Energy Agency together with the Nuclear Energy Agency. This was released December 2020, essentially a month ago. And this report shows how the levelized cost of electricity for new nuclear is competitive with all low carbon energy sources, certainly with renewables. Of course, nuclear offers interesting flexibility in the sense of depending on the needs of the country, depending on the current electricity mix, the current resource endowment, their growth projections. We can add nuclear energy in large chunks by using a large nuclear power plant, as we have seen in many Western countries, but also we can add nuclear power in smaller increments by using small modular reactors. So in fact, small modular reactors would be really, really well suited for countries that have smaller or perhaps less developed grids, and because of their smaller size are going to be obviously much more affordable. And then I think it's also important to emphasize that in addition to low carbon electricity, nuclear energy is the only low carbon energy source that can also produce low carbon heat. And I cannot emphasize the importance of this because obviously we are going to need heat to decarbonize other very difficult to abate sectors such as heating and cooling, that was mentioned before, industrial applications, transportation, etc. So nuclear heat can be used directly through district heating or indirectly through the production of clean hydrogen, fresh water, etc. So also I think it's important to highlight that beyond the obvious benefits of having wide access to affordable, clean, reliable electricity, nuclear projects have historically been a proven way to galvanize social cohesion and economic development in many countries. So these projects have been able to create substantial socioeconomic development, not only in the project itself, but also substantial spillovers to society as a whole. So this means increased health, a lot of technology and innovation that come together with the technology, and then of course increase overall education and access to a higher level of quality of life. So finally, you mentioned a little bit about the challenges. I would say right now, one of the big challenges for the deployment of new nuclear, particularly in developing countries, is going to be the financing. So as all low carbon technologies, nuclear energy is very capital intensive, which means that having access to affordable financing is going to be key. So in this sense, it is, I think, very important, several things. Number one, multilateral development banks and also national export agencies, they really need to do more to support developing countries when they choose to move forward with nuclear projects. In this sense, access to technology neutral criteria that allow the countries to pursue this type of financing are going to be quite important. But also, I think that access to private financing is going to be quite important. So in this sense, in addition to the support of these multilateral development agencies and national export agencies, I think that having a strong government support is going to be very, very important in order to instill some investor confidence and to incentivize and to attract public and of course private investment.
Great, thank you very much. This idea of access to affordable financing has been brought up in all of the speakers so far, and I think that's probably one of the big takeaways from this is we can, in the energy mix, however it plays out in each region or country, the ability to build better is really predicated, as Melanie said, build better, and this country transition that Ilan mentioned is really the underpinnings is financing, affordable financing, and who's involved in that. Before we land on that question, and hopefully we'll have a couple minutes to do that, I would like to invite Kerry Adler. He's founder, president, and CEO of Sky Power Global. And Kerry, thank you for joining us today. So what are your focus at your company is solar power. So what are the advantages of solar power for developing countries? We've heard it mentioned a little bit. Dr. Chowdhury in the beginning mentioned the importance of solar in some of the solutions in Bangladesh. Please tell us, what are those advantages and also challenges?
Thank you, Teresa, and to all my fellow panelists. This is an incredible opportunity on the eve of when the sun will set here in the UAE, where I currently am. I think, and President-elect Biden becomes the president, I think it's the beginning of a brighter future for billions of people around the world, as I think that's a plan that's going to resonate with other heads of states and in boardrooms and in banks and DFIs around the world. Solar is on a faster track than many of you may be aware of, except maybe Alain. I know that you're right in the sweet spot of where we focus, which is Africa and Southeast Asia. We start with the premise that every human being has the basic right to power. And it's a child who's growing up in school, so his day doesn't end at sunset. And when you look at 1 billion people in the world today that do not have access to basic clean electricity, it's not about building better, it's about build. And to get that power, you have to look at the quickest means to do that, not only for those children, but for those children's children, because climate change is real. And while the world is still struggling with this pandemic, we are going to need another vaccine, and that's for climate change. And this is a monumental time in history. We're going to have a U.S. administration that's going to be very pro, as you all know. And I can tell you from my personal discussions with John Kerry, a dear friend, the United States is going to do their very best to lead the world to a more renewable future. And a renewable future starts with 50% renewables. Coal, we've seen the last coal plants shut down in my home country in Ontario. And if you look at India, where we're very active, to see Prime Minister Modi and his 450 gigawatts of solar. Why does solar work? Today's solar energy, levelized cost of solar energy in parts of the world like the Middle East is under 2 cents. Today, the cost of battery storage, you add another 3 to 4 cents, depending on what type of battery storage. We start going into sub-Saharan Africa, where credit perhaps is not as good as some of the countries here in the Middle East with the GCC. And you're looking at a 6-7 cent power. In fact, Sky Power, we have a team on the ground right now. We started a project in the DRC for 1 gigawatt. That's the Democratic Republic of Congo. We've got a project in Uzbekistan for 1 gigawatt. We have 700 megawatts in South Africa. All of those are sub 6 or 7 cents. Now, storage is coming of age. And when it does, which is very soon, when storage comes of age, which will bring it from 3.5 cents to 2.5 cents, and we forecast that'll be by 2023. That's 2 years from now. You will see power throughout the world, firm power, at sub 6 cents, sub 5 cents. So yes, we wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for natural gas. I can't speak to nuclear because I don't really understand how you could deliver nuclear or other forms of fossil fuel to 1 billion people, because building those transmission lines and building those pipelines, I think we got to recognize that's a bit of a fairy tale. How are we going to get the power to those people's door, like you said, Teresa, when you turn the light switch on to get power? So solar answers the question, because solar is truly decentralized. But as Alain said, quite frankly, he's correct. It's about the cost of capital. You said, Teresa, Alain said we need to get more access to capital. We're in the market right now raising $500 million or so, because capital is key. The lower the cost of capital, the easier it is to deploy solar. And yes, natural gas is a great complement for solar, as is hydro, but hydro is not as reliable because of climate change. But over time, as Sahel Al-Masari, the honorable minister here, has said repeatedly, 40 to 45% is going to be solar, and they're doing it here. So solar has a substantial place in the future of the renewable mix. Most of the funds that are going to go into energy are going into solar. And I can assure you one thing, as long as we're working as hard as we are with Alain and other developers around the world, by 2050, the UNDP will be wrong. There will not be 750 million people in Africa without power, because everyone deserves a brighter future. Power is power, and we're going to do our very best.
Great, thank you very much, Kerry. I just want to say, phenomenal amount of information that you've all managed to squeeze into 2 or 3 minutes that you had, and we need another half an hour, but unfortunately, Atlantic Council will not give us that. We had a number of follow-up questions, but if I could just say this, what keeps coming up, whether you're talking about nuclear, solar, natural gas, is again back to, I think Meili said it eloquently, the country in transition idea. So did Aileen, so did Melanie when she said build better. And when I heard build better in what is now my adopted home country or home territory of Puerto Rico, we're hoping to be a model for the world of what a clean energy is. And it sounds like, as I keep hearing more and more throughout this panel, that Africa and other developing countries actually have an opportunity to build better if we have the right mix of financing. And I would say this, it probably is a mix of public-private financing that is going to get it there. And that, you know, we can talk all day long, but if we don't have the financing, all the ideas that you've presented here do not become real. I'm sorry, we have run out of time. I have a raft of follow-up questions. I'm going to kick it back to Etna and have her take us out of this session. I want to thank the panelists very much, and again, apologize that we couldn't have a follow-up round, because I think Kerry put out a challenge there that I would have liked to have explored a little bit more, but perhaps we can convince Atlantic Council to have another panel with us on it and a little more time.
Thank you so much. And indeed, for all of our panels, we could, you know, run them. They're so interesting. We could probably do half-day sessions, but particularly there, you really got some great content in there. And I know we'll keep in touch with all of the great speakers and see what's going on. For you, what was your big takeaway on that?
Yeah, I think I'll just reiterate that 2 things. One, that the energy access solutions for one country or one people or one region is not the same for another. They must be context driven. So don't UFO in and say, yes, this will apply to everybody. Because in fact, for instance, solar, there are net metering issues that segment out portions of the population because of net metering. So there's always downsides, but what a successful outcome is one that actually serves the end user. When we talk about policy, when we talk about, you know, large energy efforts, what we're really talking about is people who need to turn the light on. And I think Kerry said it well, but it is, I think, a human right. And I think that's our big takeaway, and that it is all of our responsibility to find the financing, the money, the capital to make the specific energy solution for each people, each region, each country work for the people at the end of that light switch.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's a lovely way to wrap it up there. And really, ultimately, it is about bringing people out of energy poverty, because once they have energy, it changes so much of what they do. Teresa, I want to thank you so much for conducting that panel. You know, content rich, really dynamic. Thank you so much for bringing everybody together. Teresa Tippen-Pope from Harvard University. Thanks so much. Now, of course, we have still so much more to go. And just to all of you that are watching us on live streaming and watching us on all of social media outlets, make sure to stay in touch, stay tuned, stay with us. Hashtag AC Energy Forum and also hashtag AC Global Energy. So make sure we're all connected for the days to come. I'm absolutely delighted now to be handing back to the US, and Randy Bell from the Atlantic Council is standing by. Randy, great to see you, and of course a momentous day, and what a great day to have these topics of conversation happening at the Atlantic Council. How have you been?
I've been great. Thank you, Ethna. Thank you so much for covering for the past, I think, 5 hours. It allowed our team here to get a little bit of sleep. I know that's technically not allowed when you're running a conference, but I assure you it was very helpful, and it's allowing words to actually come out of my mouth in a meaningful, somewhat sensible way. So really appreciate all the support that you provided.
Thanks so much.
And we're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow morning for our next round of programming from Abu Dhabi. See you then. Thank you. So good morning, everybody. I'm Randy Bell. I'm back with you live from our virtual headquarters in Washington, D.C. It is Inauguration Day here. And for the next few hours, we will be talking about everything you will need to know for this historic event as we share in the 240-year-plus tradition of a peaceful transition of power, with this inauguration taking place under the most unusual of circumstances. We will begin with arguably the most pressing question of the coming year, one that we've touched on several times throughout this program. How is America's role in the world poised to change with the arrival of the Biden administration? Then we will move to our live coverage of the inauguration, kicked off with a live stream of the ceremony featuring commentary from Atlantic Council President and CEO Fred Kemp and former Chief of Protocol for the United States, Capricia Marshall. Capricia brings a wealth of knowledge about this hallowed event. And being that this year is such a uniquely complicated inauguration, both because it's virtual and for any number of unprecedented reasons, I think this will be a much watch. If you're interested in learning about how this inauguration differs from previous ones, there's no better person to hear from than Capricia. She knows all the people, all the ins and outs, and will provide remarkable commentary. So I really recommend watching that through the app. Following our live coverage, we'll turn to the Atlantic Council's Fast Thinking programming with an expert panel reviewing the inauguration and the key takeaways from soon-to-be President Biden's first official remarks in office. We have a really distinguished panel from around the world for that. This is a truly packed series of programs for the next several hours. So let's get started by turning over to Andrew Solinger, the publisher at Foreign Policy.
Thank you so much, and great to be here today on what I believe would be the last panel of the Trump administration. You are now experiencing the last panel of the Trump administration, possibly anywhere in the world, but certainly here on today's Global Energy Forum. And we most definitely will stick to our time allotment because there are some much more important speeches, even though we have tremendous speakers on this panel to listen to afterwards. So I want to welcome you to America and the World, Energy and Security. And I am joined by a powerhouse, packed, smart panel, much smarter than I, and I'll introduce them now. Halima Croft, Head of Commodity Strategy at RBC Capital Markets. Welcome, Halima.
Hello.
General David Petraeus, former CIA Director and retired U.S. Army General, currently partner at KKR and Chairman of the KKR Global Institute. Welcome, General.
Good to be with you, Andrew. Thanks.
And Dr. Megan O'Sullivan, former Special Assistant to President George Bush, Deputy National Security Advisor for Iraq and Afghanistan, and now Kirkpatrick Professor and Director of Geopolitics of Energy at Harvard University. Welcome, Megan.
Good to see you, Andrew. Nice to be here. Thank you.
Great. So let's get into it. Just to refresh on what we're here to discuss, we're talking about the clean energy transition, how it will reshape international energy relationships, create new tensions over resources and infrastructure, and new opportunities for collaboration, of course. And this is all in the backdrop of a tremendously shocking year in the energy markets, in the oil market, a price war, undulations in prices, ultimately arriving at pretty much where they began the year. More on that later. But this really presents challenges for the US and a new administration coming into power, how it can best position itself with partners and allies to take a leading role in the global energy market. And what I want to do really quickly is just tee off with a refresher on a piece we published in Foreign Policy. I'm the publisher of Foreign Policy, so I have to cite our content. It's mandatory. Jason Bordoff, who's formerly of Obama's NSC and currently director of Columbia's SEPA School Energy Center, did a piece in FP in October that focused in on the fast transitioning energy market, and it was entitled "Everything You Think You Know About the Geopolitics of Climate Change is Wrong." And the things that we think we know, and obviously see these are facts, BP, the IEA, they're all talking about peak oil. California is talking about banning, not talking about, has banned new gasoline cars for new sale by 2035. China is pledging to achieve carbon neutrality by 2060. And perhaps most importantly, severe weather events like global wildfires and extreme storms are raising public alarms. I just spoke with our excellent editor, Keith Johnson, energy editor in Madrid, who is still digging out from an epic 2-foot snowstorm in Madrid. That never happens in Madrid. So the backdrop of that is a crisis and change. And to further cite FP content, Chris Murphy, senator from Connecticut, yesterday wrote in FP that the modern threat to US security is not from rival nation states. Rather, it is from propaganda artists, hackers, pandemics, obviously, non-state extremist groups, but most importantly, and key to this discussion, droughts, storms, rising seas caused by a rapidly changing climate. So these are incredibly important issues, and we're going to boil through all of them today. So Megan, I'd like to turn to you first. There has been talk that there will be a new power rising in energy markets, electrostates. These are states that are at the forefront of clean energy, and it might very well replace oil states in positions of power. China is talked about as one of those clean energy product leaders. Is it accurate that that will ultimately, or in the near future, let's say the near to intermediate term, that they will have more influence and power, or will they lack that same measure of influence simply because they can't just shut down the flow of clean energy as an OPEC cat?
Great, thank you, Andrew, and thanks for that introduction and mentioning those two great pieces. And in fact, I remember Jason's piece back in October did talk about electrostates, and so have many others. There's so much to comment on. I would say directly to your question about petrostates versus electrostates in the near term or immediate term and during the energy transition, I would say that both are going to continue to have certain amounts of geopolitical power. And one may be waxing and one may be waning, but I think we're going to see, this is one of the complexities of this energy transition, we're going to see the geopolitics of oil and gas continue to some extent, because if you look at even the most climate friendly energy scenarios in the future, they all involve a reasonably substantial amount of oil and gas usage over time. Of course, they make assumptions about having carbon capture technology, but no one, again, the most climate friendly scenarios included, none of these scenarios suggest that there will be no oil and gas use in the world. So there will be some petrostates that continue to wield influence, and in some cases they may wield more influence because there'll be a smaller number, a finite number of countries that are able to meet the global energy demand at a lower cost and a lower energy emission. But as you said, electrostates will be important in the sense that not every country is going to be as reliant on fossil fuels to meet their energy needs. So countries like China, and hopefully, and I would say with confidence, the United States and others will have an energy tool at their disposal when it comes to renewable energy technologies, financing for climate, all these other things that countries which are trying to make an energy transition themselves will need, and that will give those countries geopolitical power. I think just very quickly to finish here, one of the things that will be different is some people talk about, oh, are electric grids going to be like natural gas pipelines? I don't think it'll be exactly the same for the reason that you suggest, that in fact, natural gas is a finite resource and a physical commodity where a lot of renewable energy will be generated closer to home. So there'll be less dependence on these long pipelines or LNG networks for energy supplies. And that should increase the energy security of many countries in the end.
And also raising some risks, which we'll come to in a second as well. Halima, you're nodding in agreement when we talk about petrostates perhaps seeing some advantage from the transition. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about that and why we're going to see that. And also just take us through what happened last year. What a if oil price were a roller coaster ride last year, I mean, it's one I don't want to go on at Disney World. Please tell us a little bit about OPEC's position now.
Sure, thank you. I think we're really going to see a big divergence in the sort of OPEC producers. Like there's certain countries that I think are positioned to handle an energy transition, even a particularly rapid transition. Those are the Gulf producers that have, as Megan said, the low cost, cleanest barrels. And there are certain countries like the UAE that have already made, pretty big advancements in diversifying their economy as well. We had the CEO Mubadala on yesterday, and they've used their sovereign wealth funds to essentially fuel diversification. And so I think those countries are best placed for an energy transition. And again, because they have the greenest, cheapest barrels, they will have the biggest share even of a shrinking pie. Then there are other producers that are higher cost producers, have not done nearly as much on diversification. The countries that Fatih Birol from the IEA is very, very concerned about, the Nigerias, the Venezuelas, the Angolas, the Algerias, those are the countries that have Iraq, significant, issues in terms of poverty, corruption. Those are the countries that I think are really going to struggle in an energy transition situation. So again, I think it's going to be a very big divergence between the fortunes of producers in this transition. When we think about OPEC, it was absolutely a crazy year. We were together, Andrew, a year ago in Abu Dhabi. We were thinking about potentially having geopolitical risk in the oil market, driving prices higher in the wake of the killing of Soleimani. We had had a 2019 year of spectacular attacks on energy infrastructure in the Gulf. September 14th, we had half of Saudi's oil output temporarily taken offline. So when we had discussion last year, we thought more OPEC barrels might be needed because we were thinking about more supply disruption in the Gulf. Then we obviously had the biggest demand crash ever because of the COVID-19 pandemic. OPEC, I think, struggled to have a unified response initially, in part because the information was so fragmentary. And there was a certain set of producers that essentially said, let's wait for more time, led by the Russians. And then you had Saudi Arabia, which essentially said early on, we need fast action to stabilize this market. All came to a head in early March. They couldn't reach an agreement. And then we had the onset of essentially this price war led by Saudi Arabia, but between the sort of OPEC producers and Russia. Very, very interesting. I think there also was a real political component to it as well. I think there were certain elements in Russia that were tired of giving a financial lifeline to US shale producers. They were tired of a situation where they would cut production, the US would grow, and they would get sanctioned. And so I do think there was a group in Russia that was happy to potentially see prices collapse and potentially see US shale production sidelines. But I don't think anybody was expecting, any of the producers, the scale of the collapse. And when you had storage quickly filling up, and then you had a real catastrophe in terms of the finances, not only of OPEC producers, but also of shale producers, that's when Donald Trump got involved and essentially helped orchestrate the largest production cut OPEC ever did in the spring. And that really played a very significant role in stabilizing the market. And so it was a tremendous year in terms of volatility. It's amazing that we only ended up, down 20% year on year in terms of demand. But as we go forward into 2021, we're going to be watching to see whether this OPEC unity actually holds together.
Thank you, Halima. That was a great explanation. I can't wait to watch Oil 2020, the movie. I mean, there was so much to unpack in there that I want to pull apart. I also want to remind our participants and attendees that a year ago, when Halima and I were talking about this on a panel in Abu Dhabi, we asked the audience to guess at oil price ranges for the end of the year. And they basically thought they would be flat, even though they expected retaliation from Iran on oil infrastructure following the Soleimani assassination. And that, by the way, is essentially where oil prices wound up after plunging into horrible negative territory. So really remarkable. I want to just follow up with a question on Russia and a couple of different follow-ups on Russia. First of all, have they demonstrated renewed power over OPEC because of the spat with Saudi? That's one. Part B, who won? And then we'll involve General Petraeus with a little bit about Russia and the impact sanctions have had, because they're not a modern and efficient producer also, which is largely the result of sanctions.
I mean, in terms of OPEC, I think when we had the marriage between OPEC and Russia in 2016, we all thought it was a shotgun marriage driven by shale. And we basically kept waiting for this sort of starter marriage to break up. But it has proved to be an enduring alliance. And even after we had the price war in the spring, I think it's remarkable that Russia still is basically sitting at the top of the OPEC plus table with the Saudis. And so while I think the Russians, took a bit of a beating in terms of everyone now looks at their policy and saying, essentially, you should have cut in the spring, they have not really lost their co-leadership role in OPEC. And I think that's going to be an interesting issue for the incoming Biden administration, because I really do think that the Russians have been able to forge new sets of relationships with producers in the Middle East, in Africa, in Latin America. And I do think they have been able to use OPEC as a vehicle of sort of soft power expansion.
So did they win the spat with Saudi? Who came out on top on
well,
that?
In the end, I think His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz was vindicated. I mean, he was calling for early action in late January. He wanted an early OPEC meeting to essentially stabilize the markets. And so I do think that his position that they should have come into the market early, I think that was vindicated.
Great. Thank you very much. Fascinating stuff, and we'll come back to that in a moment. General Petraeus, it would be great to involve you at this point in the discussion, especially as we come up with Russia. First, a general overall question. When we were last together, we were talking about restraint versus intervention, and that was at a Quincy Institute event that we had at the Capitol last February. And I'd be interested in your view on the U.S. security stance in the world post-pandemic. Will the Trump administration's view on foreign intervention impact Biden's policy long-term? Do we still have interest to protect abroad? I mean, ultimately, Obama and Trump made it clear that Gulf oil must flow, but would be interested to hear your view on that today, especially an hour away from a new administration, hour and a half.
Well, I think if you look at this broadly, that we'll see more continuity than change, perhaps, that you'll see a continuation of the rebalance to Asia, which really began, of course, all the way back in the Obama administration. It carried through this administration, now renamed the Indo-Pacific. And every indication is that is going to continue, especially with Kurt Campbell as the coordinator for the Indo-Pacific region, and Deputy National Security Advisor, Tony Blinken, Jake Sullivan, and others. And they've written about this in that other journal very recently in Foreign Affairs, which you may see occasionally. There's a very good article by Kurt Campbell just in recent days, actually right before he was announced, that lays out what will essentially be the components of the U.S. approach to China in particular. And of course, it is China, China, China. It is an era of renewed great power rivalries. Foremost among them is China. The U.S. still has national security interest, and it still has plenty of national security threats. None of that changes at noon today. And again, you'll see, I think, a continuation of a commitment in a variety of different locations around the world. We continue to try to end endless wars, but I know that the incoming administration recognizes that you actually don't end an endless war by ending U.S. involvement in it. You just end U.S. involvement, and the war continues. And sometimes if it doesn't go in a right direction, you end up having to go back into it. And we have learned that lesson in the past. And I think there will be an attempt to develop a sustained commitment, focused mostly, certainly on the continued threat of Islamist extremism. There certainly are continued challenges from Russia, concerns with nuclear North Korea, the prospect of Iran moving closer toward a nuclear weapon, and also, of course, its support for very dangerous Shia militia in Iraq, in Syria, in Lebanon, and in Yemen, and so forth. And then the cyber threats. You mentioned that very briefly, I think, before we came on, and how increasingly diabolically clever they are. If you look at the SolarWinds hack, and it took 6 to 9 months to even realize that they were in there. And of course, that discovery was not made by the government. It was made by a commercial firm, FireEye. So again, huge number of threats, and we still have major interests. And of course, one of those interests is to ensure the free flow of energy from the Gulf to the Pacific, and then also to the European consumers of that. Noting, of course, that, you know, had you asked me about Russia specifically, I was going to observe, as Megan has written so powerfully, about the real impact on Russia actually is not even the recent pandemic-induced reduction in demand. It was the US shale gale, which propelled the US from being a very substantial importer of crude oil to now actually a net exporter, very barely, but a net exporter, and a substantial exporter of natural gas as well. And of course, that has dramatically disrupted not just crude oil markets around the world, but essentially also made a natural gas global market to varying degrees as well. And you saw the price that Russia was able to charge for gas off a pipeline in Europe go down to just below the price of US natural gas plus the cost of liquefaction, transport, and regasification. So again, those dynamics all continue here. And again, I think the big difference going forward when it comes to the security approach won't actually be, again, the continued effort to achieve greater balance in the Indo-Pacific and deal with all these other issues. It's really going to be that all of that is going to be wrapped in a much more comprehensive whole of governments. And it's an S on the end of that, because all of our allies and partners are going to be made part of that to the extent that that is absolutely possible. And again, all of this has been laid out by the incoming members of the administration, including, again, in that recent article by Kurt Campbell that makes that point. And I think that's going to be the really big difference, that we are going to be more present once again in various regional, multilateral institutions, international organizations, not just rejoining the Paris Climate Accord and the WHO, but again, participating more actively. And also when it comes to a variety of issues involving standards and technology and all the rest. So again, that I think will be the big difference from, you know, it was never truly all America first, but it was much more America first, certainly under the outgoing administration, than will be the incoming administration, that very much stresses doing all of this, again, together with all the allies and partners we can possibly muster.
Thank you, General. And I assure you, not only have I, the Kurt Campbell piece is fantastic, and that other publication that you mentioned, and Kurt is fantastic, and a subscriber to Foreign Policy, I might add, a very smart man indeed. And we are looking forward to him coming into his position and seeing the role that he plays in our position vis-a-vis Asia writ large. Megan, the General referenced your writings. We'd love to come back to you now and talk a little bit about that. You wrote very famously about in Windfall about the shale boom, and this was, you know, I mean, the incredible rise of shale and how it changed geopolitics around the world. We've obviously seen that I don't want to say falter, but, you know, a view to whether or not that type of pricing behind shale oil production is going to hold. Is that set to peak right now? And what will be the implications for the US as a result of that? When we look through the geopolitics of clean energy, as we were discussing earlier, US certainly in a position of power, but probably not the most robust of all the players around the world because of that pricing. Obviously, natural gas, you know, will continue, et cetera. But I'm curious for a little quick a revision or an epilogue on where you are on Windfall right now and the shale boom.
Sure. Thank you, Andrew, and thanks for mentioning the book. I do think that everything that Halima described in the new landscape that we're looking at has had some serious implications for shale. We saw in response to the decrease in demand of last year induced by the pandemic, we saw not just OPEC take oil off the market, but we saw a lot of other countries stop the high levels of production that they were doing, not because of government action, but just because of the market and the price. And the US was certainly among that group of countries, and we saw US production go down from its absolute peak right before the start of the pandemic of about 13 million barrels a day down to, people think maybe 2 to 3 million barrels of oil a day came off of US production. So the question has been for everyone, how quickly will that production come back? And I think, it is a different landscape, as you suggested. And I think we have investors that frankly weren't very enthusiastic about making investments into oil and gas production even before the pandemic. And I think, the word is that the pandemic has just expedited a lot of things that were already in motion, and a potential growing decline in oil demand is among them. So I think we will continue to see shale be an important part of the overall energy landscape. America will continue to be, if not the largest producer of oil in the world, or one of the largest producers. But I do think that this unique role that shale was playing for quite a few years, that really put a lot of pressure on a lot of other international actors, particularly OPEC, and how they were able to influence the market, that is probably a little bit on the back burner. I think we may actually see investors stay with shale a little bit longer than some other countries that are high cost producers, because of the short cycle nature of shale, that maybe when investors do start to go back into oil, they're not going to want to invest in projects that take 5, 7, 10 years to come online, but they'll still be interested in places where it was only 6 months or a year till more oil comes online. But overall, I think the role will be a bit diminished there. But before I conclude on that, I would say, you made what I thought was a big assumption, Andrew, which is that the US is not going to be really a big player on clean energy. And I would say two things. Maybe I'm overstating what you said, but I would say the US certainly has the potential to be one of, if not the major players in clean energy. And that will depend a lot on what we see from the Biden administration. And certainly President-elect, soon to be President Biden, has made it very clear that climate is going to be a huge focus of his. If you looked at his website during the campaign and the transition, he only listed 4 priorities: economic recovery, COVID, climate, and racial justice. And he's very, very serious about climate. And that's not just reining in US emissions, that is being a leader in the battle against climate change globally as well. And that will, of course, involve America stepping forward in every kind of capacity. And certainly one of those, part of his $2 trillion plan, will be to invest more in R&D for advancing more renewable energy technologies. We'll be engaging with other countries much more centrally on the issue of climate change. And I think that the US certainly has the potential and the opportunity to recapture a leadership role here. So I wouldn't be quick to write the United States off. And in fact, I would fasten my seatbelt and get ready for an international landscape where the US is taking climate change to be a very serious national security matter. And that, I think, will change the face of US foreign policy in some significant ways we could go into if there's time.
I hope we have time, and I think that's very fascinating, and I agree with you. I want to remind the audience that we encourage your questions. We do have a question for General Petraeus that we'll introduce in a moment, but please use your app, ask questions of the panel, challenge us, please, on some of these issues and discussions, and me on what. And I believe in the United States, just so we're clear. But China certainly has a lead in clean tech production. And just to stick with you for a second, Megan, let's talk a little bit about Kerry's role as climate czar and what we think will transpire there. And I'll just come back to what Senator Murphy wrote in FP yesterday, that climate policy should be and is foreign policy for the US going forward. What do you expect to see from Kerry and climate immediately? Word is he's been making waves about investment and financing of carbon projects amongst the Wall Street investor class already. I'd be interested to hear what you've heard.
Sure. Well, this is the appointment of Secretary Kerry as the climate czar, answerable to the president and at a cabinet level, is really one of, I think, the most important markers, indications of how serious the Biden administration is going to be about climate. Climate's going to be central to our domestic policy agenda, but it's also going to be very central to our foreign policy agenda. And as you pointed out, Senator Murphy laid out in his piece in Foreign Policy a number of ways in which that might happen. What I would say is that often people, when they think about, oh, climate change is going to be part of our foreign policy, they think primarily of the US going back into the Paris Climate Agreement, which of course it will do quite soon. But it means so much more than that. It really, the Biden administration and Secretary Kerry are talking about infusing climate into every foreign policy interaction. That might be a slight overstatement, but I think that is the intention and the objective. So this means, again, not just talking about climate in climate fora and among climate experts, but it means talking about climate in every bilateral relationship. It means about asking the different agencies that conduct foreign policy and national security, like the Pentagon and USAID and the State Department, to make climate really central in their overall objectives, again, in bilateral relationships and interactions with international organizations. So this actually, it sounds like, okay, that sounds like something that we know how to do, but I would say it's going to be challenging, because if you prioritize climate, as the Biden administration intends to do, and I think many of us would acknowledge needs to be done, this is going to mean that other priorities are not going to get the same weight. So it means more traditional foreign policy measures like counterterrorism and counterproliferation and conflict resolution. Where are those going to fall in the list of priorities? When a president goes to speak to a king or another president or a prime minister, there are only so many issues that he or she could push effectively, and climate is now going to be among them. I think Secretary Kerry's role is going to be essential, because he is going to be a large disruptor. And I mean that not only in the sense of pushing this agenda internationally, but he's going to end up disrupting things within the American foreign policy establishment. And I think in part that's very much the intention, because if you are going to challenge traditional American foreign policy to make climate change the first objective, you're going to need somebody who's really going to be willing to upset the apple cart. And that is, he is going to be injected into every foreign policy deliberation, whether or not it's about climate on the surface of it, to make sure that climate related equities get their fair share of attention. And that, of course, is going to cause some ripple effects in how policy is made. And I think it also is going to prove some challenges, because there are going to be multiple senior people that our counterparts in different parts of the world are going to talk to. They're going to talk to Secretary of State Tony Blinken. They're also going to talk to Secretary John Kerry. They'll talk to other people in the White House who also have climate on their mind, but other issues as well. So I think it is going to be tumultuous, disruptive, but my guess is that the Biden administration intends for that to be the case, because that's what's needed in order to shake up the traditional functioning of foreign policy and national security, which has not considered climate to be central to its execution.
Well said. Thank you very much, Megan. And I do think that is something that's clearly going to be insinuated in every discussion, in every conversation, at every level, and in every agency and department. And actually, just to change gears a little bit, General Petraeus, a question for you from our audience. As the largest consumer of oil in the world, what role do we think the U.S. military will play in the next 4 years in accelerating the energy transformation? Will they lead at home? And will the ongoing transition in energy enhance U.S. military performance? According to Senator Murphy, the DoD accounts for about 75% of all government carbon emissions. If it were a country, the U.S. military would be the 55th largest emitter on the planet. Are we taking steps in the right direction?
Well, I'm sure that all of this is going to be accelerated very significantly. There are numerous initiatives around the military right now, huge solar arrays, for example, out at Fort Bliss, Texas, and near White Sands, New Mexico, and a variety of other of these kinds of initiatives. We actually pursued some all the way back when I was, say, the commander in Afghanistan, where, I mean, just putting insulation inside a tent cut our fuel bill by, I think it was 15 or 20%. And keep in mind, in that scenario, you had to bring all that fuel into the country on tankers that had to be secured and all the rest of this. So there's a very keen awareness of the need to reduce the consumption of oil and other products, JP8 and all the rest of this, very significantly. And there have been initiatives ongoing, but this is going to be a huge boost. I think Megan had a really keen insight. There are going to be interesting times on the 7th floor of the State Department, because reportedly former Secretary Kerry is going to be up there alongside his successor, a couple removed, Tony Blinken. And there will be cases where, the question is going to be which prism has priority. Is it the prism that we filter through and say, what will the effect of this be on our climate initiatives around the world and at home? Or is it the prism that asks, what will the effect of this initiative be on the US-China relationship, which is the most important in the world, not just to our two countries, but also to many of the other countries in the world. And so I think that's going to be fascinating to watch. But there are going to be directives throughout the government. Of course, Secretary Kerry is focused externally. There are also others that would be focused internally. And as Megan mentioned, in this huge infrastructure bill that is going to be pursued at $1.9 trillion, really, the infrastructure is a big component of that. And of course, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is already discussing the significance of the green components of that infrastructure bill. So I believe with Megan that the US is going to become one of the leaders in these various areas, and certainly a very competitive element in that. Could I pivot though to one question, and I'd actually like to ask this of Halima, because what we haven't talked about is the impact on oil markets, which are roughly stable right now, given the latest, again, OPEC and Russia agreements and so forth. But what happens if we actually return to the nuclear deal with Iran, we lift the various sanctions, and all of a sudden, the biggest disruptor is the disrupted oil that comes back on market. And this could be 2 or more million barrels per day coming back on the market. What happens then, Halima?
Happy to take that. No, I mean, I think this is something that OPEC is sort of looking out on 2021. Will they essentially, potentially in the back half of the year, if Iran goes back into the agreement, and we could discuss whether Iran is going to take the steps to go back in and become compliant. But as you mentioned, you could be looking at significant quantities of Iranian barrels hitting the market potentially sometime in the back half of 2021. I think that decision by His Royal Highness, they announced a unilateral Saudi cut of 1 million barrels at the last OPEC meeting. I think it was done primarily because of the new rising COVID cases, cascading government lockdown restrictions. But I do think they want to start expediting the drawdown of this inventory overhang, because they know they may have to accommodate those barrels. I actually asked about that in the OPEC press conference, and I think they are doing that with an eye to getting the market potentially ready for that. But a lot is going to hinge on how successful is the vaccine rollout. I mean, what they say is it's not just the vaccine, it's shots in the arm. And so where we are in terms of the demand recovery, that will really determine, can the market absorb those barrels? And will OPEC have to do more to accommodate those barrels? I think it's going to be a very interesting discussion when Iran comes back. Who sits down their barrels to accommodate Iranian barrels? It looks like it will have to be Saudi Arabia. Will other countries want to also restrict output to allow those Iranian barrels back? Or is the market so strong that it will basically be able to absorb those barrels? So I think there's going to be a lot of those OPEC meetings in the back half of the year, I think are going to be very challenging as they think about those barrels.
Fantastic. Thank you, General. An excellent question. We've got another one from the audience, and I think all of you could probably tackle this. As the energy transition continues, what regions and choke points will become new geopolitical hotspots? How does that impact the U.S. posture abroad? For example, with the port of Durban, the export origin for most of the world's cobalt heat up. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, Megan.
Sure. I think the issue of cobalt and other kind of critical minerals is one that is a very hot topic of conversation. People are looking at the current landscape and they're saying, wow, China in particular has taken a lot of action to lock up supplies of some of these critical minerals, and that these critical minerals are essential to enabling certain renewable technologies. So there's some talk or even expectations that we may see something akin to a rise of a cartel of countries that actually have control over a relative limited supply of inputs, be it cobalt, be it lithium, be it other things. I think this is something to be concerned about, something to watch. Clearly, we have expectations that the demands for these critical minerals are going to go up significantly as demand for things like electric vehicles go up significantly over the short to medium term. In the long term, I personally am not overly concerned about that. I don't imagine that there's going to be a huge revamping of geopolitics for a few reasons. The main reason is I think that countries and governments and research facilities are already focused on this problem, and they are working hard to find ways to recycle some of these critical minerals like lithium. And once you have the ability to recycle these, then suddenly limited amounts of global supply seems a lot less pressing and a lot less able to drive big political decisions. I also think there's a lot of work being done on developing alternative materials that can serve in the place of these critical minerals. So I think we have some short and medium term challenges on managing that, but I think those will be answered with technologies and with programs currently underway to try to make those critical resources a lot less finite and a lot less vital for the enactment of renewable technologies.
You're quite right. There has been a lot of talk of concern of late about a rare earth cartel, and certainly China, not the only country that they're very good at refining the dirt, but not necessarily the only owner of those rare earths. So your contention is that perhaps other nations and economies, the US, will catch up?
Well, there's certainly, I mean, the rare earth element conversation, one of the things that people are always quick to point out, rightly so, is that they're not so rare. That actually there are many countries around the world, and the US is one of them, where a lot of those rare earth materials are in our soil. The key distinguishing factor is that China has become the major producer and refiner of those rare earth minerals because they've been willing to do it at a very low cost. So they basically outpriced the rest of the world. And they've been willing to bear a lot of the environmental consequences that come along with the kind of mining that's required to process and extract these rare earth minerals. So in a worst case scenario, if the technologies that I'm talking about don't come to bear, there are other countries that can produce these rare earth minerals. And we do actually see the United States and other countries looking at stockpiles, looking at production, thinking more strategically about how to find, how to make sure that the US and other countries don't find themselves in a situation that Japan found itself in 2010, where they're beholden to China. So I do think that this is something that is talked about, but it is something that has been very much on the minds of policymakers and decision makers for quite a few years, since in 2010, when China did withhold the export of these materials to Japan in response to some tussles over the East China Sea.
Right, and there has been quite a bit of activity by China as well in terms of purchasing some of these non-Chinese mines in Africa, even in the US, in Arizona, and in Chile. And shameless FP plug, we have done a report on the Chinese control of these natural resources, not just rare earths. And you could find that on our FP Insider offering online if you'd like to check it out. To stick with the regional focus here for a moment, let's talk about Latin America. This is a question again from the audience. We've seen an acceleration of Chinese and Russian investment in the Latin American energy system. How might that involvement impact US national security? And will the Biden administration intervene to protect energy in the Western Hemisphere, which is often overlooked in energy markets? I wonder if, Halima, that's something you would care to tussle with.
No, I think when we talked about sort of Russia's role in OPEC, I think we really clearly see this playing out in the case of Venezuela. I mean, a real question about would Maduro stay or go was increasingly coming down to, would Russia continue to give that financial lifeline to the Maduro regime? I mean, we had talked about, traditionally China's role in Venezuela, essentially doing these sort of oil-backed loans. But we've really seen in the last couple of years, it has been Russia that has really developed that very strong relationship with the Venezuelans and, extending credit to the Venezuelans, essentially doing deals with the government there, with their oil companies there, that essentially Western firms would not do. And so I do think that the Russians have been able to establish something of a sort of a beachhead in Venezuela, in our region. I do think, again, when we think about policy challenges for the Biden administration, obviously dealing with Venezuela, the humanitarian crisis will be an important issue. But again, a broader issue is, have we seen the expansion of Russian influence in the developing world, in these oil-producing nations since 2016? And does this pose a significant foreign policy challenge to the United States? Have they filled a vacuum that essentially we've allowed to exist?
Thank you, Halima. General, what do you think?
Well, I hope that the incoming administration, and you see Samantha Power, of course, nominated to be the director of the Agency for International Development, a woman everyone respects for enormous intellect and energy and drive as well, and just sheer infectious enthusiasm. And it's been apparent for some time that AID, together with the International Finance Development Corporation, which doubled its assets under the current administration, outgoing administration, and a variety of other partners around the world, if we could all coordinate and provide alternatives to the Belt and Road Initiative initiatives, and because many of these are, again, targeting countries in Africa for the rare earth minerals, the other resources that are needed. And of course, Chinese companies and China writ large have gone about this in a form of sort of China Incorporated out there doing this, especially with the BRI. Whereas the US, it's just much more driven by market forces. It's companies out there that need this and can see to the future. And I think a more coordinated effort of all of the different of our partners and allies together, which I mentioned earlier will be a big feature of the incoming administration, could again provide alternatives. It could provide alternative models, competition, et cetera. My ultimate hope, of course, would be that the security situation in Afghanistan would ultimately allow the extraction of what are not just 1 trillion, but we estimated $2 trillion worth of many rare earth and others. There are locations in Western Afghanistan where you can shovel lithium out of the ground, again, with a shovel. And hopefully that could enter the market as well. Right now, it's still a little bit more in the category of venture capital investing, but perhaps down the road. But I do think, again, that there's a real opportunity for the incoming administration, recognizing the need to get our own access to rare earths, other minerals, and also, again, to provide competition together for the Belt and Road Initiative.
That's a really, really relevant point, and thank you for making it. And I do think that economic statecraft is an incredibly important element of, I think we'd all agree on that, would be a very helpful craft for the US to hone. I mean, Treasury conducts much of US financial and economic diplomacy and should take the lead along with DFC, along with the Millennium Challenge Corporation as well. And some might contend that China is eating our lunch in green finance in that way. I did want to ask a little bit about that, though, as other countries are expanding their processing and their production. This is something that another question from the audience. And when they have to, how does a country do this when they have to operate by social right to an environmental justice? How can democracies compete with autocracies, with a China, when it comes to this type of development? And Halima, I'd like to actually frame this for you. and with a question that I was going to ask about something you raised, and that is the Mideast and some of the development. I think Megan made this point as well, that there are alternative energies being developed, and something that's going on in Abu Dhabi right now, a lot of discussion around Sustainable Energy Week. Could the Mideast spawn electrostates? Saudi has very low cost solar power. They're even investing in hydrogen production. And we've seen the UAE focused on nuclear. What's your take on their ability to grow alternative energy at the same time?
Well,
Those are, and let's be fair, they're autocracies.
Well, I mean, I think if we take about the UAE, I mean, I think the UAE, again, has been in the lead in terms of seeing the changes in the energy landscape. I mean, we talk about, you know, the fact that they host International Renewable Energy Agency in Masdar. We talk about the investments that sovereign wealth funds like Mubadala have made in the renewable space. We look at sort of even what the sort of national oil companies like ADNOC are doing. You know, we talk about Saudi as well in terms of solar. So again, I think these countries see the writing on the wall, and they are essentially going for the all of the above energy mix, and that's going to be their business model. I do think, though, there are some interesting questions to sort of pivot back to the issue about some of these issues around like cobalt, in terms of what do you do about countries like a DRC? Does a DRC, I started my career covering the Democratic Republic of Congo after they were coming out of a civil war where 5 million people died. It was like the world's worst war at the time. And we saw all of these, you know, grave human rights issues around alluvial mining, use of child labor. I do think there's going to be, in this energy transition story, questions about how much do we lean on those governments in terms of extraction practices? Are we going to sort of engage with the DRC in terms of how they are actually mining cobalt? You know, does China have just this natural advantage in dealing with a country like the DRC because they have been basically providing financial assistance to these sub-Saharan African countries for decades? I mean, they have always sort of taken a view that they will take your resources and not raise human rights and labor concerns. So I do think there are going to be these interesting challenges for Western nations as we move forward with this energy transition. How much do we want to try to pressure countries that have these critical minerals to basically put a series of practices around the extraction of those minerals?
Very good point. And I think we see that general in when we talk about nuclear power and Russia as well. Russia is actually on the forefront on nuclear. Some might argue not in a great way, exporting technology and perhaps not to certain standards. But you had a comment as well that you wanted to share.
Well, I really actually wanted to, I hate to keep tossing questions to Halima, but there's another, you know, the biggest question of all is no longer about peak oil production. It's now about peak oil demand. And this is, you know, every year that the BP product comes out, there's the annual debate about when will we see peak oil demand. And there are various estimates out there. And of course, I mean, we should acknowledge the reality. You highlighted that China is a green power in the making, and it is very much so. But it's also still building, you know, coal plants every week or so. Because of the enormous continued demand for additional electricity. Again, India, as it grows, the African countries, in Africa, of course, in aggregate, it's not in aggregate, but in aggregate, it's the next China. And with demand that will be comparable. So I was just curious how you answer that particular question, Halima, about, you know, what is the prospect for peak oil demand?
I mean, clearly we are in a transition, and the question is, are we going to see it sort of 2030, 2040? I think the role of government policy is going to play a big role in terms of when we actually hit peak demand. When are we going to get electrification of, you know, vehicle fleets, public transportation? Government policy will play a role in dictating how fast this transition is coming. It is coming. And I think, again, to go back to the sort of imperative, if you are a producer country, it is to take up what Fatih Birol keeps saying is act like it's happening on a faster pace than it may happen, because you have to prepare for it. You have to get your economies ready for this transition. And again, I worry about the divide between countries like the UAE, who have basically seen where this is headed and have taken very proactive steps to prepare. And a country like Nigeria, 200 million people, as you know, General Petraeus, huge counterterrorism issues, huge problems with extremism. What happens to those countries if they don't get ready for that transition? What security threats are posed by, petro-states that are now insolvent and unable to sort of pay their militaries and pay for public services? So I deeply worry about the left behinds in a transition scenario.
Great, thank you for that. We've got another question from our audience, a little bit back to the social justice and environmental justice issue. And maybe this is one for you, Megan, on the US, the new administration, and some of its critical plans around social justice and equality. Can the US lead on labor and environmental justice with such glaring inequity at home now, which has obviously been a cause of a lot of the social unrest we've seen over the course of the past year? I'm just curious on your views on that.
Sure, it's a good question. I think it's one that's sort of central to how the Biden administration is thinking about its domestic agenda and its international agenda. And I think we see both of those agendas influencing each other, being deeply tied. This is certainly the case with climate, as we've been talking about, but I think it's also the case in America taking leadership more generally speaking on the question of democracy, on environmental justice, on racial justice, as the questioner was asking. So I think there is going to be a lot of scrutiny applied to the Biden administration, to the United States as a whole, to see how our society is going to grapple with and hopefully aggressively address these inequities within our own society. And it is from there that we will be best positioned to be able to encourage others to do the same. I do think, a couple of things. I think that that soon-to-be President Biden is someone who is maybe uniquely well positioned to try to heal some of the wounds at home. And he is serious, and the team that he's put together is clearly serious about prioritizing a lot of these inequities. And so I do think that there's hard work to be done at home, but I'm confident that we can move ahead as a nation. I do think there's going to be a little bit of a lag. It's going to take time for America to demonstrate to the rest of the world that we are leaders in democracy, that our values still align with all of those principles and values that we've been talking to others about abroad. I do think it's going to take time because I do think the American model has been damaged in the last several years. It's been damaged by this America First role. It's been damaged by the incompetency with which our country has handled the coronavirus pandemic. It's been, damaged by the real manifestations of systemic racial prejudice in our system. And I'd also say, we haven't talked about this right now, but I think the model has been damaged by the happenings on January 6th. So I do think it's going to be harder for America to take on that advocacy role, but I don't think that's a permanent thing. I think it is a motivation for us to do work at home, to continue to lend a hand to others abroad who are seeking to enhance their own societies in the same way.
Great, thank you for that. And we've been talking a lot about nation state and administration activity. Wanted to move, but now that we're touching on social and environmental issues, I wanted to ask a little bit about corporate incentives. It's very interesting yesterday. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce just kind of came out and in favor of carbon pricing. I mean, that's a real element that might move our economies in the direction of where Europe is going. Obviously, we've got different regimes in different regions. How likely are we to see more linkages between these different economic clusters on carbon pricing? And is that really the thing that will tangibly, the profit motive, galvanize movement in this way, along with administration initiatives, along with social issues, the actual profit incentive? Megan, I wonder if you could tackle that one for us to start.
Sure. Well, I think the answer obviously depends on who you ask. Personally, I think I align myself with most economists who say the best way to get action and the most efficient way to tackle the question of carbon emissions is to put a price on carbon. That can be done in a number of ways. I imagine that the Biden administration will explore that, as you said, in different sectors. I think doing something like a clean energy standard is going to be, a clean electricity standard is going to be critical to the Biden administration reaching the goal of having a fully decarbonized electricity sector by 2030. That's one of the big goals there. But I think a more kind of straightforward carbon tax is something that, I'll just give you my own opinion, I think has been dismissed a little too early. If you remember 4 years ago, when Senator Sanders was running for president, a carbon tax was a big part of his platform. And this time around, you see the Democrats really shying away from it, as most people thought either one, this isn't possible to do with Republican support, or two, we're not going to do that. That is actually too conservative approach. We're going to be more focused on regulatory measures and on getting change through those types of actions. And I think that will continue to be a little bit of a battle for what tools the Biden administration is going to employ to reach those goals. It's interesting. We do see more support for climate action among Republicans. It's still nascent, but I would say it is only going to grow, particularly as young Republicans, to the extent they want to stay in the party, they're going to demand action on climate. And as a result, I think we will see some movement in the Republican Party on this issue, and that could create some openings for some more efficient approaches, perhaps along the lines of a carbon tax, with the big debate being not about the tax itself, but being about how to distribute the proceeds from the tax. So I think there certainly are a lot of ways that a price can be put on carbon, but I do imagine that that will be a central objective of the Biden administration in their domestic climate goals, so they can meet those standards that will underpin what will, again, internationally, will be America's nationally determined contribution back in the Paris Agreement.
Certainly, that makes tremendous sense, and would be very interesting to see that as a unifying factor across party lines as well, that discussion. General, your thoughts?
Well, this is also going to give a boost to something that we're already seeing in investment businesses. And, as a partner in one of the world's biggest global investment firms, we've always tried to do well while doing good. There actually now are funds, and we have an impact fund that's linked to the Sustainability Development Goals of the United Nations, in which we're trying to do good while still doing well. And there's a huge appetite by investors for this. And I'm quite confident that what Megan has just been laying out will give another boost to this. And again, you're going to probably at some point reach a degree of critical mass, set off the chain reaction, in which all of these different activities are going to result in quite a few improvements, I would think, in the climate arena, given the very substantial push that you're going to see both at home and abroad.
Thank you, General. And Halima, what are your views on pricing and generally moving forward on that front, having that bipartisan approach?
Well, I think I totally agree with what Megan and General Petraeus said. I think it was so interesting yesterday, day one of the Global Energy Forum. You had the congressional panel where you had the Republican congressman coming out opposed to carbon pricing, the Democratic congresswoman essentially saying, well, it's just something we'll look at, but we want to move on things with bipartisan support first. And then you had the panel of CEOs, and you had the CEO of United coming out and saying, no, we need a carbon price mechanism. So I do think it's going to be interesting to see actually if you do have the private sector taking the lead on this, and does that potentially move Congress more in that direction?
Fabulous. Thank you, Halima. And unfortunately, we could keep going for another hour, but then we would miss a very important event. But I thank you all for your really incredible insights and thoughts about China, about Russia, about Mideast, the impact of relations with Iran, how we might undertake carbon pricing, and the impacts, most importantly, on what the Biden administration and its efforts on climate will have in the world of energy and geopolitical security. I just want to thank all three of you very much for participating in this discussion, the last panel of the Trump administration, to talk through these issues. I really enjoyed it. I'm sure our audience did as well. And I hope we can do it again next year or even sooner. Thank you so much. And now back over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Andrew, General Petraeus, Megan, Halima. And Halima, thank you for being a co-chair of this event. We hugely appreciate RBC's long-standing support for the Global Energy Forum. Everyone should be sure to check out Halima's essay in the Global Energy Agenda, which is a publication we released yesterday. Andrew, what do you think the key takeaways are from this conversation?
Well, clearly the Biden administration's push and stated intent to make foreign policy a core tenet of it as climate policy is going to be the key thing to watch. They're going to insinuate this into every discussion, as Megan said, and it's going to be one of the key takeaways that they try to bring out of every international interaction. General Petraeus talked about the dynamic of having Secretary Blinken and Secretary Kerry, on the same floor, working hand in hand on this issue. It's really going to be the driver of this change that we're going to see in the energy markets. At the same time, as Halima described, we're coming off of a crazy roller coaster year in oil markets and energy markets with geopolitical tensions within OPEC addressing these issues. That will continue in the short to medium term and be a cushion as these changes take place. But like everything else in the pandemic, it has been a quickening of the transitions that we already knew were coming, and it's the same for clean and green energy, no question.
Yeah. Do you think that, going back to your first point about the Biden administration embedding climate action into their entire foreign policy, do you think that that's a realistic goal, or do you think that other foreign policy needs will ultimately take priority as we see climate action has been put off by administration, just because of the pressing need of the moment?
I don't think so. I think that it's got to be insinuated in everything that we do. And an example might be trade wars, which have hurt our ability to use the best clean technology because we might be tariffing essential technology from China. We need to reverse those when it comes to clean energy tech. And we need to up Exim Bank activity, as Senator Murphy wrote in FP yesterday. So I do think it's going to insinuate itself in everything that we do, and it will be part of the pressing priorities that we have in all sorts of spheres. It'll be part and core of everything that the Biden administration undertakes globally.
Andrew, thanks so much. And that's a good point. We have actually a panel on global trade and the energy transition as part of the Global Energy Forum. That's tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern. So a really, really important point that you just made that we'll be trying to address. Thank you so much. And really, thank you for coining the term, the last panel of the Trump administration. I wish we had thought of that over here, and I'm really glad that you did. That was fantastic. Thanks so much. And
Anytime.
we hope to see you for the next Global Energy Forum, or if not sooner, but we hope you join us when we do this again in Abu Dhabi next year. It is my pleasure now to move to the live stream of the inauguration. I've got it on in the background right here. You'll be able to stream this in the app, and Fred Kemp and Capricia Marshall will begin their commentary around 11:30 a.m. Eastern. Capricia is the former chief of protocol for the United States, and so has a remarkable perspective on this inauguration, as well as those from more normal times. So please do watch the inauguration with the Atlantic Council. We hope that you'll learn something. I know I'm going to learn something from watching Capricia. After the inauguration, we have a rapid response panel called Fast Thinking, Views of the Inauguration from Around the World, which will feature former Swedish Prime Minister Carl Bildt, former Secretary General of NATO Lord Robertson of Port Ellen, former Spanish Foreign Minister Ana Palacio, and former U.S. Secretary of Energy Ernest Moniz. So a really remarkable group of people who will be providing their commentary on what we will have just watched, the inauguration of soon-to-be President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. So we'll turn to Fred Kemp and Capricia Marshall at 11:30. Until then, please enjoy the live stream of the inauguration.
His actions more than heroic.
Oh, there we see Speaker Pelosi. And looks like the rest of the JSIC there preparing to cross.
So warrior in the red scarf.
We've got to spell out our acronyms. It's the Joint Congressional Committee on
Ladies and
Inaugural
gentlemen,
Ceremonies.
the Vice President-elect of the United States, Kamala Devi Harris, and Mr. Douglas Emhoff.
Vice President-elect Harris, who resigned her seat as a senator from California just yesterday, and today, very shortly, to be sworn in as Vice President.
So her office within the Capitol will move.
Yes.
From her senator's office to the vice president's office.
You know, it's really Richard Nixon that really transferred the location of the vice presidency, working towards the old executive office building.
And putting the locus of the vice president's office here at the Capitol. Because of course they are the tie-breaking vote in the Senate. All right, so on our camera there on the right, we can see Representative Hoyer in the red scarf, member of the Joint Committee, the JCIC, Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. VP-elect Harris hugging her children there.
Oh, that's a moment there. Vice President.
VP
Vice
meeting
President.
VP.
Yes, Harris-elect. Vice President-elect Harris, yes.
And notice the real furniture, folks. There's folding chairs out there, but it's a real chair and a real table. And on that table, I believe, are some of the sacred texts that are going to be used today. Representative Clyburn there having a moment with VP-elect Harris.
Do I see snow?
I see snow flurries, it looks like, in this shot of Chuck Schumer.
Those are snow flurries. You notice it has gotten considerably darker.
Yeah,
since
the wind did pick up.
Well, soon to be the 46th president.
Joe
Joseph Biden, Dr.
Joe Biden
making their way.
getting ready to cross through the crypt.
We'll wave to the camera.
I can't stress enough that we have cameras in areas that you won't see on any other live stream or broadcast. These behind-the-scenes shots, this idea
The
that you can
Joint
see into the
Congressional
visitor
Committee on
center.
Inaugural Ceremonies, Staff Representative Alexandria Gordican DeChico, accompanying the House Republican leader, the Honorable Kevin McCarthy. Staff Representative Bridget Brennan, accompanying House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steny Hoyer and Mrs. Yvette Lewis. Staff Representative Kate Knudsen, accompanying Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi and Mr. Paul Pelosi. Staff Representative Lindsey Kerr, accompanying the Honorable Amy Klobuchar and Mr. John Bessler. Staff Representative Stephanie Hager Mucko, accompanying Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable Mitch McConnell and the Honorable Elaine L. Chao. And Staff Representative Rochelle Graves Schroeder, accompanying the Chairman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Roy Blunt and Mrs. Abigail Blunt.
So those members of the JCIC, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the official host of today's 59th inaugural ceremonies, we can see them there headed out onto the platform. The announcer just said the names.
Proud moment for the committee.
They've put all this together.
Not just September, well before that, the planning has gone on. And let's be honest, this has been a different inauguration, and hopefully something that we won't see again for a lot of different reasons. And they've really pulled this off handsomely. There goes Senator Blunt, the former Majority Whip of the House. He's been through a few of these ceremonies. Again, this is the second time he has chaired this committee.
Yes.
There's been 5 people to chair the committee twice, and Senator Blunt would be the latest.
He spoke of this ceremony today being an assurance for all people, our continued and unbroken commitment, continuity, stability, perseverance, democracy. As we get ready to see the peaceful transfer of power, an event both commonplace and miraculous. President-elect Biden here and Dr. Jill Biden just passing through the crypt of the Capitol, soon to emerge onto the platform. We can see the back of the Obamas here on the platform. Cole and Ella, and it's snowing. Cole and Ella, VP Harris's children there. Ella is the young lady you see with the plaid coat with kind of an embellishment on the shoulders.
Ladies and gentlemen, accompanying the President-elect, the Staff Director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Fitzhugh Elder IV, the Acting House Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Tim Blodgett, and the Acting Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Jennifer Hemingway.
You know, snow, not unheard of in Washington in January. But you know what? When they used to have these in March, snow was also not unheard of.
Not at all.
Until 1933, inaugurations happened in March, and pretty risky in the era before paved roads.
Well, our last inauguration, it was, we had a little bit of rain. President Trump, on our last inauguration, of course, President Obama, I think it was about 25 degrees.
The weather's always an element.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., and Dr. Jill Biden.
This piece by the Marine Band Trio from Hail America. A Marine band known as the President's Own. They play at the pleasure of the President and the Commandant of the Marine Corps. And they played at every inauguration since Jefferson's. Biden's approaching their seats on the platform here. Greeting former VP Dan Quayle.
Look at his eyes.
The pride.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
That's a phrase that is well welcomed right now. Let's enjoy the ceremony.
Please welcome the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Vice President Pence, Mr. President-elect, Madam Vice President-elect, members of Congress and the judicial branch, former presidents and first ladies, vice presidents, leaders from abroad, and a whole bunch of Bidens. America, welcome to the 59th presidential inauguration, where in just a few moments, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will take their solemn oaths. This ceremony is the culmination of 244 years of a democracy. It is the moment when leaders brought to this stage by the will of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish it and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, guardians of our country. Have we become too jaded, too accustomed to the ritual of the passing of the torch of democracy to truly appreciate what a blessing and a privilege it is to witness this moment? I think not. 2 weeks ago, when an angry, violent mob staged an insurrection and desecrated this temple of our democracy, it awakened us to our responsibilities as Americans. This is the day when our democracy picks itself up, brushes off the dust, and does what America always does: goes forward as a nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This conveyance of a sacred trust between our leaders and our people takes place in front of this shining Capitol dome for a reason. When Abraham Lincoln gave his first inaugural address in front of this Capitol, the dome was only partially constructed, braced by ropes of steel. He promised he would finish it. He was criticized for spending funds on it during the Civil War. To those critics, he replied, "If the people see the Capitol going on, it is a sign we intend the Union shall go on." And it did, and it will. Generations of Americans gave their lives to preserve our republic in this place. Great legislation to protect civil rights and economic security and lead the world was debated and crafted under this dome. Now it falls on all of us, not just the two leaders we are inaugurating today, to take up the torch of our democracy, not as a weapon of political arson, but as an instrument for good. We pledge today never to take our democracy for granted as we celebrate its remarkable strength. We celebrate its resilience, its grit. We celebrate the ordinary people doing extraordinary things for our nation, the doctors and nurses on the front line of this pandemic, the officers in the Capitol, a new generation never giving up hope for justice. We celebrate a new president, Joe Biden, who vows to restore the soul of America and cross the river of our divides to a higher plane. And we celebrate our first African American, first Asian American, and first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, who stands on the shoulders of so many on this platform who have forged the way to this day. When she takes the oath of office, little girls and boys across the world will know that anything and everything is possible. And in the end, that is America, our democracy, a country of so much good. And today, on these Capitol steps and before this glorious field of flags, we rededicate ourselves to its cause. Thank you. It is now my honor to introduce to you the senator who has worked with me and so many others to make this ceremony possible, my friend and the chair of the inaugural committee, Missouri Senator Roy Blunt.
Well, I should have known when Senator Klobuchar got involved, at least there'd be a touch of snow up here this morning. Of all the things we'd considered, I don't think snow was on my agenda until I walked out the door a moment ago. But thank you, Senator Klobuchar, and thanks to the other members of the Joint Congressional Committee on the Inauguration as we officially begin the 59th inaugural ceremony. I also want to thank the Joint Committee staff and our partners, particularly our security partners, for the way they've dealt with unprecedented circumstances. When I chaired the inauguration 4 years ago, I shared President Reagan's 1981 description of this event as commonplace and miraculous. Commonplace because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Miraculous because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Americans have celebrated this moment during war, during depression, and now during pandemic. Once again, all three branches of our government come together as the Constitution envisions. Once again, we renew our commitment to our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union. That theme for this inauguration, our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union, was announced by the Joint Committee before the election, with the belief that the United States can only fulfill its promise and set an example for others if we are always working to be better than we have been. The Constitution established that determined democracy with its first three words, declaring the people as the source of the government. The Articles of Confederation hadn't done that. The Magna Carta hadn't done that. Only the Constitution says the government exists because the people are the source of the reason it exists. They immediately followed those first three words with the words to form a more perfect union. The founders did not say to form a perfect union. They did not claim that in our new country nothing would need to be improved. Fortunately, they understood that always working to be better would be the hallmark of a great democracy. The freedoms we have today, the nation we have today, is not here just because it happened, and they aren't complete. A great democracy working through the successes and failures of our history, striving to be better than it had been. And we are more than we have been, and we are less than we hope to be. The assault on our Capitol at this very place just 2 weeks ago reminds us that a government designed to balance and check itself is both fragile and resilient. During the last year, the pandemic challenged our free and open society and called for extraordinary determination and sacrifice, and still challenges us today. Meeting that challenge head on have been and are healthcare workers, scientists, first responders, essential frontline workers, and so many others we depend on in so many ways. Today we come to this moment. People all over the world, as we're here, are watching and will watch what we do here. Our government comes together. The Congress and the courts join the transition of executive responsibility. One political party more pleased today and on every inaugural day than the other. But this is not a moment of division, it's a moment of unification. A new administration begins and brings with it a new beginning. And with that, our great national debate goes forward, and a determined democracy will continue to be essential in pursuit of a more perfect union and a better future for all Americans. What a privilege for me to join you today. Thank you. I'm pleased to call to the podium a longtime friend of the President-elect and his family, Father Leo O'Donovan, to lead us in an invocation. Please stand if you are able and remain standing for the national anthem and the pledge to our flag.
Gracious and merciful God, at this sacred time we come before you in need, indeed on our knees. But we come still more with hope and with our eyes raised anew to the vision of a more perfect union in our land, a union of all our citizens to promote the general welfare and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. We are a people of many races, creeds, and colors, national backgrounds, cultures, and styles, now far more numerous and on land much vaster than when Archbishop John Carroll wrote his prayer for the inauguration of George Washington 232 years ago. Archbishop Carroll prayed that you, O Creator of all, would assist with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude the President of these United States, that his administration may be conducted in righteousness and be eminently useful to your people. Today we confess our past failures to live according to our vision of equality, inclusion, and freedom for all. Yet we resolutely commit still more now to renewing the vision, to caring for one another in word and deed, especially the least fortunate among us, and so becoming a light for the world. There is a power in each and every one of us that lives by turning to every other one of us, a thrust of the Spirit to cherish and care and stand by others, and above all, those most in need. It is called love, and its path is to give ever more of itself. Today, it is called American patriotism, born not of power and privilege, but of care for the common good, with malice toward none and with charity for all. For our new president, we beg of you the wisdom Solomon sought when he knelt before you and prayed for an understanding heart, so that I can govern your people and know the difference between right and wrong. We trust in the counsel of the letter of James. If any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you. Pope Francis has reminded us how important it is to dream together. By ourselves, he wrote, we risk seeing mirages, things that are not there. Dreams, on the other hand, are built together. Be with us, holy mystery of love, as we dream together. Help us under our new president to reconcile the people of our land, restore our dream and invest it with peace and justice and the joy that is the overflow of love. To the glory of your name, forever, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the presentation of our national colors by the Armed Forces Color Guard, the singing of our national anthem, and for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ladies and gentlemen, here for the singing of our national anthem, accompanied by the President's own United States Marine Band, please welcome Lady Gaga.
Hello, I'm Fred Kemp, and that's the first time in my life that I followed Lady Gaga. And I'm here with I'm the President and CEO of the Atlantic Council. We're about to hear something quite special now, and I think we're going to, when we see the firefighter come up for the Pledge of the Allegiance, I think we'll pause for that.
Ladies and gentlemen,
but Capricia Marshall is with me, our Ambassador in Residence, former Chief of Protocol of the United States, and we're going to give some commentary along the way, but also make sure that you don't miss any of the most important parts of this. This is a first for the Atlantic Council. We're streaming live feed of the inauguration, but we'll try to put a little bit of Atlantic Council twist on it. Let me be silent.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Wonderful. Capricia, I passed you briefly. I think Amy Klobuchar will probably come up next as the inaugural co-chair. You've been through a few of these.
I have, and it's such a pleasure to be joining you, Fred, on this incredibly special day, a day in that all Americans celebrate the incoming administration of our new president. And here we do have Senator Klobuchar, who's one of the congressional co-chairs, along with Senator Roy Blunt. They've been busily at work preparing all of these activities, making sure that the Capitol was set, this dais that we see, the invitations are extended, and that we still feel on this day, which is very different from past inaugurations, a sense of that same celebration, joy of an incoming administration.
That's terrific, Capricia. Now we're going to have the Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor, the first Latina, swearing in the first woman and the first Black and the first Asian American to be vice president. So let's listen to this.
I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear.
I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
That I will well and faithfully discharge.
That I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
The duties of the office upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
All right. Well, that's an amazing picture, Capricia. If you just think about, 2 weeks ago what was happening at the Capitol, democracy was in question. You had this insurrection. You almost need a split screen with what's going on right now, because what we're seeing right now is the resilience of our institutions and the resilience of American democracy. I know we have a worldwide audience watching this, and this is quite something.
It really is.
And quite different protocol from what you've seen, Capricia. You see the vice president there, but not the president of the United States.
That is true. And it is the first time in about 150 plus years that the sitting president has not attended the inauguration of the incoming president. It's symbolic. It's important. It shows the strength of our democracy, the bridge from one government to the next, seamless transition in our country. I have to say, I got a little choked up there, Fred, watching now Vice President Harris take the oath of office. She represents so much to so many, to women, to African Americans, to Asians, to little girls, to so many people here in the United States and around the world. It's just an extraordinary moment in our history.
Yeah, and now we're seeing, I think this is going to be the singing of America the Beautiful from somebody else who means a lot to young people around the United States, right?
Jennifer Lopez. Oh, yes. No one like her.
J-Lo next. I think, I'm not quite sure whether our global audience would forgive us if we talked over America the Beautiful being sung by Jennifer Lopez. What do you think, Capricia?
Yeah, I think we'll be quiet.
Okay.
This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Islands, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. As I went walking down that ribbon of highway, I saw above me that endless skyway. I saw below me that golden valley. This land was made for you and me. Oh, this land, oh, this land. This land was made for you and me. Oh, this land, oh, this land. This land was made for you and me. You and me. America, God shed His grace on thee and crowned thy good with brotherhood. From sea to shining Una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. Let's get loud. This land was made for you and me.
That's just wonderful. That was just simply wonderful. She has a way of just raising your spirits and making you so just joyful. Don't you think, Fred?
Yeah, I think so. And it's also the A-listers, J-Lo, Lady Gaga, coming back to Washington and the White House that were not coming back, not the same group during the last 4 years. So that's pretty interesting to watch as well.
She did say her Spanish, the part of that was injustice for all.
Yeah, and we're just about to have the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court come up. I think we're getting pretty close to the swearing in of the next president of the United States, 46th president of the United States, Joe Biden.
That's right. And he has the Chief Justice, John Roberts, and he'll be using a Bible that has been in his family for quite some time, since the 1800s. It's very thick. Dr. Biden's going to have to hold a very big book here.
It's 127 years old, that Bible, and it's 5-inch thick, and it's going to be held by his wife, Jill Biden.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr., do solemnly swear.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr., do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
Office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
What a great moment, right, Capricia?
Oh, it's just such a wonderful moment in our American history. No matter the party, no matter the person, you are just really honored to watch them. But I have to say, having worked for now President Biden in my capacity as chief of protocol, I am so just overwhelmed with joy for our nation. This is a man who has great empathy for all humanity, cares so much about our government, and will be dedicated to his service as president for each and every American.
And his whole time in the White House and in the Senate, he goes back and forth to Delaware in the Acela in the train, right?
That's right, he certainly does.
For those of you who care about nuclear codes, the codes that traveled to Mar-a-Lago this morning with President Trump are being deactivated. I think it's maybe at noon, it may already be now, and the codes that will be associated with the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden, will be activated. So this is the miracle of democratic transition that all presidents have honored, and it's happening again. And it's a great relief, and it's a great joy. We're operating from home in COVID. Capricia, I don't know how you're doing, but I just heard some cheers from different parts of my household.
Yeah, I am here in my home as well, separated regrettably from friends and family. I would normally be right out on that mall and raising my cheers and voice and whooping it up with so many other people who are excited about this new administration.
Yeah, this is it's an incredible moment.
Really
my favorite quote about this was from Ronald Reagan, where he talked about the miracle of transition, and we'll watch to see whether we want to send. We're going to have
the inaugural president.
Listen to see what's going on.
Americans, a moment we have all been waiting for. It is now my great privilege and high honor to be the first person to officially introduce the 46th President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden, Jr.
And now we'll hear about a united America, I think, Capricia.
That's right.
I think we're all looking forward to listening to every word of what he's got to say to us.
Chief Justice Roberts, Vice President Harris, Speaker Pelosi, Leader Schumer, Leader McConnell, Vice President Pence, and my distinguished guests, my fellow Americans. This is America's day. This is democracy's day, a day of history and hope, of renewal and resolve. Through a crucible for the ages, America has been tested anew, and America has risen to the challenge. Today, we celebrate the triumph not of a candidate, but of a cause, the cause of democracy. The people, the will of the people has been heard, and the will of the people has been heeded. We've learned again that democracy is precious. Democracy is fragile. And at this hour, my friends, democracy has prevailed. So now, on this hallowed ground where just a few days ago, violence sought to shake the Capitol's very foundation, we come together as one nation, under God, indivisible, to carry out the peaceful transfer of power as we have for more than 2 centuries. As we look ahead in our uniquely American way, restless, bold, optimistic, and set our sights on the nation we know we can be and we must be. I thank my predecessors of both parties for their presence here today. I thank them from the bottom of my heart. And I know And I know the resilience of our Constitution and the strength of our nation, as does President Carter, who I spoke with last night, who cannot be with us today, but whom we salute for his lifetime in service. I've just taken the sacred oath each of those patriots have taken, the oath first sworn by George Washington. But the American story depends not on any one of us, not on some of us, but on all of us, on we, the people, who seek a more perfect union. This is a great nation. We are good people. And over the centuries, through storm and strife, in peace and in war, we've come so far, but we still have far to go. We'll press forward with speed and urgency, for we have much to do in this winter of peril and significant possibilities. Much to repair, much to restore, much to heal, much to build, and much to gain. Few people in our nation's history have been more challenged or found a time more challenging or difficult than the time we're in now. Once-in-a-century virus that silently stalks the country. It's taken as many lives in 1 year as America lost in all of World War II. Millions of jobs have been lost. Hundreds of thousands of businesses closed. A cry for racial justice, some 400 years in the making, moves us. The dream of justice for all will be deferred no longer. A cry for survival comes from the planet itself, a cry that can't be any more desperate or any more clear. And now, a rise of political extremism, white supremacy, domestic terrorism, that we must confront and we will defeat. To overcome these challenges, to restore the soul and secure the future of America, requires so much more than words. It requires the most elusive of all things in a democracy: unity. Unity. In another January, on New Year's Day in 1863, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. When he put pen to paper, the president said, and I quote, "If my name ever goes down into history, it'll be for this act, and my whole soul is in it." My whole soul is in it. Today, on this January day, my whole soul is in this, bringing America together, uniting our people, uniting our nation. And I ask every American to join me in this cause. Uniting to fight the foes we face: anger, resentment and hatred, extremism, lawlessness, violence, disease, joblessness, and hopelessness. With unity, we can do great things, important things. We can right wrongs. We can put people to work in good jobs. We can teach our children in safe schools. We can overcome the deadly virus. We can reward work and rebuild the middle class and make health care secure for all. We can deliver racial justice, and we can make America once again the leading force for good in the world. I know speaking of unity can sound to some like a foolish fantasy these days. I know the forces that divide us are deep and they are real. But I also know they are not new. Our history has been a constant struggle between the American ideal that we're all are created equal and the harsh, ugly reality that racism, nativism, fear, demonization have long torn us apart. The battle is perennial, and victory is never assured. Through Civil War, the Great Depression, World War, 9/11, through struggle, sacrifice, and setbacks, our better angels have always prevailed. In each of these moments, enough of us have come together to carry all of us forward. And we can do that now. History, faith, and reason show the way of unity. We can see each other not as adversaries, but as neighbors. We can treat each other with dignity and respect. We can join forces, stop the shouting, and lower the temperature. For without unity, there is no peace, only bitterness and fury. No progress, only exhausting outrage. No nation, only a state of chaos. This is our historic moment of crisis and challenge, and unity is the path forward. And we must meet this moment as the United States of America. If we do that, I guarantee you we will not fail. We have never, ever, ever, ever failed in America when we've acted together. And so today, at this time, in this place, let's start afresh, all of us. Let's begin to listen to one another again, hear one another, see one another, show respect to one another. Politics doesn't have to be a raging fire, destroying everything in its path. Every disagreement doesn't have to be a cause for total war. And we must reject the culture in which facts themselves are manipulated and even manufactured. My fellow Americans, we have to be different than this. America has to be better than this. And I believe America is so much better than this. Just look around. Here we stand in the shadow of the Capitol Dome, as was mentioned earlier, completed amid the Civil War, when the Union itself was literally hanging in the balance. Yet we endured. We prevailed. Here we stand, looking out on the great mall where Dr. King spoke of his dream. Here we stand where 108 years ago, at another inaugural, thousands of protesters tried to block brave women marching for the right to vote. And today, we mark the swearing in of the first woman in American history elected to national office, Vice President Kamala Harris. Don't tell me things can't change. Here we stand across the Potomac from Arlington Cemetery, where heroes who gave the last full measure of devotion rest in eternal peace. And here we stand, just days after a riotous mob thought they could use violence to silence the will of the people, to stop the work of our democracy, to drive us from this sacred ground. It did not happen. It will never happen. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever, not ever. To all those who supported our campaign, I'm humbled by the faith you've placed in us. To all those who did not support us, let me say this. Hear me out as we move forward. Take a measure of me and my heart. And if you still disagree, so be it. That's democracy. That's America. The right to dissent peaceably within the guardrails of our republic is perhaps this nation's greatest strength. Yet hear me clearly. Disagreement must not lead to disunion. And I pledge this to you. I will be a president for all Americans, all Americans. And I promise you, I will fight as hard for those who did not support me as for those who did. Many centuries ago, St. Augustine, a saint of my church, wrote that a people was a multitude defined by the common objects of their love. Defined by the common objects of their love. What are the common objects we as Americans love that define us as Americans? I think we know. Opportunity, security, liberty, dignity, respect, honor, and yes, the truth. Recent weeks and months have taught us a painful lesson. There is truth and there are lies. Lies told for power and for profit. And each of us has a duty and a responsibility as citizens, as Americans, and especially as leaders. Leaders who have pledged to honor our Constitution and protect our nation, to defend the truth and defeat the lies. Look, I understand that many of my fellow Americans view the future with fear and trepidation. I understand they worry about their jobs. I understand, like my dad, they lay at bed at night, staring at the ceiling, wondering, can I keep my health care? Can I pay my mortgage? Thinking about their families, about what comes next. I promise you, I get it. But the answer is not to turn inward, to retreat into competing factions, distrusting those who don't look like you, or worship the way you do, or don't get their news from the same sources you do. We must end this uncivil war that pits red against blue, rural versus urban, or rural versus urban, conservative versus liberal. We can do this if we open our souls instead of hardening our hearts, if we show a little tolerance and humility, and if we're willing to stand in the other person's shoes, as my mom would say, just for a moment, stand in their shoes. Because here's the thing about life. There's no accounting for what fate will deal you. Some days, when you need a hand. There are other days when we're called to lend a hand. That's how it has to be. That's what we do for one another. And if we are this way, our country will be stronger, more prosperous, more ready for the future. And we can still disagree. My fellow Americans, in the work ahead of us, we're going to need each other. We need all our strength to persevere through this dark winter. We're entering what may be the toughest and deadliest period of the virus. We must set aside politics and finally face this pandemic as one nation. One nation. And I promise you this, as the Bible says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. We will get through this together. Together. Look, folks, all my colleagues I serve with in the House and the Senate up here, we all understand the world is watching all of us today. So here's my message to those beyond our borders. America has been tested, and we've come out stronger for it. We will repair our alliances and engage with the world once again, not to meet yesterday's challenges, but today's and tomorrow's challenges. And we'll lead not merely by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. We'll be a strong and trusted partner for peace, progress, and security. Look, you all know we've been through so much in this nation. And in my first act as president, I'd like to ask you to join me in a moment of silent prayer. Remember all of those who we lost in this past year to the pandemic. Those 400,000 fellow Americans, moms, dads, husbands, wives, sons, daughters, friends, neighbors, and coworkers. We'll honor them by becoming the people and the nation we know we can and should be. So I ask you, let's say a silent prayer for those who've lost their lives and those left behind and for our country. Amen. Folks, this is a time of testing. We face an attack on our democracy and on truth, a raging virus, growing inequity, the sting of systemic racism, a climate in crisis, America's role in the world. Any one of these would be enough to challenge us in profound ways. But the fact is, we face them all at once, presenting this nation with one of the gravest responsibilities we've had. Now we're going to be tested. Are we going to step up, all of us? It's time for boldness, for there's so much to do. And this is certain. I promise you, we will be judged, you and I, by how we resolve these cascading crises of our era. We will rise to the occasion is the question. Will we master this rare and difficult hour? Will we meet our obligations and pass along a new and better world to our children? I believe we must. I'm sure you do as well. I believe we will. And when we do, we'll write the next great chapter in the history of the United States of America, the American story. A story that might sound something like a song that means a lot to me. It's called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, at least for me, and it goes like this. The work and prayers of century have brought us to this day. What shall be our legacy? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through, America, America, I gave my best to you. Let's us add our own work and prayers to the unfolding story of our great nation. If we do this, then when our days are through, our children and our children's children will say of us, they gave their best, they did their duty, they healed a broken land. My fellow Americans, I close the day where I began, with the sacred oath. Before God and all of you, I give you my word. I will always level with you. I will defend the Constitution. I'll defend our democracy. I'll defend America. And I'll give all of you, keep everything I do in your service, thinking not of power, but of possibilities, not of personal interest, but the public good. And together, we shall write an American story of hope, not fear, of unity, not division, of light, not darkness, a story of decency and dignity, love and healing, greatness and goodness. May this be the story that guides us, the story that inspires us, and the story that tells ages yet to come that we answered the call of history. We met the moment. Democracy and hope, truth and justice did not die on our watch, but thrived. That America secured liberty at home and stood once again as a beacon to the world. That is what we owe our forebears, one another, and generation to follow. So, with purpose and resolve, we turn to those tasks of our time, sustained by faith, driven by conviction, and devoted to one another and the country we love with all our hearts. May God bless America, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, America.
Oh, that was just extraordinary, Fred. Oh,
Yeah.
goodness.
Yeah, so Capricia, why don't I turn to you? You were there for the inauguration, President Obama, President Clinton. How does this compare? Give us a little bit of perspective on what you've just heard.
Well, all of these moments when you're sitting on that dais and you are watching a president take the oath of office and then speak to the world, speak to the country, speak to the people of the United States, and like I said, all over the world, about what their goals are, what their mission is, and how they have so many hopes in particularly on this day of uniting our country, and being again that democratic example. I mean, they all are extraordinary days, but I do have to say that because of the state that our country is in right now, the pandemic, the issues that happened several weeks ago, right there on the Capitol steps, it makes this day just, I don't know, so much more poignant.
Well, it makes it amazing grace, and that's what Garth Brooks is about to sing for us right now. So let's listen to Garth Brooks.
Wonderful.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. When we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, we've no less days to sing God's praise than when we first begun. If I can ask you to sing this last verse with me, not just the people here, but the people at home, at work, as one, united. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
Well, are we, Capricia?
Oh.
That was absolutely amazing. A fitting end. So this was really the America United inaugural speech. The quotes, there's so many quotes that people will point to, but we must end this uncivil war between red and blue, between urban and suburban, liberal and conservative. There have been unifying messages in inaugurations before, Capricia, but not 14 days after an insurrection in the Capitol. And I actually think that event gives President Biden, not President-elect Biden, President Biden, a better chance to unify than if it had not happened. I don't know how you feel about that.
I agree with that, Fred. And I mean, you are the guru of history. There is no one who can compare to you. But it is, you are absolutely right. The sentiment that President Biden expressed in those words, I felt the healing take place here in our country. I felt the melding together now of difference into one united front. And we shall see in the days ahead. Lots of work to do, and they're getting right to business right away. Immediately after this ceremony, they're heading almost directly to the Oval Office to begin to execute the nation's business.
And here's the first ever National Youth Poet Laureate. So I think for this voice from the future, we probably will want to listen to her voice as well. Here we go.
Mr. President, Dr. Biden, Madam Vice President, Mr. Emhoff, Americans, and the world. When day comes, we ask ourselves, where can we find light in this never-ending shade? The loss we carry, a sea we must wade. We've braved the belly of the beast. We've learned that quiet isn't always peace, and the norms and notions of what just isn't always just is. And yet the dawn is ours before we knew it. Somehow we do it. Somehow we've weathered and witnessed a nation that isn't broken, but simply unfinished. We, the successors of a country and a time where a skinny black girl descended from slaves and raised by a single mother can dream of becoming president, only to find herself reciting for one. And yes, we are far from polished, far from pristine, but that doesn't mean we are striving to form a union that is perfect. We are striving to forge our union with purpose, to compose a country committed to all cultures, colors, characters, and conditions of man. And so we lift our gazes not to what stands between us, but what stands before us. We close the divide because we know to put our future first, we must first put our differences aside. We lay down our arms so we can reach out our arms to one another. We seek harm to none and harmony for all. Let the globe, if nothing else, say this is true. That even as we grieved, we grew, that even as we hurt, we hoped, that even as we tired, we tried, that we'll forever be tied together, victorious, not because we will never again know defeat, but because we will never again sow division. Scripture tells us to envision that everyone shall sit under their own vine and fig tree, and no one shall make them afraid. If we're to live up to our own time, then victory won't lie in the blade, but in all the bridges we've made. That is the promised glade, the hill we climb, if only we dare it, because being American is more than a pride we inherit. It's the past we step into and how we repair it. We've seen a force that would shatter our nation rather than share it, would destroy our country if it meant delaying democracy. And this effort very nearly succeeded. But while democracy can be periodically delayed, it can never be permanently defeated. In this truth, in this faith we trust, for while we have our eyes on the future, history has its eyes on us. This is the era of just redemption. We feared it at its inception. We did not feel prepared to be the heirs of such a terrifying hour, but within it we found the power to author a new chapter, to offer hope and laughter to ourselves. So, while once we asked, how could we possibly prevail over catastrophe? Now we assert, how could catastrophe possibly prevail over us? We will not march back to what was, but move to what shall be, a country that is bruised but whole, benevolent but bold, fierce and free. We will not be turned around or interrupted by intimidation, because we know our inaction and inertia will be the inheritance of the next generation. Our blunders become their burdens. But one thing is certain: if we merge mercy with might and might with right, then love becomes our legacy and change our children's birthright. So let us leave behind a country better than the one we were left. With every breath from my bronze-pounded chest, we will raise this wounded world into a wondrous one. We will rise from the gold-limbed hills of the West. We will rise from the wind-swept Northeast, where our forefathers first realized revolution. We will rise from the lake-rimmed cities of the Midwestern states. We will rise from the sun-baked South. We will rebuild reconcile and recover in every known nook of our nation, in every corner called our country. Our people, diverse and beautiful, will emerge battered and beautiful. When day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it.
Oh, you know, Fred, she reminds me of a young Maya Angelou and her poem, Still I Rise. The moment she started speaking, I thought of her so fondly. A great poet.
So that's great for our international audience. Give us a feeling of what this recalls. In previous inaugurations, there's always some moment like this, and the Obama inauguration, Clinton inauguration, what does it recall for you?
You know, these moments, these speakers have been selected so specifically by the president. This is his celebration, his day, and he wanted a relationship tied to each and every person. I believe that this is now the benediction.
Yes, let's listen to this. It's the Reverend Sylvester Beeman from the Bethel AME Church, Wilmington, Delaware. So this is Joe Biden's church and Joe Biden's Reverend.
As a nation and people of faith gathered in this historical moment, let us unite in prayer. God, we gather under the beauty of your holiness and the holiness of your beauty. We seek your face, your smile, your warm embrace. We petition you once more in this celebration. We pray for divine favor upon our president, Joseph R. Biden, and our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and their family. We further ask that you would extend the same favor upon our Vice President, Kamala D. Harris, and our second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, and their family. More than ever, they and our nation need you. We need you, for in you we discover our common humanity. In our common humanity, we will seek out the wounded and bind their wounds. We will seek healing for those who are sick and diseased. We will mourn our dead. We will befriend the lonely, the least, and the left out. We will share our abundance with those who are hungry. We will do justly to the oppressed, acknowledge sin, and seek forgiveness, thus grasping reconciliation. In discovering our humanity, we will seek the good in and for all our neighbors. We will love the unlovable, remove the stigma of the so-called untouchables. We will care for our most vulnerable, our children, the elderly, emotionally challenged, and the poor. We will seek rehabilitation beyond correction. We will extend opportunity to those locked out of opportunity. We will make friends of our enemies. We will make friends of our enemies. People, your people, shall no longer raise up weapons against one another. We will rather use our resources for the national good and become a beacon of life and goodwill to the world. And neither shall we learn hatred anymore. We will lie down in peace and not make our neighbors afraid. In you, O God, we discover our humanity. In our humanity, we discover our commonness. Beyond the difference of color, creed, origin, political party, ideology, geography, and personal preferences. We'll become greater stewards of your environment, preserving the land, reaping from it a sustainable harvest, and securing its wonder and miracle-giving power for generations to come. This is our benediction, that from these hallowed grounds where slaves labored to build this shrine and citadel to liberty and democracy. Let us all acknowledge, from the indigenous Native American to those who recently received their citizenship, from the African American to those whose foreparents came from Europe and every corner of the globe, from the wealthy to those struggling to make it, from every human being, regardless of their choices, that this is our country. As such, teach us, O God. As such, teach us, O God, to live in it, love in it, be healed in it, and reconcile to one another in it, lest we miss kingdom's goal. To your glory, majesty, dominion, and power forever. Hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. In the strong name of our collective faith, amen.
Please remain standing.
So that was,
color guard retires our national colors.
Once again, so powerful. Make friends of our enemies. You know, let me just reflect on what's not been said in the inaugural, or not said as much, and then I'm going to turn to Capricia for her reflections of how this might have run differently with the President of the United States outgoing there with the outgoing First Lady. First of all, he didn't mention Donald Trump in his speech. He didn't mention China. He didn't mention Russia. In fact, very little was international. It's a real focus, as the administration itself, on building back better the United States, to put the United States in a stronger position to be a model for the foreign policy that it would lead otherwise. The two quotes, the memorable lines from the section on allies on international, are America has been tested and we are stronger for it. President Biden is saying we are stronger now and we're coming back. He's also saying, and he's used this on the campaign trail, he used this in an acceptance speech, will lead not merely by the example of our power, but the power of our example. He believes this really deeply. It wasn't a speech with a lot of flourishes. He doesn't like rhetorical flourishes. This isn't John F. Kennedy. He wants to speak to people and speak to people in a language they understand. And in our bifurcated world where you have, you know, websites and talk radio and cable television that's left and right, this is the one time where people can see him without mediation. They can see the real Joe Biden. So anyway, those are my initial thoughts. But Capricia, how would this have been different if the President of the United States had actually been there, if Melania had been there?
Well, first, let me just reflect on what you said here, Fred, a bit, that Joe Biden apparently told his policymakers and speechwriters that if you write something or you say something that your mother doesn't understand, change it. I just love that, because I think it's so true. He's trying to really reach out and beyond and connect with every American. And I think he did that brilliantly in his words today. You know, I am reflective of many of the inaugurations I've had the privilege of attending in the past, and from President Clinton's to President Obama's. And each of them just had days full of activities that were planned by the Presidential Inaugural Committee. You know, one of the first meetings that takes place is between the outgoing First Lady and the incoming. I recall fondly Barbara Bush standing at the South Portico with arms open wide when Hillary Clinton walked up the South grounds after a very, very contentious election, if you remember. And she embraced her and then scooped her up and brought her into the house so that they could sit down, have a coffee, have a tour of the house, introduce her to the resident staff, show her the personal family quarters. And then 8 years later, Hillary Clinton did the exact same thing for Laura Bush after a very difficult campaign, after a very contentious election, and, you know, brought her into the house, welcomed her, you know, they exchanged notes, have discussions. It's about building these bridges from one administration to the next, these seamless transitions. That's one of the first meetings. And then, of course, there is a meeting of the former presidents that takes place in the Oval Office. And then on Inauguration Day, what didn't occur today was really sort of, it hurt my heart a little bit to watch the meeting of, or the welcoming of the sitting president to the president-elect at the White House itself. It's a very small amount of time. It's a short coffee, but I was there at the end of the Clinton administration. I was one of 3 staff people who were given the honor of being there on that day. I had to plan all the logistics, move the people in and out, assist the president and first lady, and they welcomed President-elect Bush and Mrs. Bush, Vice President-elect Cheney and Mrs. Cheney to the White House. They had some time in the Blue Room, chatted amongst themselves, and then I received the notice that it was time for them to move by the Presidential Inaugural Committee. Now remember, this was a very tough election. Al Gore and between Al Gore and then Governor Bush. So tensions were high. It was, a little tough, a really tough day for them in particular. But I remember after everyone else was loaded into the motorcade that as President Clinton and President-elect Bush were putting their overcoats on, President Clinton reached across, he took President-elect Bush's shoulders, he squeezed them, and then he gave him a pat on the back, and he looked at him and said, "Come on, let's go do this." And President-elect Bush looked back at him without saying a word. You could tell he was saying, "Don't worry, I've got this." And within that moment, there was this transition of power between these 2 men who have completely different philosophies about how our country should be run. It was just magical for me, and I'll remember it forever. And then they took off, got in the same car, made their way to Capitol Hill for the inauguration. Just now, as the President Biden and Vice President Harris are leaving the Capitol, they'll make their way to the other side of the Capitol, and they will review the troops. This is something that traditionally they do with the outgoing president. But now President Trump has gone. He decided to leave early and not attend these events. And so in a show of unity, after the review of the troops, President Biden, Vice President Harris, along with former presidents Bush, Obama, and Clinton, will make their way to Arlington Cemetery, and along with the former first ladies, will lay a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier. And this, again, will be so symbolic to our nation and to our world about the unity that we share, and about the fact that this is not about Republican or Democrat. This is about America.
Thank you so much for Capricia. That is so rich. For everyone listening in, and I know we have people listening in from all over the world, you can send in your questions via the app for the Atlantic Council Global Energy Forum. If you don't have access to that, but you have a Twitter feed, you can actually send questions also to my Twitter feed to at Fred Kemp, and we'll monitor that and we'll watch for questions that. And also commentary. One of the questions I have is, was the swearing in not 10 minutes early? Because it was 11:50, and I know the nuclear codes get transferred at noon. And I didn't really know what to say to all of you, and we're looking into that, but a lot of you are experts who are watching us, so maybe you can actually give us the answer to that. I do want to read a quote from Ronald Reagan in his first inaugural address, which was January 20th, 1981. And this was the beginning of his inaugural address. And Capricia, it speaks to what you're talking about, this miracle of the transfer of power. And it says, "To a few of us here today, this is a solemn and most momentous occasion. And yet in the history of our nation, it is a commonplace occurrence. The orderly transfer of authority, as called for in the Constitution, routinely takes place as it has for almost 2 centuries, and few of us stop to think how unique we really are. In the eyes of many in the world, this every 4-year ceremony we accept as normal and nothing less than a miracle." And then he turns on the stage to President Carter and thanks him personally for the transition. That's what we missed today. What we did have was Vice President Pence. And this is quite an amazing story. He was not at the airport at at Andrews Air Force Base, Joint Air Force Base this morning seeing off the president, but he was continuing this transitional tradition in his own way as vice president, sitting on right by everything that happened today throughout that.
Yes, those are powerful words, Fred, from former President Ronald Reagan, how we sometimes miss the simplicity of these moments because we almost take them for granted, don't we? I don't think that we will ever do that again. Since the insurrection that took place several weeks ago, I believe that everyone now cherishes and holds most dear our fragile democracy that President Biden referred to today. Now here they are descending those steps.
So we have a question for the audience. I think this is much better for you because I actually don't know the answer to this, which is where is President Biden? What is President Biden doing right now, and where is he going? And this, of course, is much different. We've got COVID-19. You had like 1 million people come to town. It was probably the most ever for Obama's inauguration. And this, of course, is going to be the least ever because the pandemic won't allow it. But how will the rest of the day run for President Biden and for the First Lady?
Right, and you are spot on as always, Fred. I recall making my way through the streets of President Obama's inauguration, and boy, they were jam-packed. I couldn't even get a car down. We had to take one of those bike taxis to get anywhere close to the parade route. It was just really spectacular. For the first inauguration, the second inauguration, I was quite privileged to be there on the dais with the Foreign Diplomatic Corps, representing each and every country around the world. So now they are, we got a bit of a glimpse of the military lining the steps in a cordon, a military cordon, awaiting the arrival of President Biden and Vice President Harris, where there will be a review of the troops. This is traditional and again, quite symbolic. He is now Commander-in-Chief of our military. As you note, Fred, that the football has been passed. That's what they call the nuclear codes, is held within the football and by the president's own military aide. The one person who was with President Trump, the military aide, has now see, this is the traditional. They are showing footage of a traditional departure. That is President Obama and Mrs. Obama escorting then President Bush and Mrs. Bush to Marine One for them to take off and go on their last flight of Marine One and then on their last flight home on Air Force One. But that is not taking place today because President Trump decided to leave early at the crack of dawn, from what I understand, or actually what I saw.
And for our listeners, this is a live Reuters feed. So really, we really don't know in advance what we're going to be seeing. So you're going to be seeing it with us as it rolls by us.
These are great inaugurations from time past. Just wonderful to see the history and the traditions that had started at the early days of our country and have continued to unfold. But after they have the review of the troops, they will make their way to Arlington Cemetery and to lay a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier. This is a traditional event that takes place. But this time it will occur with former presidents, Obama, Bush, and Clinton in attendance, and the first ladies as well.
And this picture, this video will be familiar to you, Capricia.
That's right. There is President Obama descending the steps after his 8-year term in office with the newly inaugurated President Donald Trump. And they are escorting to go to Marine One for their last ride. And
so there are three presidents who have skipped the inauguration after polarized elections. So it was John Adams in 1801, and that was a hard-fought election. A lot of personal attacks, deadlocked. It was Thomas Jefferson who became then the president. One was, by 1811, Jefferson and Adams rekindled their friendship and they started to correspond with each other again. The second was John Quincy Adams, 1829, with the inauguration of Andrew Jackson. He was the 6th American president, and he followed in his father's footsteps when he declined to attend the swearing in of the man who had unseated him. And then the one that we're talking about the most, because it's the most recent where this happened, was Andrew Johnson in 1869, 4 years after the Civil War, with the inauguration of Ulysses S. Grant. And that was a close run thing. He almost did come to the inauguration, but it culminated in Johnson's, and by the way, he was impeached. He wasn't on the ballot. The Democratic Party had nominated Horatio Seymour, and there was great animosity between Johnson and Grant. Grant led the Union to victory in the Civil War, and Johnson was a Southerner who opposed Reconstruction. But it ended with Johnson's refusal to attend the inauguration. And it was so last minute that the carriage that arrived to carry him on the morning of the ceremony was turned away. So the carriage actually showed up to take him. So I think it was good that President Biden reminded us that divisions are not new to America.
They are not.
And that we've overcome them before. And he said that in his speech. And I thought it was a good thing that he did that.
And here we are witnessing the exchange between former Vice President Pence and now Vice President Kamala Harris. I think this is really an important moment. We are seeing the seamless transition of power between these two leaders. And I do, as you had said, Fred, give a tip of the hat to former Vice President Pence in that he showed up on this very important day. He understood the responsibility of the position that he held and the duty to country that he needed to serve. You also noted how some relationships shift over time between presidents. I watched how George H.W. Bush and Bill Clinton's relationship really moved to almost
Capricia, I don't mean to interrupt you, but sure. you pointed this out and you see this. This is what we would be seeing right now with President Trump getting in the helicopter with Melania. But this is the moment. This is really the moment of separation now.
That's right.
That you would normally see. So that's Vice President Pence, as you said, Capricia, playing the role that he should constitutionally and also ethically, morally be playing. And it's a good thing that he's doing it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, he does not get the ride on Marine One. that occurred on the South Grounds at about 8 o'clock this morning. Yeah. And took off on Air Force One, which I understand should be probably making its way back to Andrews Air Force Base now.
But anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt you, so please continue.
Oh, sure. So I just wanted to note that, elections are contentious. They're tough. People go through a lot. They're very hard fought. But it is interesting once these people take these positions, these top leadership positions, not only in our country, but the world, they have an understanding of the importance of that role, and their relationships change over time. Jimmy Carter and Gerald Ford became the best of friends. Bill Clinton and George H.W. Bush, he almost adopted him into the family. Mrs. Bush, Barbara Bush, referred to Bill Clinton as her other son. And he has a great relationship now with George Bush. So there are these relationships, they change because they have one common, as you noted, this is the 46th person to take the position of president in our country. And they all share in that job. They all share the burdens, the duties, the historic weight of the office. And so, those relationships do change over time.
Thank you, Capricia. I think people who are listening to us, please either ask questions through the app or through at Fred Kemp on Twitter feed. One of the things we're watching, and one of the questions that's come in, is there were 148 Republicans who voted against the electoral certification. And the question is, how many of them were at the inaugural ceremony? We'll look for an answer. We'll search for an answer for that. What I do know is that at least 7 of the 8 GOP senators, meaning the Republican senators who voted against President-elect Joe Biden's Electoral College victory, including Ted Cruz, who was one of the leaders of that group, attended on Wednesday to support the peaceful transition of power. So even though they voted against the certification, they did show up for the peaceful transition of power, which is quite interesting, since they were essentially saying, they weren't necessarily saying we think the election's fraudulent, and many of them would explain, we just wanted to say that we wanted something else to be done. But this is going to be really interesting to see how this healing happens, because we now could well have a trial in the Senate on impeachment. And President Biden is a person who likes to reach across the aisle. And for all the talk of unity, the question is, will it be possible? And I think he's picked issues on which to start this: stimulus, the $1.9 million package, the vaccination effort, 100 million doses or 100 days. I have to double check those numbers, but he's trying to pick issues in the beginning that are going to be unifying. But you've been in administrations, you've seen how hard it is to unify. Does one just have to live with a certain amount of division and fighting? Is that just what we're always going to be about?
No, I don't believe it is, Fred. I do believe that we can become a unified country of at least purpose that benefits all Americans. I think that his mandate that every American wear a mask during this pandemic is a unifying moment. It should never have been divided by a political line of whether or not you wear a mask. This is about saving everyone's life. And so I do, and Joe Biden just, he has the heart and soul of a person that you just gotta love. And I do believe that those who did not vote for him will see that. They will see that this is a man from Scranton. This is a man who came from a middle-class family. This is a person who had to work hard to get to where he belonged. This is also a person who suffered great loss. He lost his first wife and children in a car accident, and then his son, Beau, that he refers to fondly over the past few weeks in so many of his remarks. He knows that loss. He knows what people are going through now, the suffering that they are going through, whether it is the loss of a loved one because of the pandemic or because of our economy. And so he is someone who understands healing. He knows how to heal. He knows how to bring people together and to lay hands on one another. I just think he's the perfect person at this time in our history to bring us all together again.
It's so interesting you say that. Former chairman of the Atlantic Council, Chuck Hagel, former Secretary of Defense, former senator, is very close to Joe Biden. Chuck Hagel served in the Obama administration, but he is a Republican, Biden a Democrat, very, very close. And he says exactly what you're saying, that this is the right person for this time. His instinct is to do deals across the aisle. He's done it his whole life. This is the way he's led. But obviously you also know Dr. Biden, you know Jill Biden very well. Tell us about her, because you really get it's so often that way, Michelle Obama, Barack Obama, but in this case, they really are a partnership in leadership, right?
Oh, they really are. And she shines. She's the bright light in this grouping. He depends upon her a great deal, leans on her in these moments. And she is steadfast. She is the core of the family. From the moments that she became a part of the Biden family, when the children were very, very young, she knew that she had to lift them up, She had to keep this family together, and she did just that. And then she was there the entire time through his political career, pushing him forward. Sometimes he was a bit hesitant, I understand, not quite sure if he should be going forward, and she constantly was there as his cheerleader. She is remarkable in that she has taken on military families as an issue. I understand that she's going to really step in hard with women, not only women's issues here in the United States, but around the world. And that she is looking at the issues of how do we reconnect those families who are at our border? How do we bring those children back together again with their parents? So she's going to lean in hard on a few of these key issues. She's going to continue to work. She will be, I think, the first lady who will continue to do her day job and figure it out in these early days of the pandemic as well. That will be quite an achievement. But I was pleased to see her wearing, I have to just give you a fashion note here, Fred. Yesterday, she was wearing the color purple, and today Kamala Harris and Secretary Clinton were wearing the color purple. And it's very important because that's a color that was very significant to suffragists in the past. And it's also considered to be, of course, the combination, the unifying color of red and blue. So big symbols that were going on in the women's fashion wear today.
Oh, Capricia, thank you so much. Thank you for that insight. I am going to do a plug here. Everyone buy this book. It's a terrific book. It's Protocol by Capricia Marshall. It's a page turner, and it's just fantastic. And it just, protocol and the power of diplomacy and how to make it work for you. And Capricia knows how all of these things work as chief of protocol in the Obama administration, social secretary in the White House, in the Clinton administration, and overseeing the diplomatic details of state visits and summits, G20, Nuclear Security Summit, which, by the way, they're going to pattern the Democracy Summit after. They're actually learning from that Nuclear Security Summit, NATO, Sunnylands, et cetera. So we're really delighted to have Capricia as our ambassador in residence. We actually do now have a couple of questions. One that's come in on China and just how different the policies will be. And I think it was very interesting in future Secretary of State Tony Blinken's confirmation hearing yesterday, that it was more the tone than it was the policy. And I think they'll look for ways to engage China, but they also understand that China is waiting to see if the US has its act together and is going to take us fully seriously. And they know they're being watched for that. But the interesting thing was that Secretary Pompeo, on his way out from the Secretary of State, charged that the Chinese with genocide and the treatment of the Uyghurs. And Tony Blinken actually said, Secretary of State Blinken actually said he agreed with that. So I think you'll see changes in tone immediately, but changes in approach to China might have more to do with how China actually responds to Biden. And whether China itself continues on some of the paths it's on. Let me pass a question or two to you, Capricia. So when does the real work start? Number one, and then number two, what does the president do tonight if he doesn't have to make appearances at a dozen inauguration balls?
Well, I wanted to just remark a bit on what you just said also, Fred. You better than anyone knows the importance of administration selection. You have met previous secretaries of state. You have had discussions with those folks who are part of the presidential cabinet. Those people are in these top positions. I think that the selection of President Biden for Secretary of State Tony Blinken will be an extraordinary person in this capacity. Along with, when you mentioned China, I think of my dear friend Kirk Campbell, who is now taking on a most interesting position that in this administration, as it will be managing the relationships in Asia. So there's some great people that the president has selected who have considerable experience, and going into serve in our government will be profoundly effective on day one. And when you ask when they are going to start working, they've started. I know my good friend Kathy Russell, who's the head of presidential personnel, has been burning the candle at both ends, trying to fill these slots. They've historically, in a short period of time, because you have to remember, the transition got shortened because of all the various issues that occurred, that Donald Trump was bringing up lawsuits and fighting against certain election results. So they did not get their funding from GSA for some time. It was hard to get those wheels going, but now they have, and they're filling those slots at rapid speed. And so they begin their work today. Today, people are reporting to DOD, today they're reporting to all of the agencies, the State Department. I remember people going right into the State Department right after the inaugural ceremony, the first inauguration of President Obama. I went straight to the White House after the inauguration and began figuring out where my office was. Do I have furniture? Do I have a pen? Do I have paper? Things of that sort. Does the telephone work? And really getting to work immediately. And as far as the inaugural balls, well, I'm so sad that they're missing those, because boy, oh boy, are they fun. I had such a great time in both, in 4 inaugurations that I attended, going to those balls. And there are a variety of them. And the first year with the Clintons, I remember she was wearing the stunning Michelle Phillips, an Arkansas designer gown. And President Clinton was just wowed by her. And we all went off. And it was an exhausting evening, one that I handed off to my friend Kelly Craighead, thank goodness, who took over for the rest of the evening. But they attended a whopping 14 balls, danced at 14 balls. It was quite extraordinary. But tonight, the the Bidens rather, will return to the White House after the various daytime activities, and with close family, they will watch a wonderful televised presentation of an American celebration. And I have to say, I kind of love this because more people are going to be able to participate in this, not only in the United States, but around the world. It will be hosted by Tom Hanks, and we will see entertainers from all walks of life and background, the best of America, showcasing the absolute best of the best that we have to offer to celebrate this day of President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris's inauguration.
Capricia, thank you so much for that answer. We're getting a lot of good questions in here, and I'll take a stab at one of them. And you may know something about this as well. But someone asked about inaugural parades, and of course we didn't have much of one or any of one this time. But you know, as you noted, the digital world is giving a different approach this year, Capricia, and we found that some of this can work really well. But it says, have we done inaugural parades from the beginning, or did it look different in the beginning? I actually looked into this because I was asked this by someone else a couple of days ago. So here's the short answer. President Washington, the very first president of the United States, upon learning that his election was official, traveled leisurely over 7 days from his home in Mount Vernon to the temporary capital of the United States, which was New York City. And he rode on horseback through Alexandria, Georgetown, Washington, Philadelphia, Baltimore. And there were enthusiastic crowds that cheered him all the way, treating him like royalty, crowning him with laurel wreaths, hosting banquets in his honor, and saluting him with cannon fire. So that was sort of the first parade, and it was spontaneous. And then the first president who actually moved to Washington was Thomas Jefferson. And he wanted something more subdued, so he just walked with a few friends from his hotel to the Capitol. And then he walked back to his hotel and ate dinner afterwards without any of the hoopla that you were talking about. And then the second time he got elected, he added more horses and more several hundred well-wishers, including mechanics from the nearby Navy Yard. And then finally, today's inaugural parade tradition really began with James Madison in 1809. And the official parade included a cavalry unit from Georgetown organized to escort Madison to the White House. So it was pretty spontaneous before then, and then everyone puts their own stamp on it. But someone wants to drill down a little bit more on the answer you just gave on when the real work starts, Capricia. And they say, well, yeah, okay, I get that, but when does it really start? So can you tell us what the president's first hours in the White House are like? Does he dive right into the substantive meetings, or are the first hours used to unpack some bags and adjust to the new surroundings? And I guess part of that question is when we know that President Trump and the First Lady, former First Lady, have moved out. When do the Bidens move in?
So that 12 o'clock hour that you referenced just a bit ago, Fred, is really important. It sets many things in motion, as you noted, the passing of the football, the nuclear codes, but also the moving vans. The moving vans traditionally of the outgoing president were preloaded this morning, and with all of their items, their suitcases and boxes and everything. And at 12 o'clock, that moving van moves out, and the moving van of the incoming president makes its way up the South grounds. Now, there is an amazing staff in the White House. These are career folks, people who have worked there for years and years and years. They are the usher's office, and as well, the butlers and the maids. I know my good friend, Buddy Carter, who's been a butler for, golly gee, I don't even know, maybe 8 presidents, even though he looks like he's only 20, is still there. They know how to do this. They know how to get those items out. The curator's office, Bill Ullman is the chief curator, and they work alongside knowing how to take those items out, but also they're bringing items in from a warehouse that stores a variety of items of former presidents, former antiquities of the White House that the incoming president and First Lady have selected to be on display in the White House. Additionally, as well, at that 12 o'clock hour, they are dismantling the former president's Oval Office. They're taking down the draperies, they're pulling up the carpet, they're hauling out the old furniture, and they are replacing it with temporary furnishings that the incoming president has selected so that he has a whole new look for when he comes in. It's, again, symbolic, important symbolism of this transfer of power from one administration to the next. And so when President Biden returns to the White House, he's lucky he lives just above the shop, and he will go into his Oval Office and begin to get right to work. His staff, I dare say, I will bet that Ron Klain, the chief of staff, is already at his desk and starting to make agendas and schedules for the president and get ready for the work at hand. So yeah, it really does begin today. They will go back to the White House and begin that. And then in the evening, they will relax as a family. They will share some moments together and watch the various inaugural activities on television as a family.
Capricia, for all of you tuning in, by the way, how lucky are we? You are getting the kind of insider knowledge and insider analysis that you're not going to find on any other channel in the world right now on this. So Capricia, that's absolutely wonderful. And it's quite different too, isn't it? You know, with President Biden, this is a person who's spent time in the White House a lot. This is a person who's been around Washington and been around the halls of power a lot. it's much different than when a President Clinton first comes in or a President Obama first comes in, where, the trappings of all this must be even harder to grow accustomed to.
Oh, I agree with you so very much. President Biden, when he was vice president, was literally like maybe 12 feet down from the Oval Office, his office, the vice presidential office. And so he's been in the West Wing. He understands the functionings of the West Wing, of the White House. He knows how to turn those lights on day one. And that's what this country really needed. We need experienced hands. We need someone who can walk in, understand what needs to be done, and how to get it done expediently. President Biden will know exactly how to do that. And he will have a steady second in Kamala Harris. But as I mentioned to you, Fred, he's brought in a slew of people who have been there and done this before. Alongside him, they can speak a shorthand so that they can start to move on our domestic policy issues, start to make headway on those important foreign policy issues. Executive orders, as he has committed to, will be written out and signed. Several just today, they will be signed today. We will see this administration taking action very, very quickly because they know how to do it. They know how the government runs. Being president is going to feel comfortable for President Biden.
And what are some of the things that are taking place today? We're going to have the U.S. back in the Paris Agreement. You're going to have an executive order to undo the Trump executive order on the travel ban from Muslim countries. You're going to have a new immigration approach taking place. What else do you expect in sort of this early period?
As I mentioned, there will be a mask mandate. I'm looking forward to seeing what else he plans to tackle. I do understand that President Biden is most concerned about really focusing on the economy. He wants to make sure that Americans have the resources again, that they have jobs again, that the economy starts to chug along, not only for the 1%, but for everyone in this country. And so he will remain steadfast on how to do that, working with private sector partners in doing that. So he is looking at, again, that sending out those surplus checks, the stimulus checks rather, out to every American. And he would like to, as he had noted, making that rounded up to 2,000. So there will be a move towards another $1,200 stimulus check that will be sent out to every American.
And I think it really is, everything you look at is about unity. In fact, the Presidential Inaugural Committee said the theme of today was going to be, quote, reflects the beginning of a new national journey that restores the soul of America, bringing the country together and creating a path to a brighter future. It was interesting that then President-elect Biden, now President Biden, went to church this morning. He's the second Catholic to be elected president. He went to church this morning. And if I'm not mistaken, he had two Republican leaders with him, the now minority leader of the Senate, before majority leader, Secretary McConnell, and then Congressman McCarthy, one of the leaders of the House. And so he's already symbolically reaching out, and people are reaching back. And Secretary McConnell yesterday saying that President Trump provoked the violence on January 6th, which is a long way to go for Secretary McConnell.
Yes, I agree with you. You know, the outreach of President Biden, he understands the importance of those two leaders being there in a united front with Speaker Pelosi and now Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. It's really important. I think about this, and it's a head scratcher, Fred, when then President Trump had just finished taking the oath of office, and he went into the luncheon that was hosted by Speaker Pelosi. He sat down and he gave some remarks, and he noted in his remarks how touched he was that President Clinton and Secretary Clinton attended the inauguration and were there seated at this luncheon. Someone he fought long and hard against, had a very contentious election with a much closer margin than this past election. And yet there she sat in front of him to honor this day for him. It's a head scratcher to me that you don't offer that same reverence, that same honor and to duty to office to the person who is succeeding you. So President Biden does understand these important moments, and instead of only having a unified front within his party, he knows to bring in everyone. That this country does not work unless we are united in our purpose.
Yeah, that's certainly the message, and I think that's absolutely true. The other thing is that let's talk about what hasn't happened this week, and that is violence. Certainly not in the nation's capital, and not of the sort that one had feared, particularly seeing much of the traffic that one had picked up on certain social networks. I was driving around town yesterday, and it did feel a little bit like a war zone with concrete barriers, high fences, 25,000 National Guard troops. Now, there are only 5,000 U.S. service members currently stationed in Iraq and Afghanistan. And the most National Guard troops, as I understand it, that have been in the district before, was after the assassination of Martin Luther King in 1968, and that was 13,000. Knock on wood, we have the rest of the day to go, but so far it's good. People were also asking, President Biden, Vice President Harris are on their way to lay a wreath at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, as you noted. And you also talked about Inauguration concert celebrating America. What we're seeing is a lot of people are picking up the central quotes of this day. The one about the uncivil war, we must end this uncivil war. This is a time of testing. Politics does not have to be a raging fire. So, and again, this message of unity that you're talking about so much, Capricia, and it doesn't have to be a unity of agreeing on things. It has to be a unity of wanting to get things done.
Yes, and that's what's so beautiful about the United States of America. We have the liberties to say what we want to say. We have these beautiful rights that have been given to us by our Constitution, by our forefathers. That, freedom of speech, it is there. Freedom of religion. We can do so much more than many other countries can, people in other countries can around the world, due to their government and due to the structure of. And so we should embrace those. We should make sure that we hold them dear, because as you noted, our democracy is fragile, and we want to maintain those liberties. We want to live up to the values that our forefathers had set forth for us. I'm looking at the visual right now, and I don't know where they actually have us going, but it looks like it's back into the Capitol. There looked as though there was some sort of business that was taking place between the leadership. Love to find out at some point what exactly was taking place between the Speaker, Majority Leader, and the President and Vice President.
Yeah, I've got a message here that the congressional leaders are presenting gifts to President Biden. And so I guess this must be another one of the traditions we're talking about.
Right.
So we're going to wrap up in 3 or 4 minutes. I want to tell people to stay on, come back at 1:30 Eastern time. We're going to have former Swedish Prime Minister Carl Bildt, former Prime Minister of the former National Security Advisor to George W. Bush, Steve Hadley. We're going to have Secretary Ernest Moniz, former Secretary of Energy to Obama. We're going to have Ana Palacio, former Foreign Minister of Spain, and then Lord George Robertson, former Secretary General of NATO. All of these people are associated with the Atlantic Council as International Advisory Board members or board members, and they'll be discussing what they just heard, and they'll be giving their own views on what they've seen and where it goes from here. Capricia, what are you going to be watching for in the first couple of months of this new administration? You've seen new administrations come in. You've seen some of them take false steps, some of them take good steps. What ought we be looking for in the coming days?
Well, yes, it is interesting. Those first few days, everyone wants to get so much done. That sometimes perhaps we chew off a bit more than we can get accomplished. So I want to see a steady progression. I want to see that the president, that's just wonderful to call him that, continues on with the mission at hand, focusing on the economy, focusing on the pandemic, and that the entire White House and actually our entire government is linked arm in arm in that endeavor together. That we don't have we can, as many people have said, we can chew gum and walk at the same time. I do understand that because there will be other issues that Congress in particular will need to attend to, but the administration itself, unified effort, moving those important endeavors along on how we bring some relief back to Americans, how we as an American country, how our country comes back together and can see one another in person, touch our grandparents, say hello to our neighbor again, go into the Atlantic Council and do the business that we want to do. I'm dying to see you, Fred, and really sort of enjoy those moments of camaraderie again. So that is what I'd like to see, and that's what I believe we will see. I do believe that President Biden and Vice President Harris will take the reins on those important issues and move them forward.
Thank you, Capricia, for that. I'll close. The Atlantic Council's mission is shaping the global future together with partners and allies. So that's three parts. I mean, shaping, you take action. President Biden spoke of being bold. There are many people in the Biden administration that didn't think the Obama administration was bold enough. And so you may see more bold from this administration, and I'll be watching for that. I think the $1.9 trillion package and an infrastructure package likely to follow that in February, you could see some bold strokes, and let's see how much bipartisan support they get. You do have the Democrats essentially controlling both houses, but 50-50 in the Senate with a tie-breaking Kamala Harris voice. If history has taught us anything, it's if you overreach at moments like this, there can be blowback from midterm elections. And I think President Biden knows that. I'm also going to be watching to see one of the mistakes administrations come in is they want to wash away everything a previous administration did. Pox on all their houses. And I'm also going to watch whether things like the Abraham Accords, which is such a great breakthrough in the Middle East, can be built upon. And again, it's very positive that President Biden, I keep wanting to say President-elect Biden, but it's President Biden. It's wonderful to me that President Biden did embrace this agreement when the UAE and Bahrain reached it with Israel. It's now expanded beyond that, Sudan and Morocco, and could go further than that. You now see the healing of the rift between Qatar and Saudi Arabia and UAE. So I think I'm going to be looking for these bipartisan moments where one can send the message, not only do we want to unify, but we also understand there's a lot of good that did happen. There's some good that did happen in the previous administration that we can build upon. And there's other things we're going to change pretty dramatically as we see with these executive orders. Capricia, I'm going to pass to you for a final word. My final word is what a great day. You can make it even better by getting Capricia's book, Protocol. But this is a historic day. The presidential historian Douglas Brinkley talked about it as a crisis inauguration, maybe not of the level that Franklin Roosevelt faced or Abraham Lincoln, but this is an inflection point in history. There is a rise of China. There is a question about the future of democracies. There is a question about whether the US is going to play its leadership role. So this is a much more important election than your everyday election, and not just because of the divisions that we saw at the Capitol on January 6th. Capricia, let me pass to you for closing words.
Well, I just want to say thank you to you, Fred, and your leadership at the Atlantic Council. You have has set forth an extraordinary agenda during this time that we have all been sheltered in place. You can continue to keep those connections out into the world, and you lead an amazing staff of individuals, dedicated staff. And there's one person I just really wanted to do a bit of a shout out to, and that is the spouse of Julia Varghese, Maju Varghese, who you should all know was someone who was instrumental in creating the sentiment, the emotion, the beauty that we all witnessed today at the inauguration. He took the lead on that. And so I just really wanted to give a nod to Maju.
Julie, for those that you don't know, is our chief administrative officer. And so her husband is playing this crucial role around the inauguration and then going into the White House.
Absolutely. And so to everyone at the Atlantic Council, so incredibly grateful to you for the work that you do, for the patience that you have with people like me on technology and particularly, and I look forward to the days ahead, Fred, to the challenges that we're all going to be facing and working to get to know this administration better, connecting with this administration and connecting this administration to the world. Thank you, Fred.
Thank you, Capricia, and thanks for all of you listening in. Come back in 6 minutes and we're going to have this very rich discussion that will take a bigger swipe at some of the geopolitical issues and questions that some of these great leaders from around the world are going to deal with. We'll see you soon.
So if you don't recognize them, folks, members of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies gathered there. The JSIC gathered with President Biden and Vice President Harris in the President's Room, the space that we're seeing here.
Friends, when they leave this room, they're going towards the Ohio clock. Now, the Ohio clock... Friends, when the President and Vice President leaves this room, they're going towards the Ohio clock. Now, the Ohio clock has...
Why is it called the Ohio clock?
Well, it's interesting. A senator from Connecticut, Senator David Daggett, asked a clockmaker from Philadelphia, Thomas Voigt, to complete it. He does in 1816, but Ohio came to the Union in 1803. I don't quite get it.
It's a mystery, and no one knows the answer. This clock has come to be known as the Ohio clock. It stands in the Senate hallway, which we're going to be seeing the party passing through soon on their way to the rotunda for the presentation of gifts. We're just wrapping up the signing ceremony here. And so we're on the Senate side of the building in these hallways, which are beautifully decorated. Again, if we can call your attention to the floor for just a second.
Oh.
Minton tiles, they're an encaustic tile, which means that the way that they're glazed is a little bit different than the kind of tile we're used to in our kitchens and baths. They're made in Stoke-upon-Trent, England. They're custom made for the Capitol, hallways lined with these.
Friends, don't just think that the members can walk on these tiles. You can. How? Visit Congress. Janet, I think the number one question that's asked of us, how do I visit Congress? If not the question within the top three. And depending on what part of the building you're in, you will likely walk on these tiles. They're not something that's just sacred for the members. No, to the contrary.
That's a great point. The one place you'll see the Minton tiles like that is on the first floor on the Senate half of the building, yes, which we won't be seeing on our cameras today, but we can normally take folks there on tour. The hallways were decorated by Constantino Brumidi, the artist who painted the frescoes inside the Capitol that we were looking at a little bit earlier.
I'm not done with this Ohio clock. So, ladies and gentlemen, there was a person known as the man with the green hat. Yes, during Prohibition, he used to sell alcohol in the House office buildings. It was known he had an office. He was exposed, and he moves to the Senate side. and legend has it, in the Ohio clock, spirits might have been kept in that clock, and members had access to it.
I mean, the period where alcohol sale, manufacture, distribution, except for medicinal purposes. The period when that was illegal in the United States was an interesting one here on Capitol Hill. And there are rumors actually all over of hidden compartments and various places where things must have been hidden, and they create this kind of mythology around this. And I gotta say, there are plenty of mysteries. We don't know why the Ohio clock is called the Ohio clock, but there are plenty of tales of this secret compartment is where, you know, they hid the contraband during the Prohibition period. But I think a lot of them more likely are just quirks of the architecture, because as we've discussed, this is a building that's been built in so many different pieces, and each piece added on to the next, right? And every space enduring these constant changes in what the space is being used for over the years. And what's interesting about this room, the president's room, is it really only has this purpose.
Yes.
What we're seeing happening in here today, this is essentially, and it's a very small space. I want to emphasize that, folks, because space is at a premium inside the Capitol, and there is no such thing as wasted space or empty offices. No. But this particular space is set aside for this special purpose of the president using it on Inauguration Day. And again, this dates to a time when our president's term and our Congress's terms would be running out March 3rd or 4th, and there would be kind of a race to sign last-minute legislation in that beautiful president's room.
Welcome back, everyone. That was some of the best live coverage I've seen. Truly an incredible look behind the curtain during such an important moment in U.S. history. I suspect that we're going to see more programming like this from the Atlantic Council in the future. We're now moving on to a discussion about what this all means. And you're going to hear from some of the best and brightest in the Atlantic Council family. Our next panel is called Fast Thinking, Views of the Inauguration from Around the World. And it will feature former Prime Minister of Sweden, Carl Bildt, former Secretary General of NATO, Lord Robertson, former Spanish Foreign Minister Ana Palacio, former U.S. Secretary of Energy Ernest Moniz, and former National Security Advisor Stephen Hadley. So we're going to turn back to Fred Kemp now to run this panel. Fred, thank you for that really remarkable commentary during the inauguration. What was one big item that stood out to you from the inauguration?
So for me, and I think we'll talk about it on this panel, is it was focused so much on the domestic situation, healing and unifying the United States. And I think this panel will talk about how that what sounds like a domestic message, but that's a global message at the same time. And so I'm really looking forward to this panel drilling deeper. And maybe because the speech itself didn't go so much in international issues, we'll also talk about what are the international issues that are going to creep up on President Biden first, and really won't let him ignore those issues.
Well, Fred, I'm looking forward to that. Over to you.
Thank you, Randy. And this has been a tour de force of you and your team, Randy, starting yesterday, running through Friday with a full agenda tomorrow. Around the clock, really, programs reaching all corners of the world, Asia, the Middle East, Europe, and here. It is terrific that we've got this this lineup of experts and to do some fast thinking about what they just heard and then put it into context. I'm going to start. The Atlantic Council is about working together with friends and allies to shape the future. And so you're going to hear that with a British, a Swedish, and a Spanish colleague. And I'm going to start with our international partners and then go to our American friends. And maybe I'll start with you, Ana Palacio, former Foreign Minister of Spain and member of the Atlantic Council Board. What did you hear in that is meaningful to you and meaningful to Europe and to Spaniards?
Well, I mean, I think it's meaningful to all of us because it was a domestic speech, but the speech of the city on a hill. There's lighting in the hill, and in the end, it spoke about unity, about truth, about civic responsibility, and this is our common challenge for all democracies all over the world. So it was a speech for all of us in this idea that United States has to lead by example. And again, this idea of exemplarity, we need it badly. We need it from Europe. But as I say, for me, it was a very domestic speech that was extremely universal for all of us that believe in democracy, that fight for democracy, and that have this idea of the shining city on the hill about the United States. It's back. It's not America back. It's this America that is back.
Thank you for that, Anna. And for those who are listening in, you can pose questions through the app, the Atlantic Council Global Energy Forum app, which I know most of you have. For those of you who would rather do it over Twitter, you can send it to my own Twitter feed at Fred Kemp. And we'll get your questions in and say to who you are and to whom you'd like to pose your question. Just a real quick follow-up on that, Anna, and then we'll move on, is what are you going to look for in the first days, the first weeks of the Biden administration? What is going to be most important for you to see?
Well, honestly, signs that America is healing itself. I think that this is the message. And by the way, it was truth. I mean, it rang genuine when he says with emotion that they will remember us as they heal broken land. This is what is important. Because without healing, America cannot lead. And America needs to lead in order to lead. Needs to heal, excuse me. It needs to heal in order to lead.
Thank you for that, Anna. Let me pass next to Lord Robertson. Where are you sitting? Are you in London or are you in Scottish climes?
I'm in Scotland. England is underwater with floods, and tonight Scotland is going to be under 2 or 3 feet of snow. So that's where I am watching what's happening in America.
Well, as former NATO Secretary General, but also a former an existing politician in the UK, you know a lot about domestic divisions, but you also know a lot about international challenges of alliances. Tell me how you consumed this inaugural speech and what you were hearing.
Well, I said to myself, glory be, America is back. American leadership is back. You know, for 4 years, even the critics of America felt the vacuum that had been created by the fact that America was not exercising the leadership that the world at the moment needs. There are so many problems facing the world, whether it's migration, climate change, international terrorism, the competing between great powers. All of that needs American leadership. And having known Joe Biden for ages, you know, I just was so comforted today that although he was addressing a domestic audience with some domestic messages, the fact is that the world was listening, the world was wanting American leadership, and I think the world was reassured that America was now going to rebuild alliances that have been damaged. It's going to recreate relationships so important in the world and so important for America's own security and safety. And I think that was the message that came out of it. I wrote down a phrase from Amanda Gorman, the young woman poet who spoke, where she talked about America being bruised but whole. And I think, you know, that is a message that I think will resonate beyond America's shores.
Thank you for that. And then just quickly on the NATO front, you know, there was a lot of hand-wringing. NATO's going to be destroyed by President Trump. Well, none of that came to pass in some ways in terms of troops in Europe and troops particularly forward-based in Eastern Europe. Some would say it's even stronger. What are you going to be looking for from President Biden as former NATO Secretary General?
Well, I want President Biden to reassure allies that America is still the principal leader within within NATO, still robust, still believing that alliances are the best form of defense for the United States of America, and making that message clear. But I also expect, and indeed I want him, to tell the Europeans in NATO that they're going to have to do much more for themselves. They're going to have to do much more in the interest of the whole alliance, and that they cannot simply ride along the coattails of American expenditure. I think they got a fright during the Trump administration. They're spending more, but they need to be told that America has got other priorities in the world, and that they therefore have got to do much more to help America, but also to help themselves.
Thank you, Lord Robertson, and also member of our International Advisory Board. Now turning to another member of our International Advisory Board, Carl Bildt, former Prime Minister of Sweden, Foreign Minister of Sweden. With what sort of ear were you hearing this inaugural speech? What did you hear, and what are you looking for going forward?
Well, I think it was a rather unique inaugural speech in that the focus was almost unique. It was uniquely domestic. It was healing the nation, repairing the rifts in the fabric of American politics. I mean, he had a phrase here. He said, "End this uncivil war." Another way of saying that the United States is in an uncivil war, and his number one priority, 1, 2, 3. Which is necessary also from the point of view of the outside world, is to repair that. And that's not going to be entirely easy. It was a good speech, it was a good start, but I think everyone who follows the political affairs of the US knows that it's an uphill battle and a lot needs to be done. The word was fairly absent. I mean, I think he had 2 passing references to the climate challenge, and he mentioned the need to repair relationship with allies. But otherwise, if you were to prepare or compare these speeches over the decades, I think this was probably the one that was the most focused on solely domestic affairs and healing the nation, which is understandable, necessary, and also precondition for America taking a stronger role in the world.
And it's very interesting. Not only was President Trump not mentioned any time in the speech, neither was China, neither was Russia, neither was NATO. There wasn't any of that. And so
no, but it was Fred, it was an anti-Trump speech, every single sentence without mentioning the name.
Exactly, but in terms of and then I'm going to turn to our 2 American speakers, but in the opening months, maybe 100 days, 6 months of this administration, what is the international issue you want to watch most? What is most important from a European and from your Swedish point of view?
Well, I think first he's got to reach out to allies and just sort of symbolically say, we think that you are important, and initiate a dialogue on different issues. Then the climate issues are imperative. We have the COP26 coming up in Glasgow in November. That's practically tomorrow. We have all of the vaccine and the vaccine nationalism issues that needs to be addressed. We are not safe from this pandemic until all of the world is safe. And then I think there is a slight urgency to sorting out how to handle JCPOA in order to prevent a new crisis in that part of the world.
Thank you so much. President Biden plans to sign 15 executive orders today, the undoing the Muslim travel ban, the Paris Climate Agreement coming back into it, national mask mandate, and others. Let me turn to Secretary Moniz, and so Prime Minister Bildt, Minister Palacio, Lord Robertson, thank you so much for the Secretary Moniz. Can you give us what you heard? Everyone listens to this speech with a different set of ears. You've obviously served in the Obama administration. How would you compare this to Obama inaugural speeches, and what did you hear in this that resonates with you?
Well, Fred, first of all, I certainly endorse what our colleagues have said about this being a domestically focused speech of international implications. But I'd like to just add that it is comforting to hear our colleagues from Europe and the UK talk about restoration of American leadership, and that will obviously require some blocking and tackling, like restoring alliances, restoring trade relationships, restoring international financial institutions and the like. But I guess I'm going to add a qualifier to their statements, and that is that while I think President Biden is almost the ideal person for this rebuilding task, his long-standing relationships and skill at coalition building will be very important. But I guess I'd like to hear perhaps more from our international colleagues about whether they really believe there will be full trust in the United States until, frankly, we've gone through at least one or two more presidential election cycles, frankly, in which the normalcy of our politics can be reinforced. So I think that's very important. Secondly, in terms of the executive orders that you mentioned, Fred, the committee will immediately be challenged by some of those. For example, the immigration statements, et cetera. You know, I think of the president as having a critical role as the chief risk officer to ameliorate catastrophic risk to Americans and to our global partners. And I think I would list among those catastrophic risks climate, the pandemic, clearly, cyber, a variety of nuclear issues, including, as was mentioned by Carl, Iran, North Korea should be in there as well. And I think on some of those, I'm optimistic about a more bipartisan approach, like on the pandemic, like on cyber. I'm not optimistic about that bipartisanship being easily won in the nuclear arena, those cases that I just mentioned. And on climate, I think it'll be a mixed bag in terms of bipartisanship. For example, we've seen even in these 4 years, the innovation agenda for clean energy has actually garnered quite strong bipartisan support. And I think that's a door ready to be swung open even wider. Whereas when it comes to comprehensive climate policy, where even with the Democratic majority in the Senate, the very slim majority, it's going to be difficult to get coherent policy. So I think those are some of the challenges now that I see that will hopefully be helped by his unifying message, but are going to be challenged as soon as we start getting into some of these policy specifics. And as he said, it would be wonderful if we could have civil discussions about those differences of policy.
One quick question for you before I turn to Steve Hadley. And then also among this group, as we get going, please intervene on each other. Let's make this a live discussion. I'll also throw in questions from others so you can respond to what others have said. But so much of, wasn't much discussed in the speech, but so much of what has been planned for the administration places clean energy, climate action, as well as international cooperation on all of this at the heart of a post-pandemic future. What do you think in concrete terms you're going to see earliest, most different from a Biden administration? Obviously, Secretary Kerry, who you served with, is going to be the climate czar, so to speak.
Well, John Kerry's appointment as the international envoy clearly was a major signal, including his cabinet level appointment, et cetera. But in terms of the czardom, we have to remember that there's also a major contingent in the White House, Gina McCarthy and Brian Deese and many others. So I think for one thing, and I think this is where remote working challenges things more than the opportunity to really sit together routinely. It's going to require real teamwork on this group of John Kerry, the White House, but also to remember that almost every cabinet appointment across the government has been emphasized as one that will reinforce climate. For example, Janet Yellen, the Treasury, being a major advocate for charging for carbon emissions. So, so I think today we will have executive actions that roll back some of the Trump rollbacks on efficiency standards and methane emissions and the like. We will also have new ground, like emphasizing the social cost of carbon in cost-benefit analyses, like having corporate risk disclosures for climate become paramount. The Gary Gensler appointment at the SEC highlights that. But again, when it comes to getting nationwide climate policy, this is going to be a real coalition building exercise and a tough one because I don't think we are there yet in a bipartisan way.
Thank you so much. So Steve, National Security Advisor, you've been through transitions, you heard the inaugural. What are your own takeaways from what you've experienced today?
Well, I thought it was a terrific inaugural address. I thought the president said exactly what needed to be said. You know, I think the country's had a bit of a crisis of confidence. It's been a tough 4 years. January 6th and the disruption in the Capitol really, I think, shook the country. And I think what the president set for himself was to reassure Americans that we can have faith in our democratic principles, in our democratic institutions. We can have faith in our values, and that if we pull together and are true to those values, as he said, there's no problem we cannot solve. Now, I suppose some people will say that's rather hyperbolic, but I think the essence of what he was trying to say, and he's right about it, was he had a phrase that democracy is fragile but resilient. And we saw the fragility of democracy with the challenges to our most recent election, culminating in the demonstrations January 6th at the Capitol. I think the story that people are beginning to write is the resilience of our democracy, that in the midst of a pandemic, when rules of how to vote had been radically changed, the American people figured out how to cast their votes. We had the highest turnout since 1900, 120 years. And it was a free and fair election. And we saw in all the challenges, people at local levels, local state attorney generals, a lot of them young, a lot of them women, running a terrific, what turned out to be a very free and fair election, and then resisting both legal challenges, which were rejected by Republican judges, Democratic judges, some judges even appointed by President Trump, and then the political pressures. And we stood up, they stood up to those. The institutions worked, the electoral structure worked. We have a new president. And I think, again, he captured it right. It's fragile, but it's resilient. And I think in some sense, what the president wanted to do was to rally the American people behind those institutions, behind our democratic principles, and say, we can succeed against the challenges we've got. And I think he accomplished that. Yeah, yes, it's only one speech. Yes, we're going to have to see what he does. But tone is important. And I think he set the right tone. And I think he had the right message for the American people.
So follow up for you, Steve, and then I'll watch in front of me, all of you, to see when you want to jump in, and I'll throw in some questions as well. One question that I got is, Jake Sullivan's the new National Security Advisor. Work starts, I assume, right away. How does how are the first hours conducted in a new presidency? Obviously, this is a little bit different because President Biden has been Vice President Biden, so he's been through a lot of this before. But what are the crucial issues? And then maybe a second thinly related question. You just talked about the resilience of our institutions, democracy. That speech would suggest that our international obligations at the moment either have to take a little bit of a back seat to what we need to get done domestically, or are one and the same. And I'd love to have you talk about that. By the way, for those of you listening in, Steve Hadley is not only former National Security Advisor, he's the Executive Vice Chair of the Atlantic Council Board. So he is responsible from the board position of helping us think through strategy, both for the institution and how we want to address strategic issues as an Atlantic Council in terms of the global picture.
I thought Anna Palacio had it right. While it was, as Carl Bildt said, it was a speech directed at a domestic audience, the content of it was really a message, I think, for democratic, loving people around the world. And, you know, America will not be successful leading in partnership with our friends and allies in the world if we do not have a firm foundation at home, economically and politically. So in some sense, I think it was a message to our foreign partners and friends and allies that America is emphasizing and returning to those democratic principles which we've stood for in the world and which have been such an important part of our leadership. So I would say while the message was domestically focused, it actually was one that was sending a very strong message to the world that, as President Biden said, America wants not to be an example of power, but to show the power of its example. And I think that message is going to be well received. In terms of what they're starting to do now, every new president comes in, increasingly there is a list of executive orders which kind of clear some of the debris. But one of the things that the chief of staff and the national security advisor and the folks have been doing, I'm sure, is scripting what the first day of the president's life is going to be, what the first week is going to be, what the first month is going to be, and then what are the first 100 days. And there's a lot of talk in those opening days about what does the president want to do? What do the American people need to see the president doing? And what does the international community need to see? Who does the president call, in what order, and what is the message? So there's a lot of scripting that goes on to get the new president launched. And I think that's probably what you're going to see unfolding in the next day and a week or two ahead.
Okay.
Fred, may I jump in?
Go ahead, Anna.
You asked me, what do we expect from the United States? And I said, signals that the United States is healing, because without healing, the United States cannot lead. But the other aspect that we expect is signals that the leadership of the United States has changed, that it is really an inclusive leadership. I mean, I don't have, and I think none of us from the other side of the pond have to prove our Atlanticist credentials. Nevertheless, honestly, when you have been in office with an American administration many times, you took for granted your allies. What I think that is this new inclusive leadership. This really, this leadership, because the leadership, I think we understand that it has to be America. And I hope that, I don't want to touch upon this because Carl Bildt wrote a fantastic piece at the Project Syndicate explaining the mistrust that there is, and not just in Europe. So I won't touch on this, but I think that we expect a 21st century leadership of the United States that has to be inclusive. It's not the hegemonic leadership taking your allies for granted. It has to be different. And I think that the message of this first speech, and I hope that it will be followed by executive orders, by moves that will prove that this America that just will lead by example, but will lead by example in an inclusive way.
Fred, if I could just add a foot stop on what Anna said, I think it's very important. I've talked to people about how America has to lead in a different way because the context has now changed, not just the last 4 years, but more broadly. And so when we talk about, Americans tend to talk about American leadership and return to leadership. For some people, that sounds like the soft hegemony of American power. And I would like to see our leaders talk more about engagement and partnership and inclusion, as Anna did, so that it recognizes we want to lead in a very inclusive way where we're going to listen to our partners as we come together with our own policies so that we can work these issues together, because in some sense, the issues are sufficiently daunting and the agenda is so robust and the challenges are so great that if we cannot find a way to do it together, the United States with our friends and allies, we're not going to succeed.
Thanks,
simple as that.
Thanks, Steve, for that.
Strongly. Can I just strongly agree with what Steve has just said? Because the president went on about democracy today, and there is a crisis of democracy in the world. Not just in the United States. I heard Megyn Kelly last night being interviewed on British television, and saying, can he unite the country? And she said, no, not easily, because Trump was a symptom, not the cause of the problem of the division inside the United States. But across the world, the rise of authoritarianism is something that bothers me and should bother a lot of people as well. So America has got to lead by example, but it's got to do it in a muscular sense as well. We're going to have to establish those democratic principles of the rule of law and the separation of church and state and private property and mixed economy. These are things that are now, I fear, going out of fashion, but which he's going to have to take a lead on. And I think he articulated that today. And I think it resonates in a world community as well.
So let me turn next, Ernie. I'm going to, for simplicity's sake, I'm going to go with first names here. But let me turn to Ernie, and then I have a question for the international group and a question for the American group. But Ernie.
No, I just wanted to comment that I strongly agree with the three perspectives we just heard. But I do want to add, to be explicit, frankly, the issue of taking allies for granted also has the flip side in the past of allies taking the United States for granted.
Right.
And so I think we really do have a joint effort called for in that context, and certainly in the context that George just referred to in terms of the challenges to democracy, unfortunately, throughout the democratic world.
Thank you for that. So for Carl, Anna, and George, and this is related questions on your view of the United States. How deep is distrust right now for the United States is essentially the question. And Ernie pointed to this as well. And what is it going to take? Is it going to take a couple of presidencies, or can this inauguration in 6 months do a lot of good? Or have things shifted among our partners and allies? And I wonder if the second part of this is what impact, because there's going to be a lot of emphasis in the Biden administration to social justice and equity, does that have an impact internationally in how you look at the United States as a partner or a leader? So why don't I start with you, Carl, and then go to Anna and George, and then I'll come back to Steve and Ernie with a question for our Americans.
Well, things have shifted. As Steve indicated, it's a different world today. So it requires a different way of handling. That's certainly from the US side, also from the European side, no question about that. But I think the conditions for doing that are much better now. I mean, the big shift, if I see it from the European side, is that we will have a perfectly normal person in the White House that you can have perfectly normal conversations with. And even if our focus now is on Joe Biden as president, we should not forget that he has an extremely experienced, well-known, good foreign policy team that one can connect with. Then on the question, I wouldn't say mistrust, but I would definitely say nervousness. Europe is nervous. Europe is nervous when they see in America in crisis. I mean, to take the Joe Biden phrase, uncivil war. January 6th was a shock to Europeans. We trust the relationship across the Atlantic. We are dependent upon it, perhaps over-dependent upon it, as was pointed out. And when this America is in such a profound crisis, we get nervous. And there was also the reflection on, of course, the election result. I mean, Donald Trump had a very impressive election result, no question about that. He had the highest result for any sitting president, I understand, Joe Biden was, of course, even more, but it's not over until it's over. And you can see in the European media and debate discussion whether, when history is written, is it going to be Trump or Biden that is the parenthesis in the long run? And of course, that introduces an element of nervousness at the same time as there's a sort of an intense hope that the president succeeds, that the healing works, and that we can work together constructively on all of the issues.
Thank you. Anna, you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And again, just pointing to something that Ernst Moniz said, I think that the negotiation of the Paris Agreement is just an example of inclusiveness. And he played, Ernst played a key role. And this is the kind of expectation that Europeans have. And it was not easy. We wanted a legally binding instrument. And we were convinced by, in great part by your team and by you yourself. Having said that, you know what, Ernst? The leadership entails some other responsibilities. So you are absolutely right. And I think that we Europeans, and George Robertson said it, in NATO, we have to take our part of the burden and we have to be there. And we have to balance our speech about strategic autonomy, which is now one of these buzz expressions that circulate in Brussels. Each one puts in it what the wishes or the non-wishes. Nobody knows exactly what this means, and nobody wants to have it defined. But it's a fantastic buzzword. But we need to be realistic about this strategic autonomy, realistic in delivering on the one hand side, and then on our dependence in security terms are not just, and our call to the United States. You have mentioned the COVID. This morning, Ursula von der Leyen, so the Secretary of the Commission, went to the European Parliament and made a speech about the inauguration, which is, it's kind of exceptional. We have a communication on bilateral relations from December, but she went there and she insisted on this idea of having the government of the United States participating in the COVAX, which is this precisely this initiative, and highlighting, because I think that we also have to highlight all what United States is doing and has been doing beyond the Trump administration. And she was highlighting private actors and other actors. And one of the things that we learned during the Trump years is that there was much more about the United States internationally than the White House, that there were states and governors and private people and companies and mayors and a bunch of people, judges that were there. So again, you are right. We need to clarify ourselves, and this is, this is our challenge. Of course, I always say that we have gone a long way. And in some issues, for instance, in Brexit, we prove that we can stand together when we think that this is systemic, existential. I think that now the European Union has to get a realistic, systemic, existential dialogue with the United States that will encompass COVID, will encompass, of course, climate change, because for us, climate change is in our hearts. We consider that we are the standard bearers of the climate change initiative. And we need to establish, but not just on climate change, on technologies. And I think that one issue, which is, it's not strategy, it's tactics, but it's important, is to establish concrete channels. We have this bilateral council on energy. We need to have something similar on technologies, on COVID, on all the challenges that were appointed. Last but not least, just one sentence on on the justice. I think that for us in Europeans, you know, there are things that there are people without health insurance or without health. This is something that we cannot understand, as simple as that. So yes, we very much welcome that there are signs there that you go a bit European. Don't go European in other areas, but on this one, yes.
Thank you, Anna. So President Biden's departing right now to Arlington Cemetery to lay a wreath at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier with the First Lady. George, just very quickly on the issue that came up, but particularly in relation to the U.S. as a trusted and reliable ally. To what degree has that suffered, and what does it take, or not, and what what impact does this inauguration have in the first weeks, months of the the Biden administration? Again, to the question from the audience of can one just overnight say black is white and white is black, or is there going to be a real gray area for a long time?
Well, Carl was right when he said that the rest of the world is still nervous. People look at 74 million people voting for Donald Trump in this election, and that nervousness will continue because America is bitterly split. But you know, we don't really have any right to be judgmental. You know, these splits exist elsewhere. Populism is not confined to the United States. Look at Hungary. Look at Poland. Look at what happened in my country with Brexit and leaving the European Union. You know, these sentiments around that Joe Biden identified today in our societies. You know, when he talked about facts that are facts that are manipulated or even manufactured. You know, these are serious challenges that we Democratic politicians have got to face up to, and it's not just in the United States. So there is a collective effort going to be required to build back the trust and the engagement that is going to be required. How do we face up to the challenge of China? Not just the trade issues that have polarized America and China at the moment, but the Belt and Road policy, the mischief making by a resurgent Russia, you know, the assertion by people in the world against the old order. These are big challenges that will have to take place, but the recovery has started today because Biden has made it absolutely clear that America is back in the leadership chair.
And let me now turn to, thank you for that. Then let me turn to.
Fred, could I just?
Sorry,
oh yeah, okay, Fred, I'd like to add on that point.
Sure.
This question of the trust. I raised earlier this issue of the trust may be taking a while to settle down. But I believe, and I think Steve would probably align with this statement, that I think it's going to be very difficult to truly rebuild the trust until we return to some greater degree of bipartisanship on international issues. If I were a non-American looking at America and seeing what's happened, I would be very, 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 very nervous in terms of committing without seeing a administration, congressional, Republican, Democratic improvement in communication and convergence towards some common positions.
Renee, thank you for that. Steve, that's a good segue, and this will be for both of you. And that is, what foreign policy issues will President Biden have the toughest time on working across the aisle? And what will be the areas where he can find bipartisanship the fastest? Let me just leave it at that. I mean, we've seen some of the testimony yesterday from the new Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, on China. But I'll come back to a follow-up question, but just let's use that question. Where is he going to have the toughest time working across the aisle on foreign policy issues, and where can he find bipartisanship the fastest? Steve, why don't we start with you?
So I think there's a lot of consensus about the need to use friends and allies. I think there's a lot of consensus that if you're going to deal with China, it is going to take the combined diplomatic and political influence and, quite frankly, the combined GDPs of the United States and its friends and allies to have enough leverage to change, to have any chance of changing some of China's behavior. So I think this working with allies, particularly on issue of China, I think there'll be a lot of resonance. I think there's a lot of consensus on China policy. I think there will be some turning down of the rhetoric, probably some narrowing of the executive orders that the Trump administration has issued. But I think there's a lot of bipartisan consensus in the American public and in the Capitol Hill on China. So I think that will be a good one. I think Iran is going to be one of the more divisive issues. And my worry is that the Biden administration will kind of put the needle down and where they were in 2016, 2017, when they left office. And Ernie can speak to this, but I think there are problems in the agreement that were recognized. Ernie would say there were some limitations of the agreement because it's now 6 years after the agreement was put in place. Some of the limits are expiring. So the question of how you get back into the agreement is a question. And I hope that the Biden administration would recognize that while the nuclear issue is important, that two things. One, our allies from the region need to be participants this time in the way they were not. And secondly, that at the same time we work the nuclear issue, we have to also address what Iran is doing with its ballistic missiles and its regional area and in the regional disruption. If I think the Biden administration takes that broader view, there's a chance of bringing some Republicans along, but I think it's going to be a real challenge to manage it. And I think Ernie's going to have an important role. A lot will depend on how the president does in his opening rounds with the Congress. I think he can get bipartisan support for more aggressive action against the coronavirus. I think he can get bipartisan support for an economic relief package to help the country get through the coronavirus. I would think there's a good chance he can get bipartisan cooperation on an infrastructure bill, particularly digital infrastructure, particularly broadband for rural areas, things like that. And if he can deliver on those, I think it sends a message to Ernie's point that there is, and to the world, that there is a possibility of Republican and Democratic cooperation. In that respect, I put one footnote. I was a little surprised to hear that people are saying that President Biden is going to lead very quickly with an immigration reform package. And that is tricky. I mean, President Bush had an immigration reform. We thought we would get it. We did not. There was then the 2017, I think, effort. Maybe I've got the date wrong, that Senator McCain was involved in. Maybe it was 2013. That failed. Immigration post-Trump is still a very divisive issue. And I think one of the things that the administration needs to do is really think about that. Their view may be there has to be addressed and that their leverage is greatest, having just come into office. But if the president is defeated on immigration reform, I think that's a real blow.
Thank you for that, Stephen. Ernie, I obviously addressed the entire issue, but you were so deeply involved in the negotiation of JCPOA. I'd particularly like to hear your response on that.
Yeah, I'll come to that, Fred. Let me just make one point on what Steve just raised on the immigration, because I actually raised the issue of the executive order that I understand will come out today on path to citizenship. Just as a footnote, I believe there was a window where the immigration reform could have been successfully pursued, and that was in the 2009-2010 timeframe. The stars were kind of aligned briefly, but the President Obama chose to make the healthcare issue the lead one. Another controversial issue, and I think that moment passed, shall we say, on the immigration. Whether it's back, well, we're going to find out soon. I think on the original question, Fred, first, I'll comment on Iran, but first, to use as the example what's been discussed about China, where clearly there are national security issues, there are trade issues, there are climate issues. And I think that I agree with the statement that this is a place, and Steve mentioned combined GDP. I strongly agree that we are not, frankly, using our market power collectively in terms of those discussions. But that's where, going back to what Anna said, is troubling, to be perfectly honest. I'm not criticizing the action, but the fact of Europe and China doing a trade deal just before Biden came in does not sound to me like optimum timing to have a joint strategy put together. So we got to get our act together collectively, and that includes, in addition, of course, our Asian friends, Japan and Korea and the like. So we got some work to do, and it's all of us in that context. Now, on Iran, I certainly agree with most of what Steve has said, and we'll be comparing notes later. But I think it's very important to start not with a mother may I. That is, I think there is no doubt the president has said he is going to rejoin diplomacy on Iran, not a mother may I, but really serious discussions first with both sides of the aisle in Congress, with our European allies, and with our Middle East allies. Again, it's not mother may I, it's how are we going to constructively go to a JCPOA plus. And I think to do that, the president and his team are going to have to be prepared right from the beginning to emphasize, yeah, we see JCPOA as a potential stepping stone towards JCPOA plus. But the question is, how are we going to maintain the leverage to make sure that negotiation is going to be seriously enjoined? I mean, I have my own ideas on that, but I think the main thing is we got to have a plan about leverage to go beyond JCPOA.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. And the other, on the China issue, it's interesting that Secretary Pompeo went out with the State Department branding what's happening to the Uyghurs as genocide. But then interesting that Tony Blinken in his confirmation hearings said, yes, I agree with that. Yeah. So a point where you might see, this is being imposed on us.
And Fred, could I just add one last point on it? Is with I mentioned security and trade and climate. Yet together, we have got to find a way, even as we have some tough stuff with China to deal with, let's say on security, but we got to find a way to get back to what we had going to Paris, which was working together with China on climate.
Fred, that I think is the real challenge. Yeah. Not to basically downplay all the other issues we have with China in the name of the cooperation for the dealing with the climate issue. We've got to figure out, and we've got to be very tough-minded about this, to say cooperation on climate is not a favor China is doing for us. It's something China needs done and that its population is demanding. And therefore, we can at the same time cooperate with China on climate change, but still address these other aspects of Chinese behavior that really we, our friends, the United States and friends and allies, have a common interest in getting addressed.
Thank you for that.
Sorry, could I just say on the China, China is undoubtedly a very big issue for Europe as well. I mean, what's been happening now this year is quite remarkable in the sense that China is now a bigger trading partner for Europe than the United States. And the fact that we have the Chinese economy growing and trade with China growing while both the US or the North American and the Western European economies are declining, it's a shift that is happening in the world. And I talked to some economists the other day that pointed out that the Chinese consumer market is got to be what drives the global economy in the next few years. That's sort of the reality. On the agreement that was mentioned, the EU-China investment agreement, that had been negotiated for 7 years without much of a progress. Some of it is sort of catching up with what the US already had. But in the beginning of last year, it was made clear that it's make it or break it, we said to the Chinese. If we don't finish it this year, skip it. So it was essentially an ultimatum from the beginning of this year that either you do something that is decent or we skip the entire thing. And the Chinese folded, which was good from our point of view, and to some extent just catching up with what the US got, but some other things as well.
Carl, that's a really interesting point. Just one second, and I'll pass you.
Yes,
it's a really interesting point because the Chinese folded after the election of Biden.
Yeah.
So they wanted to close this deal, and they really pushed it forward after the election. So it also shows that Xi Jinping is seizing an opportunity as quickly.
Yeah, and true, absolutely. They saw the strategic need to do this. They are doing another thing which I think we should note. They are saying, let's see if it happens, that they will join the CPTPP. I can see the strategic imperative.
Not all of our listeners will know what that acronym stands for.
No, it's the old TPP.
Yeah.
That for Canadian domestic consumption they had to call progressive in order to get it through. But it's the TPP that sort of Trump went out of. That's a much more ambitious trade agreement than the RCEP, which they already signed. And I have my doubts whether they would be able to live up to the commitments in the TPP. But if they do, then it's a game changer. If they move in that direction, it's clearly going to be pressure on the Europeans to do the same, by the way. The Brits are intending to do it, and tremendous pressure on the US.
Anna, you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, well, we don't have time, but I think that the angle that Carl presented on the bilateral agreement stands, but there are other aspects. And frankly, we cannot forget that this was done the last day of the German presidency, and there are other aspects. But for me, what is important here is the ambivalence, the many Europeans sitting on the fence. And Carl, again, very diplomatically has said his nervousness. No, it's mistrust. This is what at least our surveys say, that 60% of the Europeans think that the American system is broken. And therefore, they sit on the fence thinking that because of our need to find a future, we can find some kind of arrangement with China. Forgetting, because what has not been said, and I hope that the Biden administration will be extremely tough, is that we have the language of the agreement is that China will make its best efforts to ratify for instance, the forced work labor treaties of the International Labor Organization. I mean, honestly, we cannot stand and say that we stand by liberal democracy and by human rights and accept this language in a treaty. We all have been obliged to negotiate, and negotiation is tough, and especially with China today because of the aggressiveness of their foreign policy. But there are things that you cannot sign as a European, for instance, this language. And the problem is that there is a public opinion in all our member states that just thinks, okay, well, you know, if we have to make a living with China, let's go for it.
So we're the Atlantic Council. We're down 4, maximum 5 minutes left here. What I think I'm hearing from the Americans is there's a chance for bipartisan consensus on China, but across the Atlantic, there's a chance that we may disagree and not be able to get our act together on China. It's very hard to imagine a Biden administration with the way the Democratic Party has felt about trade agreements being forward-leaning there. The other question that's come out is, can pandemic recovery serve to strengthen existing relationships? So maybe for this last round, just each of you, what is the transatlantic issue you think is the most promising? If you wanted to, you know, the EU reached out quickly, even before the administration came in. But what are the points one could put on the board in the first 3-6 months transatlantically from what you've heard today and what in general, and maybe just 30 seconds to a minute for each of you, and go in whatever order you jump in, and we'll get through everybody.
Can I just say a word on behalf of the outgoing administration, one of the things that they managed to do was to break the logjam in the Middle East. And the UAE, Bahrain, Israel accord is something I think that can be built on. I think it'll be an area, because the Middle East is still in turmoil with Syria, Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia. You know, this is still a massively dangerous area for all of us. So I think that's an area where I think he can find some common ground, and where the Europeans will be very much on side there again. But again, it comes back to this whole question about allies and relationships and rebuilding the trust. A lot of these relationships were damaged, but they were not broken. And I think, therefore, if they reach out, rebuild them, I think there's a lot of promise in the post-pandemic world where we can all work together to make the world a bit safer than it is just now.
You see, I think the Abraham Accords is a place where you could get transatlantic agreement, even though Europe thus far hasn't been as enthusiastic about them. Ernie.
Okay, all right, then I'll jump in on your pandemic question. I think an area, I mean, clearly there are many things about COVID, and I agree with the earlier comment about, addressing developing countries, et cetera. However, my focus instead will be transatlantic, others as well, but transatlantic leadership in addressing the issue of avoiding future pandemics. The reality is we all talk about this COVID as being the pandemic of the century. I have no understanding why one would reach that conclusion. We have already had 6 pandemics, only one COVID scale, obviously, in this century. This is the 3rd COVID epidemic of this century, 20 years. We got a big, big problem. And so I think that, and frankly, look, one of my organizations, the Nuclear Threat Initiative, we work very closely with the World Economic Forum, with a very, very strong European base, of course, working with business, et cetera, trying to establish issues like international screening mechanisms for DNA synthesis. International, we need a UN, probably UN-based international normative entity for advanced biology, if you like, et cetera. So I think this is a fantastic area where pooling our resources, we can make a big difference in terms of truly making COVID a once-in-a-century pandemic, and not the every 5 years pandemic that I fear is possible.
That's terrific. Then let's do.
Fred, let me just add to that quickly.
And Anna, Steve.
I agree. I think cooperation on pandemics between the United States and Europe is terrific. And I think if we can come to some consensus there, we can actually provide leadership more globally, and may even eventually get China to play in such a regime. I think in addition, this new administration, I hope, will join the COVAX effort, which is an effort to get vaccines to the developing world. I think if the United States and Europe were to come together and really put resources and support behind that effort, it would be a terrific message, not only of US-European cooperation, but a terrific message by the new administration to the developing world, that we understand and we care about what happens to them in managing this terrible disease.
Public health is a way of coming together. Carl, and then Anna to close us.
Well, the COVAX, obviously, reform and augmentation of the World Health Organization, and hopefully sort of the Atlantic world can take the lead, but we need the Africans, we need the Indians, we need the Chinese. I mean, otherwise it's not going to work. So that's important. Diplomacy and everything working up to COP26. There are a couple of difficult issues. The carbon border adjustment mechanism, it sounds awful and highly technocratic, but it could be sort of explosive if we don't handle that right in the Atlantic world. And then there are a set of digital issues that require urgent attention. The privacy shield arrangement for free data flows across the Atlantic has been put aside by the European Court. We need to have a new arrangement. There are a couple of things on digital taxes that are boiling that needs to be handled fairly fast. And overall, on the digital issues, long term, It is, if we don't get our act together across the Atlantic, the Chinese will have us for lunch in 30 years.
Thank you for that, Carl. And we don't want to be lunch. Anna.
You know, I mean, I fully agree. I could have said any of the above, plus climate change. We are waiting for United States on climate change. We Europeans, we care about this. And I think that in innovation, for instance, United States has a lot to bring to the table, from carbon capture and usage to nuclear modular to on this. But I will take my cue, you know, multilateralism. I mean, I know that there is a lot of words around this, but we need a different attitude that is shown in the WTO in practical issues. And we really expect that this administration will make a U-turn on multilateralism.
So thank you for that closing. Secretary Madeleine Albright likes to say that Americans don't like multilateralism because it has too many syllables and it ends with ism. So I love that. This was a great closing round of just a remarkable group of people. What an incredible panel. I hope we can reassemble you at various times over the year. I like the way we ended, because it's really, now what can we grab that's positive? This is an opportunity. We think there's a chance for a transformative presidency here, but it's not a transformative presidency if you don't have a transformed transatlantic relationship, our view. And so it's interesting, Abraham Accords is a good positive. Iran, we have to deal with it, have to deal with it. But the Abraham Accords is something that's happening positively. I like that. We've been arguing on behalf of a pandemic prevention board, and starting across the Atlantic would be a great thing, also including the private sector. The digital issues, Carl, that you brought to bear also, as I joked, we don't want to be lunch, but the fact of the matter is we would have the biggest free digital space if we could in the world, if we could get our act together. So these are all just terrific ideas. On behalf of this audience, which spans time zones across the world, the Atlantic Council Global Energy Forum, thanks to all of you for participating. Thanks as well for the roles that you're playing on the Atlantic Council Board and International Advisory Board. And I'm told I'm passing back to Command Central and Randy Bell to send us into whatever we're doing next. Randy?
Thank you, Fred. As we wrap up a 4-hour block centered around this transformative moment for the United States and its role in the world, I want to ask you, Fred, what were your biggest takeaways? What one message should our international audience take from its first look at now President Biden?
You can't imagine a better president for this time of healing and unifying, because he's credible. When he says these things, he's said them before. When he talks to Secretary McConnell or Congressman McCarthy about working across the aisle, he's done it before. And so if you want a calming presence right now, it really sounded the calming presence. I also kept wanting to have that split screen showing me what was happening 2 weeks ago on Capitol Hill compared to now. And this gets to Steve's point, which is the resilience of our institutions rather than the vulnerability. I don't particularly like fragility. I think vulnerability, because I'm not sure they're all that fragile, but I know that was what the president said. And so what I take away from this is a historic opportunity with lots of landmines and lots of roadblocks and lots of problems. And that if we actually help this opportunity right now, and that is the purpose of the Atlantic Council, we could have a transformative presidency. We could take the transatlantic relationship in another direction. And what I fear is if we don't do it, will we have another chance that's this good? And so I was thinking a lot of those things while I was watching it. And the key quotes that we'll take away is the uncivil war. I think that's going to be, he's not a person who likes rhetorical flourishes, but that's going to be the quote, I think, that lasts, and the whole unification message. So it's a lot. And what I took from this panel, Randy, is how many issues are on the plate. And so if one doesn't get one's act together inside the country, how can one ever take on the rest of these issues? And so this panel really brought that to bear in a powerful way.
Fred, thank you. And I think that's absolutely right. Why we are all here at the Atlantic Council, why we are here at this event today and yesterday and tomorrow and Friday is to be supportive in what is a potentially transformative moment. And I know, one of the key takeaways from the Global Energy Agenda, the report we published yesterday, was that just in the energy and climate space, there is a remarkable opportunity, perhaps one that we've never seen before, to actually address climate change. But the flip side was that all of our survey respondents said that the biggest risk to meeting the net zero 2050 goals that we've started setting for ourselves is political will. And so I just hope that over the next couple months and years, that the Atlantic Council and our greater community can play a role in supporting and helping to provide the space for that political will to accomplish this set of goals. We really are at a key moment. Thank you, Fred. Really, thanks so much for leading
Randy,
the charge.
just to end on a somewhat lighter note, just so you know how nimble the Atlantic Council is, our office is actually in the screened off area. It would have been very difficult for us to operate out of our offices or a studio in our offices this week. So Randy's studio is in the front room of his home. And he's been doing it all week with his amazing Global Energy Center team. So thanks so much to you and your team, Randy.
Fred, thanks, and thank you for coming by the house yesterday. And just for everybody to know, my dog is actually lying on the floor right behind me. So it really is working from home in a whole new way. So thank you, Fred, for leading the charge for the past few hours and really pulling together the programming on this really important for the United States and for the world. I know we'll be talking about these ideas to the rest of our programming over the next day and a half, and then the Atlantic Council will continue on from there. So thank you. We're going to turn now to a brief break before we return to our afternoon agenda with the second interview on the energy implications of the Abraham Accords. That's going to be at 3 p.m. And I know that was discussed a lot during the last panel. So at 3 p.m. Eastern, we'll have an interview with His Excellency Dr. Yuval Steinitz, the Israeli Minister of Energy, on the energy implications of the Abraham Accords. So we're looking forward to seeing you in a few minutes. So thank you so much for tuning in. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed our inauguration programming over the past few hours. We now have 2 more hours programming that will wrap up the afternoon in Washington, D.C. First, we go to our second interview on the energy implications of the Abraham Accords. This one will be with His Excellency Dr. Yuval Steinitz, Israeli Minister of Energy. And after that, we'll hear from the head of the Libyan National Oil Company, Mustafa Sanalla, about rebuilding the oil sector in Libya. And then finally, we'll have a panel on innovation in nuclear power. So let's right now go back to Hadley Gamble in Abu Dhabi for her conversation with Minister Steinitz.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Forum. I'm Hadley Gamble, CNBC's anchor and international correspondent based right here in Abu Dhabi. Today, we're going to be talking about the Abraham Accords, and in conversation with His Excellency, Dr. Yuval Steinitz, the Minister of National Infrastructure, Energy, and Water for the State of Israel. Doctor, it's great to have you on the program. Thanks so much for joining us. I want to kick off by asking you, were you surprised by how quickly you got to work following the announcement of the Abraham Accords with your counterparts here in the UAE?
Yeah, it was quite surprising because, you know, we already have 2 previous peace agreements with Jordan and Egypt, and it took decades to arrive to some kind of economic cooperation or cooperation in the field of energy. Here it seems much faster, and it was a good surprise. We are already developed very open and candid dialogue with our Emirates counterparts. And it seems that some kind of, and some areas of cooperation are already on their way. So it's a good surprise, I think, not just for us, but for the entire region.
There's been so much conversation about the trillions of dollars in cross-investment that could result from these Abraham Accords. When you think about this with regards to the energy space, where do you see the opportunities and what kind of investments are we talking about?
Look, there are many opportunities. Let me first remind you that even before the Abraham Accord, we already established, it was my initiative together with my Egyptian counterpart, Tarek El Moula. We already established the East Mediterranean Gas Forum in Cairo, and as an umbrella for regional cooperation in the area of energy. And Israel is already exporting a lot of natural gas to its neighbors, to Egypt and Jordan. But now we're speaking about the Emirates and Bahrain. There are new opportunities here. I think the 2 main areas of cooperation that look very promising, one is in the field of innovation, research and development, startups and innovation. As you know, Israel is a world leading country in startups and innovations. We have more technological startups than all of the European Union put together. We are second only to the United States in complete figures. And it's a new phenomena, but in the last 4 or 5 years, there are already several hundreds of technological startups in the field of energy, cybersecurity for the energy sector, energy efficiency, electricity storage, hydrogen cells, solar system, sophisticated solar system, and so on and so forth. The Emirates placed themselves also in this field. You know, they brought IRENA, the International Organization for Renewable Energies, this is located in Abu Dhabi. And I believe that we can see a lot of investments now from the Emirate in Israel, in startups, in R&D, and a lot of joint efforts between research institutes, entrepreneurs and investors, both from Israel and from the Emirate. And this will help us to make the region really a global hub for innovation in the field of energy. You know, we are speaking a lot about climate change, about carbon capture, carbon emission, carbon capture. I think that cooperation in the field of innovation and R&D can serve a lot, not just the region, but the entire world. The second
on this one, because just not to interrupt you, but just in the sense that you're talking about that kind of collaboration in terms of making the region, unlocking the region in terms of energy and the implications that that could have on economies, particularly in countries that are not energy rich. One of the things that it does raise hackles over in some other parts of this region, of course, the UAE, as you mentioned, joining the Eastern Mediterranean Gas Forum as an observer, did raise the hackles of Turkey, for example. Where do you see the opportunities for this kind of agreement to actually create peace? Because at the end of the day, economic mobility, economic opportunity, as we've seen from signing the Abraham Accords, does in fact oftentimes lead not just to that economic opportunity, but also to political opportunities as well.
Look, first, with regard to Turkey, I would like to refer to two very important and very big regional powers, Turkey and Iran. Let's start with Turkey. With regard to Turkey, you know, when I became a Minister of Energy 5 years ago, 5.5 years ago, I met President Erdogan at the White House. There was a big conference organized by President Obama at the White House in the 2016 Nuclear Security Summit, NSS. And I met with Erdogan, and I spoke with him about the possibility of also exporting Israeli natural gas through a pipeline to Turkey. And later on, we have some discussions with the Turkish energy minister then. Unfortunately, nothing came out of it, but I am ready to give it a second try. I personally hope that Turkey will change its course from regional confrontation with some of its neighbors to regional cooperation. And in this perspective, I would be glad if Turkey would be capable and willing to join the East Mediterranean Gas Forum as part of regional cooperation. We never
close the door. It's also just better for business, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good for business, and we never close the doors for Turkish participation also in the East Mediterranean Gas Forum. The other shadow, of course, is Iran, and Iran, this is a serious shadow on the entire region. I don't believe that a peaceful and economic cooperation between Israel and the Arab countries will cause some changes within Iran. Actually, some of the energies and some of the impetus to this new kind of, to the Abraham Accord and to this new kind of regional cooperation is because countries, Israel and Arab countries alike, feel that they must cooperate against the Iranian attempt to dominate the region, to disrupt all other countries, Israel and Sunni Muslim countries, and also to develop nuclear weapons. So unfortunately, this is not going to change in the near future.
How central is this new energy policy within the Abraham Accords to achieving that kind of regional security when it comes to Iran? Because there are a lot of pieces there, but this tie-up, frankly, via pipelines, does have the potential to divert a lot of energy away from that choke point, which of course in the past has been the Strait of Hormuz. Obviously, the last couple of years, we've seen increased tensions, particularly even in the last several months with Iran and their actions in the Persian Gulf area. How key are the conversations you're having now about pipelines and more agreements to achieving the kind of security that you want to secure?
Actually, we just started to explore the opportunities. Pipeline is one opportunity, one possibility. I don't believe that you know, we can somebody can totally bypass the Hormuz gates. Yeah, the Gulf will be still very important avenue, come what may. By the way, another important opportunity is to link the electricity transmission systems in the entire region. For us, from Israeli perspective, now, for example, it's raining in Jerusalem, and we are going to rely heavily on solar energy, on solar system. We are already second in the world in the amount of electricity production from the sun, from solar system. But sometimes at winter, we have 1 week or 2 weeks of very cloudy weeks. This is not the case in the Emirates or in Jordan or in Saudi Arabia. So connecting all the electricity systems might give us opportunity to give some backing to each other and to save a lot of infrastructure and to be able, at least in the future, to rely more and more about on solar energy. So there are plenty of opportunities here.
Yeah, so where do you see the specific opportunities for institutional investors or the World Bank or the IMF to get involved there? Because essentially what you're saying is it's not just a security agreement, it's also the opportunity to unlock resources for countries in Africa as well as the rest of the Middle East that don't have this kind of access.
Look, it's two different areas. First, you have energy and economic cooperation. Here, I don't think that we need much help from the IMF. Both the Emirates and Israel have had developed very strong and vibrant economies, and investors and entrepreneurs from both sides will find the way to cooperate with some encouragement from the governments. You know, the main encouragement is simply to pave the way and not to cause too many problems.
Roadblocks.
Yeah. Don't block the private sector. They will find the way how to develop and how to profit. With regard, for example, to Africa, to Sub-Saharan Africa, here, of course, speaking about a new research and development in innovation, I can tell you that in Israel there are many startups that are also dealing with the aim of bringing energy to remote areas, sometimes without the need of the electricity transmission system, how to use solar energy or other kind of energy. Also in the field of water, we are already very active in Sub-Saharan Africa with water solution and electricity solutions. And here as well, you know, the collaboration between Israel and the Arab states, and here we are speaking mainly about the Emirates, can bring a lot of breakthroughs. Here, the IMF or the World Bank can join in, you know, and help such efforts to succeed.
Dr. Steinitz, when you think about this with regards to the nuclear energy question, obviously there's a lot of concern about Iran's nuclear program, but what about the Gulf Arab nuclear programs? We've seen the UAE signing on to the 123 agreement with the United States, but Saudi Arabia has so far decided not to do that. Are you concerned about the growing move toward nuclear energy in the Gulf Arab countries?
Look, first, our main concern is Iran. Iran is really trying to place itself closer and closer to the nuclear threshold, to nuclear weapons. And if Iran will get the bomb, this will be a totally different world. It's a great danger, not just to Gulf countries or to Israel, but also to Europe and United States, actually to the entire world. With regard to the Gulf countries, I think that the agreements between the United States and the United Arab Emirates about nuclear power stations are very reasonable and good agreements with a lot of safeguards. And we think that this, what we call the golden standard, should apply to any other agreement between the United States and other regional players.
Do you think that if the Saudis were to decide not to apply that standard, that makes this area less safe?
Okay, I don't want to get too deep into it. Of course, the best is to apply to those standards. I'm quite confident that the Biden administration will be very careful to try to keep and preserve the highest standards in this regard. And there is no reason why the standard that was adopted by the Emirates and the United States together won't apply to other regional players that like to buy nuclear power stations. Again, this shouldn't distract us from the main issue. And the main issue is, of course, nuclear Iran. Iran should be prevented from getting closer to nuclear weapons. And if the new administration, the Biden administration, wish to have a new nuclear agreement with Iran, it should be quite a different agreement with better safeguards. The Iranian nuclear capability should not be only frozen, but dismantled, rolled back, and there should be no time limit to this agreement. So there are many important remedies that should be put in the case of a new agreement between the United States and the P5+1 with Iran. And again, this is not just the safety of Israel or Gulf states. This is about the safetiness of the entire universe, of the entire world.
When you think about this with regards to the conversations that no doubt the Biden administration is going to be having over the next several months, with regards to potentially resurrecting the JCPOA or creating, as you say, a new agreement with Iran, Gulf Arab countries, and speaking to me on CNBC, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and of course we've heard now from Qatar as well, have suggested that they all deserve a seat at that negotiating table because it has a direct impact, as you say, on them. Do the Abraham Accords and your new relationship with the UAE and Bahrain, among others, give Israel, do you think, a better position to impact whatever happens with these conversations with Iran?
Let's hope so. First, I want to tell you, I met personally with, in the past with the new Secretary of State, Mr. Blinken, and with his deputy, Wendy Sherman. I know both of them. Both of them are very, very smart people, and they are very committed to Israel's security and also to the prevention of Iran from getting nuclear weapons. As the same goes, of course, to President Biden. So basically, we have the same attitude. Iran should never get nuclear weapons and should never even get close to the production of nuclear weapon. Now the issue, what kind of agreement and what kind of means can bring this result, this might be an issue for discussion. But I think that if I'll take the Emirates and the moderate Arab states in general, even, it's not just the Gulf states, the entire Arab world, Israel, Europe, and the United States of America, and the new administration, we start from a joint goal that Iran will never gain nuclear weapons and will never even get close to the production of nuclear bomb.
The devil, though, is in the details, as you say. When we think about what happens over the coming months, obviously the maximum pressure campaign advocated by the Trump administration, lots of critics of that policy, but it did stop a lot of the cash flows to certain parts of the world where Iran has very strong proxies, particularly on your border, Lebanon, Hezbollah. Are you concerned at all that the Biden administration's efforts with regards to Iran could make Israel less safe?
Look, first, we always should be concerned. Our position was very clear. We thought that the maximum pressure policy with regard to Iran was very productive. Iran was weakening. Iran has to reduce its military force building and also its support to some terrorist organizations like Hezbollah and others in the region. And so this was good. Actually, the only thing that ever worked with Iran was pressure and threats. You know, in 2003, after the American invasion to Iraq, Iran finally agreed to sign an agreement and to and to stop its nuclear weapon program. After a year and a half, when they began to believe that there is no valid military threat from the United States anymore, they resumed the program in 2005 or 2006, and so on and so forth. Then again, under the very heavy pressure of the economic sanctions that were put by the Obama administration in 2010, 2012, the Iranians did agree to negotiate and to make some compromises in the nuclear agreement, although insufficient agreement, but still they were at least ready to freeze some of their capabilities due to pressure, due to economic pressure. And now again, so the only thing that worked with Iran is economic pressure combined with a valid military threat that made it clear to them that if they will dash to the bomb, United States, together with the rest of the world, will use brute force in order to stop them. This is the only thing that worked in the past. This is the only thing that might work in the future.
Dr. Steinitz, before I let you go, just a quick question on the pipelines themselves and the energy dynamic that you expect over the next year. Obviously, the Biden administration is advocating for renewables. They're advocating for a very different energy agenda, frankly, than what we saw over the last few years with Donald Trump. 25% of the world's energy flowing through the Persian Gulf and through the Strait of Hormuz, a significant part of the world's energy also flowing through the Suez Canal. How do you see this network of pipelines that you're discussing with the Gulf Arab countries and potentially even one day Iran upending the energy dynamic in this part of the world specifically? Are we going to see less traffic through the Suez as a result of pipelines? Are we going to see less traffic through the Strait of Hormuz as a result of these pipelines? What does that look like in your view?
I don't think so. I don't think that we are speaking about a replacement to the Suez Canal. This is not our intention, but it's just the beginning. We will have to learn the issue and to see the economic feasibility of such pipelines and so on and so forth, because before we can say something solid. In any case, we just started and we have to examine. There are many opportunities for cooperation in general and in the field of energy in particular. I mentioned some of them. And one thing I'm confident, we will have wonderful cooperation with the Emirates and with Bahrain, also in the field of energy, and I assume also in the field of water desalination and water purification of water, of waste water. You know that also in this field, Israel is the world leader. We are the only country in the world that not just 80% of our drinking water are desalinated from the ocean, from the Mediterranean Sea, but close to 100%, 95% of our wastewater, of our sewage, is being recirculated, purified and recirculated for farming and agriculture. And also here, I believe that our experience and knowledge can serve also our new neighbors and friends in the Gulf.
No doubt about it. So many things to keep an eye on. Your Excellency, thank you so much for joining us.
You are most welcome.
Thank you, Hadley, for that really great interview. And Minister Steinitz, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate that. Before we go on to our conversation with Chairman of the Libyan National Oil Company, Mustafa Sanalla, I wanted to look at the results of one of the survey questions from the Global Energy Agenda, which is the publication we released yesterday morning at the Global Energy Forum. The topic we're going to raise follows a little bit, at least, from the conversation with Minister Steinitz. Israel has a tremendous amount of natural gas, and it plans to become a gas exporting powerhouse. However, just over the past couple of years, the perception of natural gas has changed pretty dramatically, from a clear part of the decarbonization story as a cleaner alternative to coal, and essentially being framed as a bridge fuel to, at least in some camps, part of the emissions problem. So we asked our survey respondents which of these statements best describes the future of natural gas. And we gave them 4 choices. First, gas will enable and integrate with key low carbon technologies, such as hydrogen, but with a decrease in overall consumption in the medium to long term compared to current levels. Second, gas will be a necessary bridge fuel to displace coal demand while we wait for scaled renewables. Natural gas consumption will be slowly phased out over 30 to 50 years. Third, gas will be a destination fuel, maintaining a large share of the energy mix. And then finally, gas will have a minimal role in the future global energy mix, given the competitiveness of renewables. And I think you'll see from these results, it's really fascinating. Most 40% of our respondents think that gas is going to integrate with low carbon technologies, so that it's actually going to be part of the future energy mix story. It's